Welcome to Dave's Drama Diner, episode 133, and I am your esteemed host, the one, the only, devious Dave Rose. And as always, let's start off the show by showing our gratitude and appreciation for all those who have chosen to spend their time with us here today. And if we look to the chat, we've got the one and only Inspector Todd. We've got Danny MT and Latino Heat. And I'm sure that, I know that there's more people watching because I'm looking at the stats right now. Perhaps hate watches, perhaps a little shy. But regardless, there is a show to be done. It's been a while since I opened the diner last. And there's a few things, actually, that I wanted to address. So thank you for joining us here. And I'm certainly going to laugh. And I think you will, too. And it's possible I might even do a late night show tonight. I'm feeling inspired. On that note, let's just dive right on into it. So we're going to start off with this. Let me just get my screen share working here. So to give some pretext while I try to multitask here. Nope, so I can't multitask or do this, but okay. There we go. Nope, no. Display capture, there we go. And it's been a while, a little rusty. But hope you guys are doing well. So, all right, there we go. This should work. Yeah. So to break it down for you, February 11th, when was that? That was on Saturday, right? No, it was on Tuesday, my bad. So on Tuesday, I'll show you the screen now. This individual, Ace Humphreys, said, I wonder if JD will have the same energy with Penta wrestling on WWE main event. For those that know or, care, Penta, Pentagon Jr., Penta El Cero y Miedo, whatever you want to call him, has gone to WWE. And from Raw, he's gone down to main event. And, it's basically a downgrade and stuff. But we're not here to talk about wrestling. We are here to talk about the scumbag JD. And this Ace Humphreys guy quotes him, says, Ricochet wrestling on Rampage laughs. Ricochet is one of the better fucking wrestlers on the planet. And WWE dropped him. They dropped the bag on him. They fumbled. And then he continues, says, yet we have this jobber tag team match that forward zero story happening right now. How the fuck do they come to that decision? Hashtag AEW Dynamite. He's a moron, he's a grifter, and he's a WWE dick rider. So Ricochet himself, okay, the guy he's actually referring to, one of the best wrestlers on the fucking planet right now, and also one of the most entertaining. What he's done with AEW, I should say, not WWE. They fucking fumbled him bad, but AEW, having him is great. The stories they're telling are amazing. So, and this guy did so much great work in Lucha Underground. So Ricochet just says straight out, JD's a bitch, okay? And no, Tony Khan will not tell him, you can't say that. No, he can do whatever the fuck he wants. JD's a bitch. Now, what I do is I replied to to Ricochet about JD. And I said the following. JD sent a cease and desist, redacted images included, to not just his former co-host, Joe Cronin, and Justin Bailey, but even to his ex-girlfriend, Nikki T, the one who left him for me. Yeah, that one. Because they were joking about him on a podcast. That is very true. He's worse than you think. I know because I've got the info, and I finish off by stating that. And I have the receipts to prove it. Let's look at the fucking analytics here. Actually, I believe I've got to go here. There we go. Same thing, though, you can see. Down here, and You can see here as well. So currently 129 likes, 34 reposts, 14 responses or quotes, 11,000 impressions, 1,000 engagements, 528 people clicked on the details to expand. I got 3 new followers out of it. And 56 people visited my profile due to that. And I don't know if you guys are aware of this. I mean, I talked about it years ago when it happened in 2017. And actually, that's something I will go to. So if we go to, we got his original message, and then there is Joe Cronin actually does this. He's unblocked me apparently. I think he got alerted of this because he saw my tweet. Maybe not, but because I tagged him, or I listed his name. You know, this one, the username, and obviously that tags you. I'm gonna spark a joint right now, by the way. So I think that he unblocked me and posted this just to further prove the point. But let's hear this as well.
It's wrong right there, but I don't understand why this is the thing that he's angry about. Like, I don't get it. I just don't.
I think.
Shout out to Fist, love in the chat, and the 13 viewing.
He's pissed. I think he's pissed off. He has a 7-inch laptop screen.
What is that background like? What is this his new thing? Like kind of like a Dr. Disrespect thing going on?
This looks worse. This looks almost as bad as Bruce Blitz's old fucking green set he used to have when he sat behind a desk and all you could see was Bruce Blitz's big round fat head behind the shitty green screen desk. Dude, I mean, this fucking guy's got a pool table that no one's ever played at behind him. What the fuck? Dude, you know, he thinks he's from Atlanta and he's from New York. He's got live nudes on the wall behind him.
Yet he supports the Braves? Doesn't make sense.
He looks weird behind this gigantic desk, but has a 7-inch laptop and a beer bottle that's like for kids. And
the microphone's positioned a bit weird as well. If you don't mind me asking. Like,
microphone is like a black dick that will never be sucked. I mean, dude, I'm telling you right now, this is why JD's angry. He lives in a VIP room by himself.
Also, what is Joe's obsession with black dick? Anywho, I doubt you guys want me to read through this. Maybe you do. I don't know. How about this? I'll create a poll. Good weed. Read, cease, and desist letter in entirety. Well, if you're gonna be grammar Nazis, it must be correct. In its entirety. And there's no apostrophe on the its, people. Apostrophe on the its is, again, it is. Oh, hold on. Let me just open this up here. We're getting a lot of votes. Oh, some people clicked no. Must be the hate watches. So, what's Latino Heat say in the chat? I was a Braves and Falcons fan when I still lived in New York. I also liked the New Jersey Devils. Still am to this day. Why? What's with New Yorkers liking Atlanta? I don't get it. Well, I'm going to need somebody else to vote. There's got to be a tiebreaker here because they only got... we got 6 votes. Oh, we got 18 viewing. Now I got 6. Somebody's got to break the tiebreaker. Or somebody's got to be the tiebreaker. Oh, Weed's working quite quickly. Excellent. It's called Liquid Imagination. I'm not sure if you've ever tried it before. I certainly enjoy it. I do like, I guess it's a diesel-y taste. Somewhat skunky. And, yeah, it's got a really nice high. JD's a fake fan. Well, he's a fake man, that's for sure. But it's hilarious just the responses that we've that I've gotten on this. Just bear with me here. My fucking screen's acting up. My fucking computer is experiencing probably its last gasps of life, and I don't know when she's gonna buy the farm. A donation would certainly be appreciated, so I could continue. But just letting you, I've been dealing with so many problems before I set up to stream today. Oh, I'm not even gonna go through all that. But yeah, hopefully she keeps chugging along. But yeah, just warning you. I don't stream from my phone. That's fucking ugh. So pedestrian, not something an emperor would do. We got 8 votes, and we're still tied at 50-50. But yeah, just in the meantime here, I'm going to read some of the responses. We got the one and only Wrestlehead Ryan the Heel, a.k.a. King Meow Meow. Says, dang, what a puss. And his name is Jerry. You know what? I'll put the link. If you guys want to check it. Well, actually, no, I'll put mine. You can always find Ricochet's original post if you want to see that. So that's just something I really wanted to bring up because again, JD, you know, he did Joe dirty, and yeah, he was a scumbag. I got again more receipts, more information, and you know, how do you think I got the fucking letter? I'll let your mind connect the dots, but I've said it in the past, so if you've been paying attention, you know exactly how it went. I even had a blog where I showcased that stuff, and I believe it was with my original Devious Dave Rose account on Twitter, which YR got me permanently banned with. I believe that's where now I lost my train of thought. I put some information up on there. All right, damn, that weed's working really quick. Okay, well, let's get to it then. So yeah, so if you want to check that tweet out, great. If not, whatever. But a lot of people are waking up to who JD is, as they should. He said some really, really nasty things, specifically about women, but not always, but just like really gross things. Really, if he's supposed to be a face for commentary and for, you know, podcasting about wrestling, you can't, like, he went way too, beyond crass. It was just gross conduct. And he, yeah, from what I've learned, he's just a very disgusting individual. Now, to getting closer to our main event, we are now going to was there something else? Damn it. What do we got? Okay, so we got that. I thought I was going to inject something else into this. We got the JD stuff. I didn't make any notes. It's all mental, and obviously cannabis is inhibiting that. Latino Heat says JD thinks he's edgy. He just edges guys' cocks. The guy's a small man, and yeah, he's probably just very angry. All right, so you know what? Let's just go with what I do. Remember, because it is the meat and potatoes here. But recently, I believe I was in Nicky J's chat while he was farming, and this account popped up and started talking that they'd been doing things as of late. What was the exact term? I can't remember the exact term. But basically, they're sort of going through old stuff on online, creating videos about it. And it's funny as fuck. It's funny as fuck. And let me just show you the channel here. There you go. Inspector Todd says, Jerry is the worst. How does this guy have an audience? Just a horrible human being. Absolutely. So this channel here, Drama Community Rewind Podcast. At Drama Community Podcast. On YouTube, obviously. Basically created these videos recently, and I've watched all of them. They're hilarious, and there's so much to discuss on these sorts of things, because they're basically reviewing Power Trip, right? And it's kind of weird, though, because there's some videos that are missing. Like, there's 5, there's no 6, 7, there's 8, there's no 9, there's 10, there's 11, but there's no 12, and then there's 13. So we're going to get to that, but, shout out to the 18 watching. We're going to start with this. Something quick, something dirty, and yes, you'll understand, very dirty. But same old fucking shit. But good job on this channel for catching this and putting it in their shorts. So let's check it out. We got Garguts calls out Danny MT. It's fucking hilarious, the shit he says here, but this one's even better. Garguts gets denied entry to dance club due to his appearance. It's funny. I don't think it's the appearance. I think that the guy was way too fucking drunk. Other people told me the same thing when they watched the video. And shout out to the 25 watching. And the only reason why we're seeing these videos is because, unfortunately, the medical pharmaceutical industry has created such effective AIDS drugs. Because if it wasn't for that, this guy would have died of AIDS long ago, unfortunately. But yeah, let's get into it. So let's go to when he gets denied entry, which is hilarious. He looks so defeated at the end, but look at the guy. Fucking might as well carry a box with him. Say, this is my fucking mobile home. But and then there's this one, which is funny because he's so mad that Danny spoke out about this guy, the truth of what happened when he went to visit him, and again that it highlighted and revealed how much of a cheapskate bum this guy is, and how much he tries to take advantage of people like a parasite. So we'll watch that second. And then we'll get into these ones. We're definitely going to hit the first one up. That was great. But yeah, they've outdone themselves. I like I said to them, I think I know who it is. We'll get into that. But they didn't say who they were. But I still, wrote a comment on this video here. This is brilliant. But let's get to the Garguts shit real quick here. Yeah, there we go. Is the volume on? I think so. Oh no. These fucking shorts. Sometimes they have the audio working, sometimes they don't. Also, look at what would you call that? Chicken neck? That chicken neck. Shout out to the Stony Tony Show in the chat right now. It says, brother Dave, a great job to see you streaming. God bless. Stay stony for the greater good. Stay stony, y'all. I'm glad that you come in now and remind me of this. I was also going to say, the next thing I was going to talk about was that I've been on Tony's show 3 times now, thrice. And it's been an interesting experience. If you want, again, if you're one of these people who the community is dead, the community is dead, And really what you're trying to say, because you're such a fucking mongoloid, is you just want to watch drama, and spicy good drama, you know, in the style of Dave Rose, then, you know, go check Tony out. The stuff that's been happening as of late's been hilarious. It's far-reaching. People are, you know, being called up in courts. They're being charged. There's all sort of crazy shit going on. And yeah, if you desire drama and you want to see something new, check out Tony, because he's got it there on his channel. Greasy Gargi, he's one of the stoners now, says the Stony Tony Show. No, well, he's soon to be hopefully deported into a shallow grave, but you know, because the narcos are going to come for their money. I mean, this guy, you know, he's going to fucking get in way too deep with the narcos. Danny MT in the chat says, Greasy indeed, an opportunist, user, and abuser with nothing in life to better themselves. Absolutely. And you can tell that from just, I remember, well, I personally have encountered people like this in my life. But you can sort of tell. You can sort of tell by looking at certain people and know what they're about. Straight up. No, Dave, you are one of the stoners now, part of the Stony Tony Club. Cool. Do I get free samples of your weed from the fridge, the famous fridge? Bam! 6956 says in the chat, Garguts, the guy who has met every celebrity and rock star, just asked him. Absolutely. He was the one that suggested the name Metallica to the band, and they're like, wow, that's a great idea. Of course it is. But yeah, let's listen and watch this train wreck of an individual. And I was just complaining about fucking the shorts, where they don't cooperate. Unmute it. Let's go. Again, keep your eye open for the look of disappointment, that sullen, disenergized look.
What happened? Yeah, you can't go in. You already have none. Ladies, no covers. Free to get in.
God damn it! God damn it!
You've already had too much. Can't let you.
Did you hear that? You've already had too much.
Sorry. Come back another day. Whoa. No cover. Free to get in.
Got kicked out of a place that was free, and does he realize this is fucking retarded or what? Or does he think he's cool? Whoa. You're not Keanu Reeves, dude. Not the Matrix. Okay. And he looks like he doesn't understand.
There you go. Well, I'm going back to where I was at. Dillo's.
What did you think? What do you think would be accomplished by looking back at him? You really think you've got those puppy dog eyes? You got that chicken neck, but the puppy dog eyes to convince him to let you in? Oh, look at this homeless guy. Yeah, let him harass some of our patrons who pay. Is that his idea of thinking that he's attacking the guy? I'm laughing at him, and it's gonna hurt him. Absolutely looks like a bum, Bam. I said that earlier. It's like this. You can see that. Ah, fuck. What did I do? Oh well, let's start it over. Okay, fine. I wanted to go through it a couple of times, but.
What happened? Yeah, you can't go in. You already have none. Ladies, no covers. Free to get in.
God damn it!
God damn it! God damn it! What the fuck? You know what? I've said this in the past. Just paint your face, wear a wig, put on big shoes, and go be a clown in the circus, because that's where you belong. These people who, again, I've said this, when they laugh in this manner, okay, and you notice it's intrinsic to their character, they're not a serious person. They're a fucking clown. Anything that they say is just, it should be dismissed. But there's so many tells. It's not that difficult. Even blind people can fucking garner a sense of character just by interacting with somebody. But, I mean, just by looking at him, this should be already assumed. But back to this.
God damn it.
You've already had too much.
See how his face changed? You can see I don't know if he's why is he saying to this guy, the doorman, God damn it, and smiling like a fucking fool, like a fucking clown? Does he think he's gonna convince him to get in? And then you see, and you'll see, the change on his face. Boom, boom, boom. His face just dropped. Let's see that again. Everything's so funny.
God damn it.
You've already had too much. Can't let you in. Sorry.
See how his eyes just widen up and he's like looking, and he's still filming himself. That's really something you should also question. And he uploaded it. So.
Come back another day.
Whoa, dude.
No cover. Free to get in.
There you go. Well, I'm going back to where I was at. Dillo's.
He looked at him at once. He looked at him twice. And the second time, I'm going to cough in your general direction. Well, sorry, laugh. It sounds like a cough, obviously, but I'm going to laugh in your general direction. But you only get 3 because they're so valuable. All right, so let's check the comments. I do believe I saw something funny here. Nah, you can't go in. You already had too much. Come back another day. Ryan the Hill laughs. And then this channel says, it's sad when you get denied a free cover, no charge entry to a nightclub. Even the bouncer could tell the Garguts looks creepy to women. Yes. But, the doorman did say, you've had too much. So he knows. I mean, he's trained to see that. I'm just reading the chat here. I started the band Led Zeppelin. Yeah, man. All right, so let's see the Danny one. Oh, where's the Danny one? There's the Danny one. Looking like a member of Milli Vanilli.
Oh, right here is where I met fucking bitch-ass Danny MT. Fucking faggot.
Fucking faggot.
Fucking all kinds of shit. Fuck that puto. FTP.
This is another thing that's just so... people like this... Let's say if I was dictator of North America... or of North America. We'll keep South America out of it. Saying shit like this would warrant having your tongue cut out. But this guy can't speak Spanish, but he knows puto. Oh, you think you're tough and all, but you can't even speak Spanish, but you claim Spanish heritage and all this. It's so convenient, right? Shout out to the 19 viewing. Let's continue. We're going to watch it again. So this guy just randomly... Is this guy like Pro V, I guess, in that sense? Being so dirty and fucking greasy and illegal and filming themselves, thinking that they matter. Not just online, but in life. And they don't. So, again... Who does this? Who does this? But then again, we're seeing who does this. Use common sense, people. Pattern recognition. You can formulate, oh, well, you know, maybe there... No, stop with your hippy-dippy fucking leftist bullshit. You can understand people. You can judge a book by its cover. And if it's a well-read book, you can judge that too. Because you know people have read it. See? Logic, people. Simple... logic.
Oh, right here.
Shout out to Ghost from the Coast. He says, holy shit, that's Garguts. Yes, it is. Unfortunately, the AIDS drugs have kept him alive. So, yeah, we still have to endure his existence. Also, for what you showed me the other day, great stuff. I'm going to... Well, that's all I'll say. Anywho, let's get back to this.
Here is where I met fucking bitch ass Danny MT. Fucking faggot.
Give me a second to get the hair out of my mouth.
Fucking all kinds of shit. Fuck that puto. FTP.
The fuck's FTP? I was gonna say it's like, isn't like a, you know, car product, but no, that's STP. But yeah, so there we go. Weird. That is that chicken necked. Again, look at the chicken neck. Look at the chicken neck. Disgusting. The mouth protruding. Okay, so it's jutting out, very much like a primate. Chimpanzee skull, for example. Imagine that. Juts out forward. Yeah, the lips are actually... I do know about this. When the lips at their natural state are like that, not closed, but sort of like... You can see they're being pulled back. This is due to the jaw structure. That the teeth are not normal. And basically the skin sort of curls around them as best it can. Right? So there's that. Just a disgusting looking individual. Kind of looks like a tranny as well. Or just a very sad lesbian. But yeah, disgusting. But that's probably what, if we could take a photo in the future, that's what we would see, because he's in hell burning. As you can see, the red, you know, burning. But let's get back to this. Let's get to these videos here. So yeah, I'm just going to review a couple of them. Maybe jump in a couple of times. I suggest that you check the channel out. I'm going to end the poll. 16 voted. 69 wanted the cease and desist to be read. Well, sorry guys, we burned that bridge already. But yeah, I'm gonna review a couple of them. Maybe three. They're so funny, and I want to address this sort of thing. I'm gonna let you guys listen, then we're gonna address what we heard. Okay. So, I think this is going to be fun. Shout out to the 27 watching. Oh, and I
today
I reached 1,000 subscribers due to Tony, because he sent a bunch of his viewers over to my channel, and they gave me 1,000 subscribers. So that's pretty cool. YouTube gave me the option to add, to add ads, do commercials, all that sort of shit, and monetize and all that on previous videos and stuff. And you know what? No, I don't think so. I appreciate getting to 1,000 and all that, but I'm not going to add commercials. If you see commercials on my channel, please let me know. But I've purposely said I didn't want to monetize anything through the settings, so that should not be happening. It's a cool option, but it's not, a primary objective for me. And I also don't like to be subjected to commercials unless they're catered towards what I like. And you don't really see, firearm commercials too often, or whiskey commercials. You see gay truck commercials, but I'm not buying an EV. So Ford can stick it, and so can, Toyota's got one, Honda's got, it just stop it with the EV shit. Shout out to Ryan, meow meow the heel in the chat. But okay, so I think this is going to be fun. And you guys have to hear this. You really do have to hear this. It's fucking hilarious. Shout out to Casey is Raw in the chat. Be sure to check him out on Saturday if he's not too tired.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. Today, we're going to be taking a look at online feuds and, especially the legal side of online threats.
Yep.
We got some audio.
And again, remember, this is Power Trip Episode 1 review. So basically, I would assume, because the clips that they're referring to aren't actually featured, but I would assume that it's reviewing Power Trip Episode 1.
From a streamer named Devious Dave Rose, and it sounds like he's in a pretty nasty battle with another streamer named Scott McKinnon. Lots of accusations going back and forth, counter accusations, and some pretty strong language.
It is fascinating, isn't it? It goes beyond just your typical online drama.
Yeah.
We're seeing potential intimidation, even blackmail, threats of violence.
Yeah.
Really begs the question, where's the line between free speech and, illegal activity online these days?
To understand all that, let's just introduce these guys first, who are Devious Dave Rose and Scott McKinnon. And what's this whole feud even about?
So from what I can tell from listening to the audio, Devious Dave, he seems to position himself as a kind of watchdog in the community.
Okay.
Calling out bad behavior. He's articulate, pretty tech savvy. Scott McKinnon, on the other hand, he presents himself as a powerful figure. Claims he's got connections with law enforcement, someone who can really make things happen.
Okay, so we have a truth teller versus a power broker. What are they even accusing each other of?
Well, Dave claims that Scott is making all these baseless accusations against him.
Okay.
And some are serious, like he's accusing him of supporting terrorism. He also alleges that Scott is making threats of violence, not just against him, but against other people in the community as well.
What's Scott's side of the story? What's his justification for any of this?
He claims Dave is trying to dox him,
Okay.
which means revealing his personal information online with malicious intent. He also claims Dave is planning this big tribunal to publicly shame him, discredit him, using evidence compiled over years, apparently.
You mentioned threats of violence. You even said swatting. Can you kind of unpack that for the listener?
Sure.
Explain how those cross the line legally.
Absolutely. So swatting is when you make a false report of a serious crime to the police to try and get a SWAT team sent to your victim's home. Super dangerous. It's actually led to people dying. It's not a prank. It's a serious crime. And we actually have audio of Scott threatening to do exactly that to another streamer named YR.
Okay, that's chilling. What about the other threats of violence? What did he say, and is it actually illegal?
In one of the clips, Scott actually threatens to slice YR's throat.
Wow.
That's a clear death threat. And it doesn't matter if you make it online or in person, threats of violence are illegal. The law doesn't see a difference between words you say and words you type,
Right.
It's all the same.
So even though it's all happening in this online feud, it could have serious real-world consequences.
Oh, absolutely. And it's not just the violent threats. Scott also brags about knowing Dave's location, says he knows it thanks to Victor, and even threatens to share Dave's address online. which sharing someone's address without their consent, especially if you're trying to cause them harm or distress, that's a legal no-no, falls under intimidation.
I'm glad you bring that up, Ghost from the Coast. Ghost from the Coast says, LMAO, laughed my ass off. Is this AI? I'm 100% convinced it is. And I've been watching every single episode. And you can understand at what point it hasn't been prompted properly to create the response. So, yes, I would put money on that. But that's the thing that's so brilliant about this. It's also terrifying. An AI, somebody, this person here, who I suspect is blown him, but okay, I could be wrong, but Drama Community Rewind podcast has gotten an AI program to listen to my Power Trip episodes. It's taken and analyzed enough to be able to speak about it by obviously referencing, when, again, it can analyze language. So it's cross-referencing points made, what's being discussed, and it comes out with this. You have the ability to say to AI, not YR. You have the ability to actually tell it, listen to this and give us and produce a podcast where a man and a woman discuss what has been analyzed from these videos. And it's fucking great. It's also fucking, like I said, terrifying, but it's great also in the sense that it's so analytical. It's so unemotional. So basically all it's doing is analyzing, which just blows my mind because how far computation has gone, where it can analyze, okay, this is the content, this is what's provided, and to be a balanced, objective thought or entity that has to decide what the final product is going to produce in an unbiased manner. Here's the information. And it's just crazy because, quite honestly, this thing gets it extremely accurate. Explains things differently than I have, and in some ways similarly. But, guys, you got to check out these videos and judge for yourself. But it's scary, not just for the analyzation of the conversation, but scary how accurate it is. Because I can't find a fault in most of the statements that are made by this AI in all these videos. And again, it's judging from the clips that are provided, and because obviously on Power Trip I was reviewing clips and showing screenshots and all that sort of shit, and it came out with this judgment in this way. That's crazy.
There's one clip where Scott brags about...
And it's also hilarious, though, because there's so many things that I forgot about. Because there's, years of that stuff. And honestly, nobody did a better drama battle than I did. The shit that you guys were exposed to and witnessed, I don't think the craziest fucking, sci-fi writer would be able to replicate it. Because it's beyond insanity. Some things that we witnessed, and that obviously were done to us. And this AI is fucking just reminding me of so many different instances. Like, holy shit, I forgot about that. That was fucking insane. Again, watch it. They're not that long. They're about 20 minutes each. Some of them 16, some 22, but manageable. And fucking hilarious because, again, it reminds you of those days, and those days I think were great. They provided a lot of people with entertainment, especially since middle of COVID and all that. And And yeah, people had a good laugh. I know I certainly did. But let's continue.
Contacting the Texas police to investigate YR. What about that?
Right. And that statement, there's a couple of things wrong with that. First, making false statements to law enforcement is a crime. Second, there's no Texas police.
Right.
Texas has hundreds of different police departments and sheriff's offices.
So it makes you wonder how.
See, the thing is, that's also makes me think about the AI programming is that what I said was, I said basically that. And this AI picked up on that and clearly cross-referenced it and verified. Does this, because you also get some points where this AI is sort of like, I guess, referencing, certain well-known articles or wiki entries and all that. So it's analyzing and sort of checking up on the statement you made and verifying whether it's true or not, the severity of it, and all that's like the analyzation that this shit is capable of is it is mind blowing.
How much of what Scott says is actually true, and how much does, his language, his behavior, how much does that factor into whether what he's doing is illegal?
Well, his language is interesting. He uses all this grandiose language and seems to have this inflated sense of importance, and it really does raise questions about his credibility. Like, take the clip where he challenges Dave to a battle of wits.
Right. It's like he thinks he's like super intelligent or something.
Exactly.
You mentioned him claiming he has these law enforcement connections. Does he give any proof of that?
Not really. In fact, he goes even further and claims he has the power to take down this whole online community if anyone reports him to law enforcement. He even says he is the one above all, and that he doesn't care about a living tribunal. It's like he's referencing Marvel Comics or something.
It does sound like he's trying to create this image.
And that's also what's so fucking amazing. The AI can just act like, oh, he's referencing Marvel Comics or something. That's exactly what it was. But oh my God, just to dismiss it in that way, to have that candor in your voice, it's amazing. It blows my mind that we reached this point
of power and invincibility, but is it real?
That's a really good question.
Yeah.
I mean, his threats are disturbing, but they almost seem more like, him trying to overcompensate for not having any real control.
And what about those Marvel references? Any deeper meaning to those, you think? Or is he just trying to sound scary?
It's tough to say for sure. Maybe it's a way of him asserting dominance and control, or maybe it's just what he's into.
Okay.
But, it does show a little disconnect from reality, right?
Yeah.
Grandiose language, inflated sense of self-importance, all the threats. It might give us a little peek into, his mental and emotional state.
So is it all talk? Or is there any indication he might actually act on these threats?
That's the million-dollar question.
Yeah.
It's impossible to know for sure what someone's going to do based on their words. But one thing that is clear is that his behavior is escalating.
Yeah.
He even threatens to kill anyone who contacts his family, saying it's a promise, not a threat.
That's incredibly disturbing. It does seem like he's losing control, but I mean, does that even count legally if he says it's a promise?
Oh, it definitely counts. I mean, it just sounds like he's desperate to justify.
Oh, it definitely counts. Next question. Oh, man.
Justify his aggression. The law doesn't make a distinction between promising to harm someone and threatening them. The intent is the same, to cause fear and harm.
Okay, yeah. We've heard a lot about Scott's behavior. What about Dave? How's he handling all this?
See, it analyzed me too.
That's what I find really interesting. Despite being the target of these attacks, Dave manages to stay composed. He even makes jokes about it. He even theorizes that Scott might have something called...
Which also alarms me because, just the fact that it's saying these things about me is that it can make a character assessment. It's obviously telling the truth here, and it's fucking, seems to be spot on from what we've just heard. But again, it has the ability to actually, based on voice frequency, cadence, mannerism and stuff, it can analyze voice patterns, and it can it can make a psychological assessment about them. That's crazy, man. I mean, like, again, I'm just thinking of not just of, the technology, but also how it could be abused and how far this could go. Like, yeah, there's a lot of implications about AI that, we should be paying attention to. But the fact that, again, they don't have emotions, no feelings and stuff. So they're basically just cross-referencing everything and basically coming to a conclusion based on facts alone. No feelings whatsoever. So I would say it's unbiased. It certainly sounds it, but again, because of the manner that it's approaching the problem, because it's been programmed to approach the problem, which is to analyze speech patterns, content, all that, and come to an unbiased conclusion. It's doing also all of that on facts, not on emotion. So it's fairly accurate.
Called
Shout out to Mike King in the chat. Like on OI Tubby. Yeah, is that guy in jail, or I heard Tony say that he deleted his channel, or he's not making videos, took them all down or something. He's kind of scared or something, but yeah, that guy should have just been locked away. Anyways, let's continue.
repetition psychosis.
Repetition psychosis. What is that? Is that like
rewind?
Despite being the target of these attacks, Dave manages to stay composed. He even makes jokes about it. He even theorizes that Scott might have something called repetition psychosis.
repetition psychosis? What is that? Is that like a real diagnosis?
Well, repetition psychosis isn't a real clinical term. It's more of a way Dave describes Scott's habit of repeating certain phrases and ideas compulsively.
Right. Yeah. So not an official diagnosis, but maybe a way to kind of make sense of Scott's behavior.
Exactly.
What could be the psychological reason for all the repetition?
It's hard to say for sure.
The sign of a weak mind. I've always said that. Let's continue.
Without a professional evaluation. But it is possible that for Scott, the repetition could be a defense mechanism, maybe a way of dealing with insecurity or anxiety, or it could be something deeper.
Dave also compares Scott's emotional maturity to like a 2-year-old.
Which, when you think about Scott's tantrums,
oh my God, that's hilarious,
and threats and how he can't handle any criticism, it's not that far off, really. It seems like Dave is trying to understand Scott and explain him to the rest of the community.
So it's not just a legal...
Again, you guys have to... I think I put the link in the chat, didn't I? You know what? I'll put it again if I did. But you guys have to have to check this channel out. It's fucking hilarious. Again, you've got 10 videos up right now, and it doesn't look like they're stopping at all. They just came out with a new one 55 minutes ago. Awesome. It's called the Grand Tribunal Review. Excellent. That was struck down in a few places. It still remains, but I still have my copy. So nobody can, the internet's forever and the truth is forever. And I still have the Grand Tribunal episode. And, I could easily upload it again. But the important people witness that. And again, for posterity's sake as well, is that I leave my videos up. You can watch the whole drama, the whole epic, Odysseus. And it's all there. Most of it, actually. Because, again, people are pussies, and they've struck, the video for made up some sort of fucking bullshit. And it got taken down, unfortunately. And, there goes. Like ashes to the wind. But, and no, I don't have a fucking copy. And that's okay. Because the important people witnessed it then and there. And also the important people that didn't witness it can make a character assessment on their own and decide who is the worst person. And Yeah, I never end up being the worst person unless they're a hater because I hurt their fifis or something. But yeah, that's awesome. We're gonna hit that one up as soon as we're done listening to this one, so you get a raw response.
Battle, it's also a psychological one.
Exactly. And that brings up another interesting point, the role of the online community and all this.
Right.
We've got other members.
Shout out to Kokomo Corner in the chat. Says, "What's up, Dave? Much respect, brother. Thank you so much for joining us. This is one of the gentlemen from the Stony Tony community." And yeah, I was just saying earlier that why is Dub not incarcerated at the current moment? But maybe even better, maybe he should just be in a ditch, face down, water covering his head, with weights on his ankles. But hey, I'm not suggesting anything. Let's continue.
Like YR and Prov were getting pulled into the conflict.
It's like a whole digital soap opera. Everyone's got a role to play.
Exactly. And some people are egging Scott on while others are trying to calm things down. It creates this whole web of alliances and rivalries that just feeds the fire.
So this isn't just about Devious Dave and Scott McKinnon, is it? It's about this whole online community and how they respond to this toxic behavior.
That's right. And that raises a bigger question. How can we create a healthier, safer online environment where this stuff doesn't escalate to such...
Nobody asked you. What is this? Let's make this community all fifis and every rainbows and happiness and no. Let's continue.
Dangerous levels.
That's a question we all need to think about as our lives become more and more intertwined with...
I'm not taking morality lessons from fucking AI. Thank you very much. Festlove says that Dub dude is a trip. A dream stream would be Dub versus Bullfrog. Oh, no, well, Bullfrog would end up crying and disconnecting. That would be entirely bullying, the Bullfrog.
With the internet.
Absolutely. And that's something we'll continue to explore in part 2 of our deep dive. But for now, let's take a closer look at Dave's theory about Scott and his repetition psychosis and this whole community dynamic that's going on.
Sounds good. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. It's wild, right? This whole community is just caught up in Scott's drama.
Yeah, it's like a digital wildfire just spreading out of control.
You've got Scott making these crazy claims and threats, but then there's Dave trying to make sense of it all, even throwing out this repetition psychosis idea.
Right. Let's get back to that repetition psychosis for a minute. How's Dave using that to explain Scott's behavior?
Well, he's using it to describe how Scott just fixates on these certain phrases and ideas, repeating them constantly. Almost like he's trying to will his own reality into existence through sheer repetition.
We hear
Again, this shit is fucking scary accurate.
This in the audio, right? Scott keeps saying, "I am the one above all," almost like a mantra.
Exactly. It's like he's trying to convince everyone, including himself, that he has this ultimate power.
Dave also compares Scott's emotional maturity to that of a 2-year-old. Is there any truth to that comparison?
Well, think about it. Scott throws tantrums, makes threats, can't handle criticism. It all points to, underdeveloped emotional regulation.
So is Scott actually dangerous? Or is this all just a big act for attention?
That's the question that hangs over this whole thing. Impossible to say for sure what's going on in his head. But even if the threats are empty, they still create this atmosphere.
And this is certainly something that an outsider would ask when encountering what went down. So again, it's impartial. It's the AI is just impartially analyzing what's been provided to it. This is fucking crazy, guys. I don't think you guys understand how fucking crazy this technology is. And it's a double-edged sword. We need to keep that in mind. Shout out to Steve Langenheim in the chat. Yes, it is AI. We had a great discussion about that earlier. You might want to rewind and hear that. But let's continue. And if not, you've got more hearing and listening material for the future. Yes. Because nobody does it better than your drama emperor, Devious Dave Rose. Let's continue.
atmosphere of fear and anxiety.
And legally, it doesn't matter.
Shout out to It's the Man with Two First Names in the chat.
Even if the threats are empty, they still create this atmosphere of fear and anxiety.
And legally, it doesn't matter if he means it or not, right?
Exactly. The law looks at the impact of the threat, the fear it causes the victim. And Scott's claims about having connections to law enforcement, it just makes it even more unsettling.
It's almost like he's using this supposed authority as a weapon to silence his critics.
Again, it's analyzing things just based on what it's programmed to analyze, and it's impartial. Like, this is what we all experienced in the past. It's just telling the truth here.
And that brings us to a really important question. How should people respond to online harassment and threats?
Yeah, what advice would you give to someone in Dave's position? Or even just to other community members caught in the middle of this?
First and foremost, document everything. Screenshots, recordings.
You don't tell me how to fucking run shit. That's what I do.
Save it all. This evidence could be crucial if you ever need to report it to law enforcement or the platform itself.
It's like building a case file, showing a pattern of harassment.
Exactly. Then, and this is important.
Again, this is just AI stating normal things. Like, again, your mind should be blown, not just because AI is this capable, but also that it just analyzed one of my fucking streams and just spit out the fucking truth. Just spit out facts. That's it.
Resist the urge to engage with the harasser. Responding just escalates things. Block them if you can.
No.
And definitely report their behavior to the
Certainly not.
platform.
So starve them
That's
of the
pussy
attention
moves.
they're craving.
No, fuck that
Exactly.
shit.
That's often the most effective way to deal with this. And remember, you're not alone. There are resources out there to help you navigate this stuff. Organizations like the Cyberbullying Research Center, they offer great info and support for victims of online harassment.
It's good to know there are people out there who understand these situations and can offer some guidance.
Absolutely. And it's so important to remember that online harassment can have real-world consequences. It's not just words on a screen.
One thing that's striking is how Dave, even though he's the one being attacked, he seems to be handling this with a lot of composure.
He's not letting Scott drag him.
Again, the AI is judging me on how I conduct myself. That should be concerning, because again, let's I'm composed, blah blah blah, what it's saying. What about people that are fucking, they're hotheads and stuff? You know, we all have met them, and they're good people, but you get a little hot. Okay, but they don't hurt anybody. Okay, they just fucking, it's like a chihuahua, fucking all barking, and like, you might bite my ankles, but once I fucking, get close to you, you'll start to like yip and back away and shit. It's, some people have problems with that, and where am I going with this? And there should be a little more understanding. I know I was going somewhere with that.
Fact, he seems to be handling this with a lot of composure.
He's not letting Scott drag.
Oh, but the AI stuff. So, okay, somebody gets hot and stuff. The AI says, okay, this. It's called pre-crime, which was popularized by Philip K. Dick, I believe his name is, science writer, Minority Report. I believe it was him that did it. But pre-crime, these computers analyze your habits and then will judge whether or not you'll commit a crime. So in these dystopian futures that are written about, computers will decide whether, like using all the face recognition shit that is being spread through cities, it's going to identify a criminal before they commit a crime, which is fucking insane. But this is what actual people have written into actual studies and sort of proposals and shit. It gets crazy. It's a technocracy, and they want to push this technology, and yeah, people could be inadvertently imprisoned because it doesn't understand humans, basically. But let's continue. Went a little philosophical with you guys there, as always. I am a man of many talents, and I provide a plethora to the people. Let's continue.
Drag him down to his level. It really shows his emotional intelligence. He knows that engaging with Scott on Scott's terms will only make things worse.
Yeah, he's taking the high road.
Exactly. And he's showing real resilience. This whole situation really highlights how important emotional intelligence is in this digital world.
Oh, you. Keep flattering me.
And with Scott, we see that lack of emotional intelligence. His threats
Oof.
and accusations, they seem to come from a place of insecurity and need to be in control.
It's almost a paradox. He wants power and validation, but his actions end up making him look even more powerless and insecure.
Trying to build himself up by tearing others down.
And that never works. It just leads to more conflict and isolation.
We also see how the community plays a role, either fueling the fire or trying to put it out. Some people are egging Scott on, while others are trying to de-escalate.
That's so common online. There are always people who thrive on drama, right? They find it entertaining or even a way to gain some notoriety.
Like a digital gladiatorial arena where they can cheer for their favorite fighter.
Exactly. And that's why it's so important for the rest of us to push back against this kind of behavior. Stand up for those who are being targeted, promote a culture of respect and empathy.
So what can we actually do to create a healthier online environment?
It starts with each of us. We need to be mindful of our own online behavior.
Fucking positivity
how our words and actions
seminar.
can affect others.
Treat others the way you want to be treated, right?
Exactly. And when we see harassment happening, we need to speak up, support the victim. Silence just allows it to continue.
Scott seems to think he's above the law. Like he can say and do whatever he wants with no consequences.
Yes, we know that. But I was going to interject real quick and say that you can also notice, not just, we obviously had Ghost and others in the chat recognize the patterns of AI, but you notice also that with the subsequent episodes, if you follow them sequentially, if you view them sequentially, they will, again, refer to certain things that were reviewed or referred to in a previous episode, but act like they don't know anything about it, which a real person would just, at one point, I don't think most people can handle the drama that went down. But to review it and so forth, it's clearly the AI that's in play here, and every episode, this duo sort of forgets a bunch of the stuff that happened, or the character review, but they still come. That's the crazy thing; they still come to the same conclusion. Like I said, I'm not going to repeat it, okay? But what they're saying is accurate on both sides. Jerry the Third in the chat, he says the drama AI is great. This is fucking brilliant. This is fucking incredible. Like, I'm blown the fuck away. And again, I'm also terrified, but it's a good feeling. But it's just like, this is nuts. And it's reminding me of a bunch of stuff that happened in the past that I forgot about because, again, there's been so much. But again, I said this earlier, nobody provided the level of entertainment that I did during that time. Nobody did. Okay? It's a simple fact. It has to be recognized. You shall, or you will be on your knees, but and I speak to everyone, but it shall be recognized. It shall be recognized. But again, it was a great time, and it's still on record. I don't hide my shit. You can judge me all you want. You can take these clips and put them through an AI filter and see whatever the fuck comes out. That's fucking brilliant. It's genius. I love it. And, you know, there's been other people, Midnight Gonky, I believe, 13 yards through the windshield, and a few other people who have actually made some very funny community-based content. I'm not going to say a fair bit, but a substantial amount maybe, criticizing me, and I thought they were fucking hilarious. And some were valid, but others ones just like, no, you're wrong. But regardless, like, you went through this effort to make this stuff. It's funny. It's certainly funny. I can laugh at myself. But yeah, there's people that should be recognized for those videos. So 13 yards through the windshield, and Midnight Gonky. I can't remember, unfortunately. Somebody is going to have to remind me. But there have been other people apart from those, and I apologize if I'm forgetting. But again, a lot of people use sort of pseudonyms, so I don't really know. Like Blonin, for example, he's made several different channels, and he's done community content like this, and it's been fucking great. It's been fucking funny stuff. So, yeah, there's multiple people that have produced stuff, and this idea of fucking taking AI and analyzing, you know, shows, it's brilliant. I think it's just amazing because you're sort of like, you know, rolling dice. Like, we've got a program here that says it can do it. Let's roll the dice and see what the fuck comes out of it. And what comes out of it is just fucking, it's mind-blowing. So let's continue.
Does the law even have the tools to deal with these kinds of online threats?
That's a tough one. Law enforcement is often understaffed and under-resourced. In this digital world, it's always changing. It can be really difficult to track down the perpetrators, get the evidence, and build a case, especially when it's happening across multiple platforms and jurisdictions.
It's like trying to chase a ghost.
It could be a real jurisdictional nightmare. And then you have to factor in free speech, figuring out the intent behind the threat. It's a really daunting task for law enforcement.
So how can we make their response better?
We need to make sure they have the resources and training to handle these kinds of investigations. We also need to raise awareness and encourage victims to come forward and report abuse.
What about the platforms themselves? What can they do to prevent this from happening in the first place?
They need to develop better tools for reporting harassment and identifying the people doing it. Be more proactive in moderating content and enforcing your rules, and make it easier for users to block and report abuse.
So it sounds like it's going to take a combination of things. Law enforcement, online platforms, and us, the users, all working together.
Exactly. It's a societal issue, so it needs a societal solution. We all have a role to play in creating a safer, more respectful environment online.
This
No,
whole
we don't.
case study, it's a
Fuck you.
fascinating look into the dark side of online culture. We've talked about the legal side of Scott's threats, the psychology behind his actions, and this whole community dynamic. But there's one last piece I want to explore. What happens to the bystanders? People like YR and Prov who get caught in the crossfire.
That's a really important point. Those bystanders, they experience collateral damage, emotional distress, damage to their reputation, even physical danger, just because they're associated with someone like Dave.
Wrong place, wrong time.
Exactly. It shows how online aggression has this ripple effect. It's not just a one-on-one battle. It can impact a whole community.
And those bystanders, they might not have the same resources or support as the main target of the harassment. They could feel isolated and afraid to speak up.
Exactly. And that's why it's so crucial to create a culture of support and empathy online, where bystanders feel empowered to come forward and ask for help if they need it.
So how do we support those caught in the middle?
We need to start by acknowledging that they're victims too. They deserve compassion and understanding.
They didn't choose to be
That
a
is
part
true.
of this.
Exactly.
Some
We can reach
innocent
out,
people got
offer
caught up in
support,
shit.
let them know they aren't alone, listen to their experiences, validate their feelings, and help them process what they're going through.
Building that sense of community, showing them they have people to turn to.
Right. And if they're being harassed or threatened, we can encourage them to report it to the platform, to law enforcement. We can help them connect with organizations that support victims of online harassment.
Shouldn't the platform itself be doing more to protect these bystanders?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Platforms have a responsibility to create a safe environment for everyone, not just the big names. They need to be more proactive about addressing harassment, no matter who it's directed at.
So what can they do specifically?
Better reporting mechanisms, so it's easy to flag harassment. Invest in better moderation to remove abusive content faster. And stricter policies with real consequences for the harassers.
So it's a team effort, individual responsibility, and the platform stepping up.
Exactly. Creating a culture where harassment isn't tolerated, period.
This deep dive, it's been fascinating and kind of disturbing to see this dark side of the internet. We've seen how these feuds can become dangerous, how they impact everyone involved, and the legal and ethical questions they raise.
It reminds us that the internet, even with all its potential for connection, can also be a place of negativity and harm. And it's on each of us to be mindful of how we behave, support those who are being targeted, and push for a safer and more respectful online world.
What's the biggest thing that stands out to you about this whole case? What's the takeaway for our listeners?
For me, it's the importance of emotional intelligence online. We see how Scott's lack of emotional regulation fuels this whole conflict, while Dave's more balanced approach helps him handle it better.
It's a good reminder that how we conduct ourselves online matters. Our words have weight. They can really affect others. We have to use that power responsibly.
Absolutely. And if you ever find yourself caught in the middle of something like this, remember, you're not alone. There's help out there and people who care.
Thanks for joining us for this deep dive into online feuds and the damage they can cause. Stay safe, stay informed, and remember, the internet is a powerful tool. Use it wisely. Welcome back to the deep dive. We've been knee-deep in this online feud between devious Dave Rose and Scott McKinnon. Remember, you guys sent us the audio, and man, unpacking all the accusations, the threats, even figuring out what's legal and what's not, it's been quite the ride.
Yeah, it's a stark reminder of how quickly things can go off the rails in the digital world. What starts with a few heated words can escalate to threats, violence, even swatting, and it all has real-world consequences.
Right, and we were just talking...
This is, again, unbiased. It's just telling it as it is.
About this ripple effect, how this feud is affecting other people in the community, not just Dave and Scott. We specifically mentioned YR and Prov, who seem to be caught in the cross.
See, that's the thing. There's the clue that you can pick out that you know it's AI. Prov. So the name that was programmed in was Pro-V, or the name that was picked up by the AI. It may have had a prompt for the name, but again, Prov. That's Pro-V that they're referring to. So it didn't pick it up. It didn't understand whatever the case is. There's a little clue that it is AI.
It's fire. What does that mean for them, practically speaking?
So YR and Prov, they're essentially collateral damage in this whole thing. Maybe they're friends with Dave. Maybe they just commented on the situation. Either way, they've caught Scott's attention, and not in a good way.
So even though they're not the main target, they're still feeling the heat from Scott's, aggressive behavior.
Exactly. They might become targets themselves. Scott might try to intimidate them, spread rumors about them, even threaten them directly.
And we know from the audio he's not shy about making threats. He even bragged about having connections in law enforcement. That's got to be intimidating.
Oh, absolutely. Put yourself in their shoes for a second. You see how Scott's treating Dave, the threats, the claims of power. Wouldn't you be hesitant to speak up or even be associated with Dave?
For sure. It'd be like living under a dark cloud, always wondering when Scott might turn his attention on you.
Is that not exactly what happened? I mean, again, I'm blown away at the accuracy of this AI. It's just fucking nuts.
And this is what often gets overlooked in these online feuds. The focus is usually on the main players, but the damage spreads.
It's like that saying, when elephants fight, it's the grass that suffers.
Perfect analogy.
Never heard that.
These bystanders, they can experience real emotional distress. Their reputations can take a hit. They might even fear for their safety. And they might not have the same support system as someone like Dave.
So how do we help those who are caught in the middle? How do we keep them from becoming victims themselves?
First off, we got to recognize that they're victims too. They deserve compassion and understanding just as much as anyone else.
They didn't ask to be dragged into this.
Not at all. We can reach out, offer support, let them know they aren't alone, listen to them, validate their feelings, help them process what's happening.
Just create that sense of community. Show them they have people to turn to.
Right. And if they're experiencing harassment or threats, encourage them to report it to the platform, to law enforcement. We can help them find organizations that support victims of online harassment.
What about the platform itself? Shouldn't they be doing more to protect these bystanders?
Absolutely. Platforms have a responsibility to create a safe environment for all users, not just the big names. They need to be more proactive about identifying and addressing harassment, no matter who's being targeted.
What can they actually do to protect bystanders?
They need better ways for people to report harassment. They need better tools to find and remove abusive content quickly, and they need stricter rules with real.
They need to adjust the settings here and make the AI a little less liberal. But let's continue.
Consequences for those who break them.
So it's both a personal responsibility and platforms stepping up to do their part.
Exactly. It's about creating a culture where harassment isn't tolerated, period.
Well, this has been a fascinating, if a little unsettling, look at the dark side of the digital world. We've seen how these online feuds can spiral out of control, the impact they have on everyone involved, and the legal and ethical questions they raise.
It reminds us that the internet, with all its potential for good, can also be a breeding ground for negativity. It's a reminder that we all need to think about how we behave online, support those being targeted, and work towards a safer, more respectful digital world for everyone.
And that's a wrap for this deep dive. Thanks for joining us. Until next time, stay safe and stay smart online.
All right. Well, I thought that was fucking brilliant. I really could just review all these videos. Some are only 14 minutes long. But I did say, and I'm a man of my word, but I did say that this individual did make a grand tribunal review with this obvious AI, and I have not heard it. So my responses will be genuine, as we say in Canada, genuine. And yeah, it's breaking news. So let's get down to it, boppers. Shout out to the 20 watching right now. And if you like what you're viewing, feel free to donate so I can buy myself a working computer. The link for PayPal is pinned in the chat. So let's give you guys a raw response to this video.
Welcome back, everybody, for another deep dive.
Yeah.
Today, we are going...
Oh, this is going to be a good one.
It is going to be a good one. We're going deep into the wild world of online wrestling fandom.
Ooh, yeah. You know how those wrestling fans get?
Oh, they get very passionate.
They do get very passionate.
And we're looking at a specific case where, things went a little too far.
Yeah.
So we're going to be looking at how cyberbullying, in this case, escalated into some pretty serious criminal charges.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that we're not talking about, the usual trash talk or online debates. Mm-hmm. This goes way beyond that.
Yeah.
We're looking at like a very calculated campaign of harassment, which had real world consequences.
Exactly. And all of this is coming from a source called a grand tribunal, which is kind of like an online proceeding.
Yeah, it's kind of fascinating, actually. This community got together and really meticulously documented this whole saga and analyzed it.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. So by the end of this deep dive, you'll understand how this situation got so out of hand, the impact it had on the people who were targeted, and the legal fallout of it all.
Yeah, because this really shows, how those lines between the online world and the real world are just, they're getting blurrier all the time.
Absolutely.
And what you do online can really have very real and lasting consequences.
No doubt. Okay, so let's set the scene.
Okay.
We're going back to February of 2017.
Okay.
Honestly, this AI is just so fucking funny.
We have a wrestling fan named Scott McKinnon, and he decides to bake a cake to celebrate the 100th episode of a YouTube show called
This is hilarious, guys. You have to fucking check this channel out.
Monetize this.
Sounds harmless enough, right?
Sounds very sweet, actually.
Yeah.
This act of fandom that you think would be, a good thing,
Exactly.
quickly turned into a trigger
Yes.
for a campaign of harassment. So McKinnon expected to be featured on the show as part of the celebration. He brought the cake and all.
Oh, yeah.
And that didn't happen because of a miscommunication. But instead of just, letting it go,
Yeah.
he got fixated on the host Joe Cronin and some other prominent figures in the online wrestling community.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. And so this incident, it got dubbed the Cake Stalker incident.
I love that.
I know it's a little funny, but also a little scary.
Yeah, it's kind of a perfect name for it. It is because it really marks the start of his escalating behavior.
Right.
It might seem like a minor overreaction at the time.
Yeah.
Really foreshadows a much darker pattern.
Yeah. It's like that first little
exactly-
domino that falls and then,
The rest is history.
Exactly. And over the next couple years, McKinnon's actions, they went way beyond any typical online trolling.
Oh, yeah.
We're talking constant comments, harassing phone calls in the middle of the night, even doxing.
And for our listeners who maybe aren't familiar with that term,
Yeah.
doxing is when someone publicly reveals private or identifying information about another person online,
Right.
usually with bad intentions.
Yes, very malicious.
Yeah.
And in online wrestling fandom, this can be especially bad.
Right, because these communities really thrive on this shared passion.
Right.
They have these inside jokes,
Yeah.
and it's like this really close-knit group.
Right.
So when somebody's real identity and personal information gets exposed,
Yeah.
it's like a huge violation
It really is.
of that trust.
Yeah, it's like using that closeness against them.
Exactly.
Yeah, and the psychological effects can be awful.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just imagine, this constant fear
Right.
of being recognized.
Right.
You never
know.
invasion of privacy.
Yeah.
And the possibility of real world harm.
Exactly.
It's a scary thing.
It's a form of online violence that, can spill over into the real world.
For sure.
So this leads us to a turning point in the story.
Okay.
June 3rd, 2019, it was Felmuth Ken's birthday.
Okay.
He's another prominent figure in this community.
Okay.
And McKinnon decided to crash the online birthday celebration.
Oh, no.
I know, and this wasn't just, somebody being rude at a party. His behavior was so bad
Yeah.
that he was actually arrested.
Wow.
Yeah. So
That is true.
here's where we see this clear shift from the online harassment
Right.
to real world consequences.
Yeah, because it shows, what happens online doesn't always stay online.
Right.
That digital world and the physical world,
Yeah.
they're so intertwined.
Yeah.
And actions in one can definitely have repercussions in the other.
Absolutely. And this arrest, it wasn't just about this one incident. It revealed a pattern of behavior that went way beyond just, having strong opinions or getting into heated debates. McKinnon's actions were breaking the law.
Straight up criminal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to really grasp how bad this was, we need to hear from the people he targeted.
Right.
One of them was a woman named Tiff.
Okay.
And her story is really disturbing.
Oh, boy.
It is her testimony. It gives you a glimpse into the trauma that cyberbullying can cause. She talks about threats of violence, transphobia, and a very personal violation. McKinnon shared intimate images of her online without her consent.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, so I want to be clear here.
Yeah.
This goes way beyond, just trolling or disagreeing with somebody.
Absolutely.
This is targeted harassment meant to humiliate and intimidate and silence.
Yeah. It's awful.
It is, and it shows how this online abuse can take real world prejudices
Yeah.
and vulnerabilities and just amplify them.
Absolutely.
And what's really sad is Tiff, she considered McKinnon a friend.
Oh, wow.
Somebody in her trusted online community.
Yeah.
So this betrayal on top of the harassment
Yeah.
really messed with her sense of safety and well-being.
Understandably so.
Yeah, it reminds us that cyberbullying can be even worse when it comes from somebody you know.
Right.
Someone who has access to your personal information
Yeah.
and knows how the community works.
For sure.
But Tiff was so brave to come forward.
Yes, she was.
Because by sharing her story, she helps to break the silence
Right.
about this type of harassment and encourages others to do the same.
Exactly. And speaking out can be a powerful step.
Yeah.
Towards seeking justice and protecting others.
It challenges the idea that online harassment is somehow less real or less serious than in-person harassment. Her story makes it very clear
Oh, yeah.
that the emotional and psychological scars of cyberbullying are real.
Yes.
and they last.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Tiff wasn't the only one targeted by McKinnon.
Oh, no.
Another prominent person in the community, Falmouth Ken,
Okay.
he also faced a ton of harassment.
Oh, wow.
And his experience really shines a light.
Oh, wow. I've done, 14 episodes prior to this. And, oh, wow. It's like the first time I'm hearing about this.
On a nasty aspect of this extortion.
Oh, boy.
So McKinnon didn't just, send messages and make calls.
Yeah.
He doxed Ken's family.
Oh, no.
Yeah, revealed their home address online.
Wow.
And then threatened to expose details about Ken's real-world job
That's awful.
to try and control him.
Yeah, that's classic extortion.
Exactly.
Using fear and threats
Yeah.
to manipulate somebody.
Right.
And it wasn't just Ken who was being threatened.
No, his whole family.
His whole family.
He was dragged into this.
That's scary.
It's terrifying. They had to deal with constant calls, unwanted deliveries, even strangers showing up at their house.
Oh, my gosh.
It shows how this cyberbullying can spread.
Yeah.
Like a ripple effect. You target one person, but it affects everyone around them.
Absolutely.
And the psychological impact of this kind of extortion is huge.
Yeah, I mean, just that constant fear for your family's safety,
Right.
the violation of your privacy,
Right.
feeling powerless,
Yeah.
that's a lot to deal with.
It really is. And it doesn't stop when the harassment ends.
Right.
The anxiety, the fear of retaliation, the distrust,
Yeah.
all those feelings can stay with you long after.
Absolutely.
Ken's story shows how cyberbullying can really leave scars. It affects your online presence,
Yeah.
but also your relationships, your career, your sense of security in the real world.
Your whole life.
Yeah. Your whole life now as we dig deeper into this case.
Okay.
We can't ignore the observations that were made about McKinnon's mental health.
Right.
This is complex and sensitive,
Yeah.
but it's important to consider everything that might have contributed to his behavior.
We have to be careful here.
Right.
We don't want to oversimplify or generalize.
Of course.
Mental health is complex.
Yes.
And while it's never an excuse for criminal behavior,
Right.
it can sometimes help explain why someone might act in harmful ways.
Yeah. So witnesses involved in the Grand Tribunal,
Okay.
they speculated that McKinnon might be dealing with things like bipolar disorder and schizophrenia,
Okay.
possibly made worse by alcohol abuse.
Wow.
Yeah. And
Judge for yourself.
it's really important to remember that this is all speculation.
Yes.
Based on observations of his behavior.
Right.
We're not doctors.
Exactly. We can't diagnose anybody.
No, absolutely not. But it does bring up these important questions
But then
Yeah.
they do
about
that.
how we deal with mental health in these cyberbullying cases. How do we hold individuals accountable
Right.
while also recognizing that there might be mental health challenges at play?
That's a tough one.
It's a really tricky balance,
Yeah.
and it requires a lot of different approaches.
It does.
We have to make sure that victims are supported and protected,
Absolutely.
but also acknowledge that the people doing the bullying might be dealing with issues that need professional help.
Mm-hmm.
It's a reminder that mental health is so important for
It
everyone,
really is.
and seeking professional help can be a key part of preventing further harm.
Both to yourself and to others.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so now let's shift gears and talk about the legal consequences
Okay.
of McKinnon's actions.
Right.
The Grand Tribunal found him guilty.
Wow.
And by the way, before we get into this, I'll rewind. But I can't remember which episode it was. I think it was 8. But the AI picks up on names and how they're referenced to a certain individual, right? So it started calling Scott Scunty. The entire episode, it says, well, Scunty this and Scott. I was dying. I was fucking dying watching that video. I think it was 8. Maybe we'll try to see if we could figure it out after I'm done playing this. There's a snowstorm coming in. I ain't going fucking nowhere. Got all my supplies for the next 2 days. So, and Monday's a holiday here, family day. So I got nowhere to go, and I certainly have a lot of juice in the tank and can keep going with this sort of thing. So let's continue.
of McKinnon's actions.
Right.
The Grand Tribunal found him guilty
Wow.
on a long list of charges.
Yeah.
This included criminal harassment, uttering threats, intimidation, fraud, extortion, indecent or harassment.
Hold on, I do have to rewind. It is funny that the Grand Tribunal found him guilty of all this stuff. Yes, it was internet court. It was hilarious. It got many people concerned, and it provided great entertainment. So,
about the legal consequences
Okay.
of McKinnon's actions.
Right.
The Grand Tribunal found him guilty
Wow.
on a long list of charges.
Yeah.
This included criminal harassment, uttering threats, intimidation, fraud, extortion, indecent or harassing phone calls, inciting hatred, defamatory libel, sharing intimate images without consent, and even violations of international law.
It's a long list.
It's a very long list.
It's a very long list.
And it just shows how serious this was.
they just said that, what, 3 times? 4 times? It's so good, guys. It's. I think it's kind of forbidden fruit. Like I don't think we should be encouraging this AI stuff, to be quite honest. It's a very slippery slope, and it's going to lead to some bad things. Just think of the Terminator series, okay? So please. But this is the shit that it's producing. And yeah, it fucks up. But holy shit. Like, it guys, I never thought that. Okay, look. Back when I was a kid and stuff, watching, Back to the Future 2, I was like, yeah, you know what? Maybe by 2015 or something, we'll have levitating cars and hoverboards and shit. Like, humanity is great. We're going to get to the moon and all this stuff. I never imagined, obviously we didn't get that shit, but I never imagined that we would get technology to this level where thousands of lines of code, and again, I've programmed. I've actually was the first person in this community to program a game based on the community. It was actually on Scott called Major Purple Cock, and I can't remember the subtitle, but yeah, I've done that, and I just imagine like how much work goes into this, and how you have to route its search logic. It's a lot to talk. Like, I love this stuff personally. I'm a nerd, but it's a lot to talk about. You guys aren't here to listen to that, but it just, again, to sum it up, it's mind blowing. It's fucking mind blowing. I don't think people seem to understand how mind blowing it is. Like, this shit is fucking nuts. Okay, I never imagined. I thought we would have moon bases by now. We'd be, go vacation on the moon and shit, have bases on Mars. But like, I never imagined fucking computers to get so advanced that they'd be able to produce this level of software. It's nuts. It blows my mind. Let's continue.
Oh, yeah.
This wasn't just, someone being rude online.
Right.
These were planned actions meant to hurt people.
Yeah.
And the legal system recognized
Yeah.
that the Grand Tribunal, they documented all the evidence and they sent it to the authorities for action.
It's impressive.
It is.
That this online community,
Yeah.
they took it upon themselves to do this.
So they did.
They documented everything. They exposed this behavior.
Yeah.
It's a real testament to how much more aware people are becoming.
Yeah.
Of the real world consequences of cyberbullying.
It really is. And it also shows, the power of these online communities to hold people accountable. Mm-hmm. Even when, law enforcement might be slow to catch up.
It's kind of amazing.
It is amazing.
Like, we're seeing this whole new form of, justice and accountability emerging online.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's like we're seeing this evolution of, how we deal with these things.
Absolutely. It's like a whole new frontier of law enforcement.
Yeah.
In the digital age.
Right.
And not too long ago, this stuff was just dismissed.
Right.
Like, oh, kids will be kids,
Yeah, just a joke.
But this case really shows
Yeah.
that the legal system is starting to take this stuff seriously.
It is. And it's interesting how this online community took it upon themselves to document and expose this behavior.
They really did.
It shows this growing awareness
It does.
of the real impact of this stuff.
Absolutely.
So what does all of this mean for our listener? We've gone through all these details, you know, the trauma, the victors went through the legal stuff.
Yeah.
What are the key takeaways here?
Well, for me, I think the most striking thing is just how obsessed and entitled McKinnon seemed to be.
Right.
It's scary.
It is.
Because it reminds us that we all need to be careful with how we interact online.
Right.
And how what we do can affect other people. You know, even something that seems harmless can escalate really quickly.
Right.
Especially when there's strong emotions involved.
Well, yeah.
Like anger or resentment.
Especially if you feel betrayed
Oh, yeah.
by somebody you trust.
That could be really tough.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I've definitely gotten caught up in online arguments before.
I think we all have.
Yeah.
It's easy to forget
Yeah.
that there's a real person on the other side of the screen.
It is.
Someone with feelings.
Right.
And, you know, their own vulnerabilities.
Yeah, it's like that anonymity. You know, it makes it easy to be not so nice.
And things move so fast online.
Yeah.
You know, it's like this constant stream of information.
Right.
And it's easy to get caught up in the negativity.
And the speed of it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just react without really thinking.
And so we need to be more mindful.
Absolutely.
You know, the internet can be great.
It can.
Connecting with people and sharing ideas.
But it can also be a breeding ground for just nastiness.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. In this case, it really shows a darker side of fandom. You know, most fans are great.
Right.
Shout out to the 32 viewing right now. Amazing. We also have the one and only Shaft in the chat, as well as Mars Mira, who's been mixing it up. It seems to be. But hey, I'm just reviewing what other people are doing, and I'm having a good time. Hope you are. Let's continue.
They engage with their passions in a healthy way.
Totally.
But there's this small group that takes it too far.
It's like they blur the lines between admiration
Right.
and obsession.
Exactly. And this case is like a warning sign, you know, about what can happen when that fanaticism goes unchecked.
Right. And how quickly that sense of entitlement can turn into harassment
And abuse.
and even violence.
And it makes you think about the role of these platforms like YouTube in all of this, you know?
Right.
Do they have a responsibility to do more to protect people?
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a complicated issue.
Right.
It's not just one thing.
Yeah.
But platforms need to create safer environments.
Right.
They need to enforce their guidelines.
Right.
They need better ways for people to report.
Okay. To say it again, you should have rewound, Stony Tony, but you should have rewound to hear me address this. When you were there, when you wrote in the chat, I started responding to this. You have this ADHD bullshit that doesn't exist, saying like, oh, I'm going to check this and then leave, because I explained it. This is this channel, Drama Community Rewind Podcast on YouTube, that has utilized this AI to analyze episodes that I've done. And it's fucking psycho. It's crazy. I love it. It's brilliant. It's original. And it's just scarily accurate. Also, the technology is terrifying. But again, guys, Skynet, like, we should be worrying about this shit for real. Who's making fucking cyborgs? Elon Musk. Hello? Maybe we don't want that sort of thing, you know? But yeah. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I don't. Contact this channel, the Grand Tribunal. Sorry, the Drama Community Rewind Podcast channel. I think it's pinned. Dude, I shouldn't even have to speak that. Yeah, I put that in that's the pinned chat. I don't even have a donation, link pinned. That just goes to show how much I think this is hilarious, and you guys should check it out on your own. Because it's funny though, because the AI does criticize me, several times, but it also sort of sees the reality of the situation, and it analyzes it on its own, and in the end, I'm not the bad guy. Okay, that's the little spoiler I'll give you on every single video that this thing is fucking put out. But yeah, it's criticized me on things actually that were brought up on clips and all that sort of shit. So it's just so brilliant because you don't know what you're going to expect. This AI is just judging it and then making this video, and it's just. I think it's amazing, and you don't know what to expect, to be quite honest. But let's continue.
Report abuse.
Yeah.
And maybe even use AI
Yeah.
to detect harmful content.
That's interesting.
Yeah. But it's also about creating a culture online
Yeah.
of empathy and respect.
Right.
You know, encouraging people to think before they post.
That's so important.
Yeah. And to consider how their words might affect others.
It's like that golden rule, you know.
Treat others.
Treat others how you want to be treated.
Right.
But online.
Yeah, exactly. And
Yeah.
we need to teach people how to be good digital citizens.
Absolutely.
You know how to have respectful discussions online and how to be responsible.
Yeah. And to create a sense of community
Right.
where people feel comfortable speaking out against harassment
Yeah.
and supporting each other.
So it's not just about technology or the law.
No.
It's a collective effort.
Absolutely.
We all have a part to play.
Yeah. We can't just sit back and expect someone else to fix it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This case shows that, the internet's not this lawless place.
It's not.
Actions have consequences,
Real consequences.
real consequences, and they can be really bad.
But it's not all doom and gloom.
Yeah.
There's hope too.
There is.
Like, what gives you hope in all of this?
Well, the fact that people like Tiff and Falmouth Ken
Yeah.
were brave enough to speak out,
Right.
and that online communities are taking action.
Yeah.
Before we continue, Tony, I would think it's hilarious if you got AI to analyze psychologically dub and the way, because imagine when the AI needs to analyze every time he does that fucking laugh. Like it's gonna start. Maybe it implodes. Like it'll be like this person's a genuine psycho. How is he still allowed to be in public? Because it'll analyze. We've seen this. I'm featuring it right now. And again, I've got the channel pinned of this person who's made these videos. Okay, it's not me making it there, Mars. But check it out, listen to it, because again, it's amazing. I think it's amazing because again, the AI technology, analyzing things, the way it fucking says it's crazy shit. But it's there for you to check out. What else? Let's continue.
They're holding people accountable.
Yeah.
And there's this growing awareness
Yeah.
of just how serious cyberbullying is.
Right.
These are all signs that we're moving in the right direction.
Exactly.
Even in this crazy world of the internet,
Yeah.
our actions matter.
They do.
We can choose to be negative and hurtful,
Right.
or we can choose to be positive and supportive.
Yeah.
We can choose to be a force for good.
I love that.
Yeah, and that brings us to kind of a final thought-provoking question here.
Okay.
This case brings up this really complex issue.
Right.
How do we balance holding people accountable for doing bad things,
Right.
while also recognizing that mental health might be a factor?
That's a tough one.
These are two things also I think are possible prompts is the mental health thing. Like it's either being prompted to address these sorts of things, or it's picking up on, I'm talking about the AI, it's picking up on the discussion and then cross-referencing and be like, okay, this is what's being referred to. What does that mean? So forth, connecting words, boom, boom, boom. Makes a summary of diagnostic of, those symptoms from multiple sources appear to indicate schizophrenia. Like, guys, again, this AI shit is fucking nuts. Let's continue.
It is. It's like,
Yep.
how do we find that balance?
Right, between punishment and compassion.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like we're trying to navigate this moral maze.
It is a maze.
Yeah.
And there's no easy answer.
No, and it's a conversation we need to be having
Absolutely.
as a society.
Especially as cyberbullying becomes more common.
Right.
And those lines between the online and offline world
Yeah.
get blurrier and blurrier.
They really do. So we need to look at each case individually,
Right.
understand the mental health aspect, and find solutions that promote both accountability
Yes.
and rehabilitation.
Exactly.
It's a conversation that needs to happen everywhere.
Everywhere.
Not just in courtrooms
Right.
or online tribunals.
Like in our homes, in our schools, in
Yeah.
our communities.
We need to be talking about this stuff openly and honestly.
We do.
So we
homes,
can
in our
equip
schools.
ourselves and future generations
Yes.
with the tools to navigate this digital world
Absolutely.
safely and responsibly.
Yeah. We need to be prepared.
This has been a really eye-opening conversation.
It is.
Cyberbullying is a serious issue,
It is.
but we've learned today that there are things we can all do to fight it.
For sure.
Yeah, it feels like a lot though.
It does.
Like where do we even start?
I think it starts with small steps.
Okay.
Like instead of just reacting to cyberbullying,
Yeah.
we need to try to prevent it,
Right.
promote empathy online,
Okay.
teach people how to be good digital citizens,
Right.
and encourage positive interactions.
So it's not just about, calling out the bad stuff.
Right.
It's about actively making the internet a better place.
Exactly.
I like that.
And that's something we can all do,
Okay.
whether it's through our own online behavior
Right.
or supporting organizations that fight cyberbullying
Yeah.
or educating others about the issue.
So even small things can make a difference.
Absolutely.
Yeah. This deep dive into online wrestling fandom.
Oh, yeah,
It's been a wild ride.
it has.
We started with a cake
A cake.
and ended up in some really dark places.
Yeah. It's been a journey.
It has, but even with all the darkness, there's hope too, right?
There is.
Like, what gives you hope?
Well, people like Tiff and Falmouth Ken, they were brave enough to share their stories.
Yeah.
And online communities are stepping up,
Yeah.
holding people accountable.
Yeah.
And more people are realizing
Right.
just how serious this issue is.
Exactly.
It shows that we're moving in the right direction,
Yeah.
even online.
Yeah.
Our actions have power.
They do.
We can choose to be part of the problem,
Right.
or we can be part of the solution.
I like that.
Yeah, we can choose to promote empathy, respect, and accountability.
Powerful stuff. So, as we wrap this up,
Okay.
what's the one thing you want our listener to remember?
Well, I think the most important thing
Yeah.
is that the internet is not some separate world.
Right.
It's part of our world.
Yeah.
And what we do online,
Right.
it has real consequences.
Real consequences, but that also means we have the chance to make a positive impact.
Exactly. Every time we choose kindness over cruelty,
Increase fascist points by 200. Enter.
Yeah.
every time we speak up against injustice,
Right.
every time we support someone who's been hurt,
Yeah.
we're making the internet a better place.
That's a great point.
Yeah. So let's all try to do our part.
I agree. This has been an amazing conversation.
It has.
Cyberbullying is a huge problem,
It is.
but we've learned that there are things we can do about it.
Absolutely. And remember,
Yeah.
if you or someone you know is being cyberbullied,
Right.
there's help out there.
Yeah.
Guys, this
Don't be
shit's
afraid to reach out.
hilarious.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We're all
I don't
in
know
this
how
together.
anyone
Yeah,
can't
and
see
together we
this.
can create a safer and more positive online world.
Absolutely.
Thanks for joining us for another
fucking
deep dive.
liberal
It's been a
fucks.
pleasure.
Until next time, stay curious, stay informed, and most importantly, stay kind.
No, especially to the last one. That was fucking hilarious. That one was released 2 hours ago. Let's see if they put any other ones up. Nope, that was the last one. You guys have to check this channel out. It's funny shit. What have we been going? We've been going on for 1 hour and 58 minutes, I guess. What do you guys say? I'm gonna ask those that have the guts to type in the chat. Okay, not just some anonymous poll, but would you like me to review episode 2? Press 1 in the chat for yes. Press 2 for no. Because that's really what I wanted to. I wanted to bring attention to this channel. Didn't expect a video to pop up, which apparently analyzed the Grand Tribunal video that I made, which means they have a copy of it. But, guys, all these other episodes are fucking hilarious. They really are. And, I could review the stuff. I've given you guys the link. I pinned it. You guys want to subscribe there, check it out. It doesn't look like this individual is stopping. So they keep producing videos. And it just blows my mind. Like I said, AI analyzing old videos, bringing up old shit that I, forgot, making it sound fucking hilarious. Again, this pair, the AI man, AI woman, just funny shit. I'm enjoying it. Mars was saying, bringing old stuff. I'm not bringing old stuff at all. I do my own thing when I can, when I want. I'd like to air more, but, life gets in the way, and that's just the simple fact. But I do enjoy it, and when I can, I do try. But the community being dead and all that stuff, Bullseye was also saying that shit on a recent video, and it's just, like, he was also addressing that I addressed what was being said about Dr. Earl, like, it was, again, all that stuff, hilarious stuff, but, it was Joe Crone and all that, and his people there on his channel, and Bullseye, where am I going here? Bullseye didn't agree with that. He made videos. Jeez, man, this weed's fucking great. But he said something that I disagreed with. Whatever. I'll figure it out. Catching up with the chat. No, let's not catch up with the chat. One says Latino Heat. One says, okay, you know what? Fuck it. We got 2 votes. Let's review episode 2. Look, I got a long weekend. It's been a long one for me, and I deserve to laugh at the truth, and that's how it's going to be. Hate it, love it, whatever. 22 people watching, less than that interacting in the chat, so obviously indicating hate watchers, absolutely. But that's the thing, though, is that we're accepting of that sort of degeneracy here at this channel, but nothing's going to stop me from continuing. And might not be as consistent as it used to be when we were on fucking lockdown, but maybe people should consider that and not say the community is dead or that was what I was going to say about Bose, is that he said the community was dead. But realize real life, it's real life, but let's continue, and don't be so entitled.
Today, we're going to be looking into some online drama, the kind of thing where friendships are tested and personalities clash and things can get really, really messy really, really quickly. You guys sent in some audio, and it seems like a perfect example of this. So we're going to try to break it down for you guys, even if you're not regulars in this particular online world.
Yeah, what's interesting about this is how this very specific situation It reflects a lot of the patterns we see play out all over the internet, really. It's sort of like a case study, you could say. About power struggles, the allure of a charismatic figure, and just generally how conflict tends to play out, especially online in the digital age.
Okay, so let's set the stage here. The audio is from a live stream hosted by someone named Dave Rose. And he seems really fired up about something to do with Scott McKinnon and also someone called a Young Republican, or YR for short.
Right away, Dave makes it pretty clear that he thinks Scott is engaging in some manipulative behavior and maybe even some illegal stuff too. And YR is sort of stuck in the middle here, trying to stay friends with Scott while also dealing with a lot of criticism from other people in this online community.
And Dave's not holding back at all. He's calling out both Scott and YR and accusing YR of enabling Scott's toxic behavior. And he keeps repeating this phrase, "the stupid is over," almost like it's some kind of like a mantra.
That's an interesting point you bring up, that phrase, "the stupid is over."
Guys, this is fucking so funny. This is why I love this shit. It picks out things and it's just like, let's talk about this stuff. And yeah, I talked about the stupid is over and stuff. Guys, I find this so fucking funny. You guys, I don't think you guys really understand how, like, I'm almost salivating here, how much I enjoy this. That this, again, mind-blowing AI analyzes this stuff and comes out with this stuff. That's fucking nuts. I heard a ding or something. I heard a ding. What's the ding? Did I get a message or something? Did you guys hear the ding? I don't know. Okay. Railroaded myself again. Fine. Kind of stoned. Like, really. But let's continue.
It kind of reveals a lot about how Dave is feeling about all this. It's like he's just fed up with what he sees as a lack of common sense. Like people aren't thinking things through and nobody's taking responsibility for their actions. He's drawing a line, basically, and demanding that people start behaving better.
And he also keeps saying that he's the stalwart and staple of this community, like the example everyone should be following. It's a little much, don't you think?
No, it's not enough, lady. Not enough.
Isn't that kind of self-aggrandized?
Yeah, I mean, it
No.
definitely sounds like he's pretty confident, maybe even a little arrogant, right? Maybe he really believes
A little column A, a little column B.
that about himself.
Actually, a lot of both. Let's continue.
But it also makes you wonder, is he trying to position himself as the leader here? Like the one with all the
No, I never wanted to be a leader.
answers and the authority to decide what's right and wrong.
That's a really good point. It makes you think about whether his motives are really pure here or if he's also trying to gain some power or control in this community.
For sure. And that's something we should keep in mind as we analyze what he's doing and saying here.
Okay, so pretty early on in the audio.
See, it's the AI seems to be fairly unbiased when it comes to that. They're humoring certain theories, so they're not stating outright one way or another. But the AI is literally saying, "Well, we'll consider this as a possibility." So clearly, I'm not programmed as the hero in this AI, construct. So. Again, it clearly seems, at least to me, that it's not really biased towards the characters that it's supposed to analyze. It has some sort of programming, obviously, to keep saying, "Oh, well, like, how do we make the community better?" and blah blah blah. Like we've heard multiple times about that. So there's that sort of community safety and all that. But there is no programming that sort of differentiates between the two parties. It's sort of saying, okay, well, this person said this, analyze what it's been said, cross-reference it, so forth and so on, and determine whether or not this statement seems factual based on character recognition and facial structure and all that stuff. Like, it's crazy how far this AI can go to come to a conclusion.
Dave starts talking about an upcoming tribunal for Scott. What exactly is he talking about here?
Well, from what I can tell, it sounds like Dave is planning this very, very structured, meticulously organized event. He's going to present all this evidence that he's gathered against Scott. Yeah,
And that's exactly what it was.
Mentions voicemails and text messages and even some videos going back like 6 years. It's like he's putting Scott on trial, but in the court of public opinion, not an actual court.
It all sounds very serious and, almost like he's preparing a legal case. Do you think this kind of online justice actually works? I mean, can an online community really hold someone accountable, like in a way that makes...
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the kingpin of Las Vegas, the one and only Mars Mirror. You are live, good sir. Do you hear me? I guess not. Hello? Let's see why Skype is not choosing to fucking work. Because this is kind of fucking stupid. Microphone. Oh, because it's fucking retarded. Okay. Let's call Mars and see if this will work. Okay, Mars is unavailable. Yeah, that's great, Skype. Thank you so much. I didn't change you. There's Mars. But
Dave, there. You hear me, Dave?
I'm here. Yeah. The
right,
Skype
perfect.
decided to just not do what it was supposed to do, so I'm not pleased.
Well, Skype does have a mind of its own, so it's kind of what we have to deal with over the years,
Yeah, Skype thinks with its pussy.
No, it does. It does. But Dave, I'm kind of curious, bro. Like, what is up with this AI shit, bro? These are things that were dealt with years ago.
No, I know.
Like,
I brought them up.
Bro.
I brought them up. Well, first of all, the Garguts stuff that was featured on the channel, I certainly wanted to feature. I thought it was hilarious. But
I don't care about the Garguts. That guy has nothing to do with me.
I'm giving you my justification for this. But there's also the fact that this was someone. Well, this person actually alerted me. I think it's Blonin. They alerted me that they made, these videos, and watching them again, I'm fascinated by this shit because it's AI. Because I figured that out. It's just like, holy shit! Like this is some crazy shit, and it's just and. Again, this is them doing it, and I just thought, hey, man, I've got a fucking Friday, evening available. I want to talk about the Gargut stuff, the JD stuff, and why not? Why not just fucking review these videos that were made? And I honestly find these videos comical. I don't know if you don't like them at all, but I thought it was funny.
I mean, I would understand if it was relevant to these days, but I mean, you're talking about things we dealt with years ago. Ken and Scott. Like, well, I mean, man, these things. Okay, I mean, it's old.
I see what you're saying.
Dave.
I see what you're saying, but I've been on the receiving end of individuals who are saying, like I said earlier, oh, this community is dead, blah blah blah. And meanwhile, I'm saying,
well, it is dead.
No, hold on. I don't take my videos down and all that. So if you want to relive all these glory days and all that sort of shit, you got those videos. Those are still up. I didn't delete those. They're all that. You want to go through the fucking the history and the myth and all that stuff of what went down. It's there. It's different right now, obviously. But if that's what you're craving, there you go. Or you can go to watch Tony's, stuff. But again, like I'm not promoting this stuff. I'm just featuring this person, watching their stuff, which again, I'm just blown away by the AI, and I'm featuring it to show other people out there that somebody's doing this, and it's kind of crazy.
So you're featuring AI to
I'm not making this stuff though. I think it's blown in. Well, it's just but this is crazy though. Like you never.
No, clearly, I know you're not making it, and Blonin is not making it either. That's the thing. I mean, it's clearly made by the computers. But I don't know, man. Like I don't know. It just seems to me like it's like fuck. Can't we find something better to talk about, man, than listening to fucking AI rehash something that happened 6 years ago?
Like you say, we. Okay, let's actually go into this, Mars.
Okay.
You say we. Are you referring to me or other people? Because if it's other people as well, then that criticism obviously should be levied there. But more importantly, is that it's. Like, what is it that you're expecting? Like, when it comes to me, though, for example, when I want to do Kerbals, I do Kerbals. When I want to do fucking news talk, which I actually have an inkling to do, I'll do that. And I love talking all different sorts of topics and stuff. So, again, the point is, where do you think my energy should be directed?
Well, I don't know. I don't think into it that much, Dave. I mean, to be honest anymore, I really don't give a shit where anybody's energy is directed anymore. But I just think that.
But this instance, made you call in to at least address it, sort of thing. So, again, I don't understand really your.
Well, I've tried to call in several times, but your Skype never accepted me. Last couple of times I tried to call last couple of months.
Apologies.
But I have tried to call in. It's not like
you're on the Discord. You're a VIP on the Discord, dude. Anytime you need to communicate with me.
No, I left the Discord because there's nothing there for me, man. I don't want to rehash fucking bullshit. I don't want to be in fucking Discord with the weirdos like Danny MT. I don't want to be in Discords like that. There's nothing for me with people like that.
Well, just let me know.
So
I mean, rather than just tell me this here, I didn't know this stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean,
you just said, I'm not digging this. I'm just gonna. You can communicate me, through Skype only, and I'd say okay.
Yeah. Well, now.
I didn't know that.
Now, and I mean that's what it is. I mean, it's not like we talked a whole hell of a lot before, but I mean, in the Discord chat or whatever we did, but occasionally. But I'm me, man. I'm not one to get on Discord chats. I don't live online, man. I'm not like
I don't live online either. And again, I've received criticism where it's like, "Oh, you're not streaming enough. And like this community's boring and stuff." Look, Ken airs fucking every Saturday, and you've got fucking Joe if you like him. Every Saturday and Friday and all the other days. Like, there's nothing dead. I don't understand what this whole this community's dead. What is it? Okay, so you sort of objected to this, but I need to understand because
it's dead.
But hold on, you've had low IQ fucks say that you're not a low IQ fuck, so
no.
I need to understand what specifically made it alive and what now has killed it so that it's dead. I need to hear this from somebody who's not a fucking knuckle dragging southerner.
Okay, well, I think we've heard this before. This isn't going to be the first time, but I mean, definitely, the drama. People came in, they tuned in for the drama. They wanted to hear the drama. They loved all the bullshit that went down between everybody. I mean, that was everybody's thing, man, for a long time, for a couple of years, And when that subsided, I don't know what happened with Joe. Look, I don't pay attention to Joe. I don't watch Joe. I don't watch anybody. But, I mean, he has his own thing.
He still also has part 2 that he hasn't revealed about you. Remember that one?
He also has part 2. I mean, I'm waiting for him to reveal that part 2.
Yeah, I don't think he ever will. You know how much popcorn I've been eating, waiting for that one?
Well, yeah, man. I mean, I'm waiting.
You better watch out, Mars, because I'll reveal part 2 because the first one surely had a massive effect on you.
Well, it absolutely did.
It's
had a devastating effect on me.
Was that a PSA or something?
Well, absolutely.
Am I supposed to feel alarmed?
The thing, but that's the thing, though, man, and that's the thing that people don't understand, and people do constantly. I get it. Like, you want to make money, you want to make donations, you want to try to get funded through people, but doing it through people that want that you want to review constantly, man, it doesn't go anywhere. It literally just does not go anywhere.
And okay, let's walk this through. So it doesn't go anywhere. So what is it that you think does walk? Like,
well, I don't know. I'm not an expert.
So
but I know what doesn't work.
Okay, so
And
you look at me, for example. You said
this
it was below me. You look at me. You say it was below me.
I do think
so. What is the opposite of that?
I mean, talk about what you want to talk about. Be what it may. Be curveballs. Play curveballs. Play whatever game you want to play. Talk about what you want to talk about. Talk about Joe Cronin. Talk about whoever. But I mean, talking about shit that we dealt with like 5-6 years ago, like from AI, like this AI shit, man, is so dull and so boring. I mean, especially not coming from the person that really wants to deliver it. It's just a real fucking buzzkill, man. It's really bad.
Well,
it really
it's
is.
strange because I find it the absolute opposite, to be quite honest. Like maybe it's juvenile. It's rare for me to even be juvenile, but I really find it comical. And also, again, I'm blown away by the technology. I'm also terrified. And then I see this response that the AI has done, and it's just like, this is crazy. Like, there's so many things that are confirmed because this AI is literally analyzing it analytically. But it does so in such a manner that it's comical. You have two supposedly real people. It's fucking AI. It's AI, dude. It blows my mind. Like the whole
that's
thing.
That's the thing,
Dave.
Dave, it's not the fucking AI. It's not the goddamn AI, Dave. It's the fucking drama. And you have to talk about the fucking drama. You can't have the fucking computer talk about the drama, Dave. You have to fucking talk about the drama. That's what makes it fucking work. That's what makes it authentic. That's what makes it fucking real. And that's the deal, man. This AI shit, it doesn't work as well, man. It just doesn't, And hey, everybody can do whatever they want to fucking do. I don't give a shit. I don't do shows anymore, man. I don't come on YouTube anymore. This is a very rare occasion I'm even coming on Dave's. I really didn't want to be honest with you. But, I'm here. But, I don't give a shit what you guys fucking do.
It is an honor that you came to the court to stab me in the chest.
Well, you know what? Like, I'm going to tell you what I fucking think, man. Fuck Tony. I didn't say a goddamn word about Tony, but he was real quick to go after me, this fucking douchebag. Fuck him.
That's a business between both of you guys. Like, I have
There's nothing between me. Like, I didn't have anything. I didn't have a problem with this
I
fucking
welcome
asshole.
thieves in my den.
What the fuck, bro? You go after me because I fucking have a question about Dave's fucking stream? If Dave had a question about my stream or Ken's stream, he would fucking say it. He doesn't give a fuck. Well, that's how we work too. But obviously, Tony has a problem. Fuck Tony. I don't give a shit.
No, but that's the thing, though. Let's just accept the reality is that everyone has a problem with something or somebody or something. It doesn't matter. It's just like, that's life. We got a problem. Okay? Fucking work schedule, fucking idiots on the road, fucking retards online. We all got a problem. We just might as well fucking flow.
Well, that's what makes
the way I fucking go.
Well,
it's like, I don't give
unfortunately,
a fuck. People say shit.
Fortunately, Dave, or unfortunately, depending however you look at it, that is the deal. And that's what makes YouTube flow is that people have a problem with other people, and they talk about other people.
Not always, though. Not always. I've met some great people. I've met some great people online.
No, I'm not saying you didn't meet great people, but talking about other people is what gets you views on YouTube. And it's what gets you donations. And let's be honest. Like, I'm not, let's not be stupid here. Like, all you people, you want donations on YouTube. I get it, man. I get it. I would too. I wouldn't be on here, in any capacity if I wasn't getting donations anymore, to be honest. I don't give a fuck.
No, see, that's the thing. No, I like donations. I will certainly encourage them. But I will still fucking play Kerbals with two people watching and be like, I don't give a flying fuck. My payment is fucking trying to fly this fucking rocket before it fucking blows up in the atmosphere. Like, that's my payment. I don't give a fuck. I really don't give a fuck. Perhaps I've portrayed it differently. I do enjoy to review things and laugh at that, Mars. But again, I don't stick to a specific schedule. I stream when I want to. I have no need to. I want to. It's fun. Talking shit is fun. Talking shit is fun. Getting calls like this where somebody actually stands up and will actually say that they disagree with me, that's fucking fun to me.
Yes. Talking shit is fun, Dave, but listening to AI for fucking an hour and a half is not fun. It's not fun. It's not fun. Let's talk shit.
No, you're not finding it fun, but the fucking 20 plus people that kept fucking viewing, they thought it was fun. So again, like it just depends on opinion, and I'm not discounting yours because but I'm also interested. What is it that you're suggesting that I talk about? You're saying anything.
I don't have any suggestion.
But that's the thing, though. You can't just say I don't want you to talk about that topic.
Who would listen to Joe Cronin? Who would listen to Joe Cronin if he just AI'd for 3 hours? Who would listen to Foulmouth Ken if he just AI'd for fucking 2 hours?
Wait. Back to Joe Cronin. Are you fucking serious with his audience?
For 3 hours straight? No.
He could carry on the fucking 5 hour show, monetize this entire AI, and he would just be like sleeping. I totally see that.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't listened to Joe in forever. I don't know. But I mean, who would listen? Okay, who would listen to Foulmouth Ken if he just AI'd for fucking 3, 4, 5 hours? Nobody.
No, but
it's boring.
The thing is, though, this is not a regular occurrence, Mars. This is something that was brought to my attention. I thought, hey, why not? It's a Friday evening. Fucking, I've got a long weekend. I've got really nothing else going on. So, and it's going to be a snowstorm for the next 2 days. I've got all my supplies, not going out. So it's just like, why not, man? Like, let's have some fun. Let's laugh some shit. I laughed at Garguts earlier. I laughed at fucking JD earlier. This is what came on the plate after that. And it's just like, this is just what it is. Like, this is not an obsession. I go back to my normal life as soon as I fucking turn off this computer.
And I get that. I do too. I rarely ever turn on my computer. But, I didn't hear you talking about JD or anything. I come in when I come in, and whatever I come in and listen to, that's what I'm listening to.
And that's perfectly fine. But again, if you had listened to it earlier, I think that you would not have the same stance that you have currently, because I think I made it fairly plain that, again, this is something that's more fun, and it's, again, something that I could switch off at any time, but this is what's just being presented to me, and I'm just talking about it. It's not something that I'm obsessed with or have a requirement to.
Yeah, but Dave, you're not talking about it. You're listening to it. That's the thing, bro. You're listening to fucking AI on your own goddamn stream. I don't know, man. I don't dig the AI thing. I just don't.
No, understandable. But that's the thing, though, is that it wasn't for me to say, look at me, I've made this. It's like, look at this. Somebody is still loving the past and going back to my old shows, taking AI and actually making a show out of it. I think that, first of all, it's brilliant. I don't think it's obsessive, but I think that it's an appreciation for what I've provided, and for them to actually make so many episodes. They got to be paying for this AI. They've got to be.
Okay.
This is not free shit.
Okay, so Ghost from the Coast, you're a weird little fucking asshole, bro. You're a fucking weirdo, man. You can go fuck yourself, man. I'll tell you that right now. Like, you can fuck off. Like, you're a fucking weird asshole. So eat a dick, bro. But anything else, Dave? Like, I mean, you're gonna do what you're gonna do regardless. I mean, I know that. I've done that for years. So it is what it is. But see, that's the thing, though, is that
everybody's
using this AI all weirdly, bro. But like, to run your whole fucking show,
this is a one-time occurrence, because this is what was brought to my attention. I thought, hey, dude, it's a Friday night, nothing's going on. Let's fucking just show the community what's going on and laugh about it. That's what the whole.
But that's not what's going on, Dave. That's what was going on.
I'm laughing at about it. Why aren't you?
Well, because I laughed about it 6 years ago, Dave. I don't want to laugh about it. I'm over this shit.
Does it bother you to be brought up? Like, again,
no, it doesn't.
That's the thing,
it doesn't bother me, but it's just why? Like, why, dude?
Why? Because this is recent, and people are still thinking about the past.
6 years ago is recent, Dave?
maybe you should be speaking to the person that actually made these videos, because again, this person
But
is
you're
reviewing
playing the
stuff
videos
from fucking 4 years ago and using AI to do it. I think that's funny.
Yeah, I guess it's funny. I guess it's funny for
It's
your.
funny to me. I don't say that everyone's gonna have the
Shaft's
same
a fucking
sort of
idiot.
like
I mean, this guy's
humor
a
that
total
I do,
moron,
but
yeah, I mean, whatever, man. Move on. It's fine. I'll let you go, man.
Don't worry, Mars. I won't be covering this. More than once.
I don't give a fuck if AI mentions me. I
people
can
the
give a
fucking
shit
link.
less
They can
what you
check it out
fucking pieces of
themselves.
shit say. You're all douchebags. Everyone in this fucking chat's a fucking cunt. I've never liked any of you motherfuckers. I never will. You can all fucking eat a dick later.
All right, there goes Mars Mira, who doesn't like anybody. I guess he liked me enough to call in, but yeah, certainly things that I disagree with. But hey, that's up to everyone to judge on their own. I don't influence people's opinions on these sorts of interactions, so it's up to you. We've been going on for 2 hours and 29 minutes. Let's go maybe another 30, just to round it out. I do like to see the interaction in the chat. Yes, yes. Your drama emperor owns the diner. And he also owns castles, yes, in Europe. But we have more to continue. Again, this was sent to me, Mars. Please understand that all I'm doing is reviewing what has been presented to me. Let's continue.
Makes a difference.
Yeah. That's right.
And if you don't like this, suggest something else. I mean, do we have to do a poll as to what we want Dave Rose to do? Do you guys want more Too Many Chefs? Do you guys want more gaming? Some Kerbals. Could play other games, AEW. Fight Forever. GTA Online. There's games. There's also retro games. You got a good controller for that. So, but let's continue. Man, I've got the greatest announcing voice on the planet.
Really the big question here, isn't it? Can online communities effectively police themselves? Or does all this public shaming just create more drama and more division? It's a tough question, and there's no easy answer.
Yeah, definitely something to think about as we go deeper into this. So Dave goes on to talk about this conflict with YR, Scott, and another community member named Ken. He even plays a clip where YR seems to be defending Scott, basically saying that people should just leave him alone if they don't want him to lash out.
And Dave is furious, obviously. He sees this as YR deliberately enabling Scott's manipulative behavior. Like he's giving Scott permission to act that way.
Isn't this hilarious? Because we've witnessed this multiple times in the past. Like, this AI is fucking... I would love to learn which AI is using or is being used in this instance. But it's... Damn. Like people should be freaked out. Honestly, people should be freaked out. If AI can come to these conclusions simply based on its analytics, it understands voices. It can translate. Guys, it can translate speech to text and then take that text and analyze it. Yo. You should be concerned. You should be concerned.
He even calls YR a puppet master, accusing him of trying to play both sides and stay in everyone's good graces.
But why are...
Yep. The great thing is that this particular AI program is just it's not really being influenced by any particular bias. Still has this whole like, let's protect people in the community, but it doesn't have really a bias. So it's really just stating things factually, just as it analyzes it. And it's just crazy, guys. It's crazy how accurate it is with its description as to how right I was and how wrong the other guy was. It's fucking nuts. It really is fucking nuts.
Insists that he's not picking sides. He says he's on his own side trying to find some middle ground.
This shows a really fundamental difference in how they approach conflict, you know? Dave is very black and white, like you're either with me or against me. But YR seems much more comfortable with this gray area. He's trying to find a way to keep everyone happy, even when that seems impossible.
I get that. But isn't it kind of dangerous to try to stay neutral when it's clear someone is doing something wrong?
It definitely can be. If you're not careful, you can accidentally enable or even minimize harmful behavior by just trying to keep everyone happy.
So while all this is going on, someone in the chat named Seaman starts arguing with Dave. It gets pretty heated. They're going back and forth about opinions and whether they can actually be right or wrong. And to make his point, Dave...
Yeah, this is great. But my argument still holds up. No, nobody can break it.
Dave uses a pretty extreme example. He brings up pedophilia.
And this is where we see how confrontational Dave can be when he's communicating. He's not afraid to use some pretty strong language or make people uncomfortable if he thinks it'll prove his point.
I don't consider it confrontational. I just think it's just having a sense of self-worth. But hey, if that's how it's interpreted, being confrontational, standing up for your basic, human dignity, okay, fine. Let's call it confrontational. See, this is where I would argue with the AI. But, there it is.
Definitely provocative. And even though that example was a little jarring, it does kind of highlight the fact that, not all opinions are equal. There's some things that are just plain wrong.
Exactly.
And yet, the AI, see, this is why it's so important, guys, for me to review this. Mars Mirror, this is why I'm talking about this. The AI analyzes things with no emotion. So it recognized the argument that's being made, which I've said, and it was obviously analyzed, is that there's some opinions that don't matter. So this is something, again, this is a bulletproof argument, what I'm going to say right now. I've said it multiple times. I'll say it again. And I shouldn't have to, but I'll say it again. Some people have the opinion that children can consent. Some people think that they should call themselves minor attracted persons when in fact they're a pedophile. Okay? Those are opinions. Guess what? Those opinions are wrong. Having sex with kids is wrong. So, there are opinions that are wrong. This whole idea like, well, there's no such thing as a wrong opinion. No, wrong. Absolutely wrong. Because those examples that I just cited are absolutely morally wrong. Disgusting. So no, we won't be fucking convinced with Marxist ideology that everything and every opinion is valuable when it's not. I've said this for years and I will continue to say so. Let's continue.
There are moral and ethical lines that we shouldn't cross, even if it means respecting someone's perspective.
And Dave's not afraid to draw those lines, even if it's just in a casual online setting. He even threatens to ban Seaman from the chat just for disagreeing with him. He has this vision of how this community should be, and he's not going to let anyone mess with that.
Yeah,
That's right. If you don't, I give you sopapo in the face.
strong stance definitely makes things interesting to watch. It's entertaining, for sure.
Yeah.
But it also raises questions about whether this kind of top-down control is actually good for a community in the long run.
That's a great point. And just as it seems like things are going to get even more tense, YR unexpectedly joins the live stream.
This is where things get really interesting. Let's see how this plays out.
Okay, so YR joins the stream, and there's this weird echo going on, like he's in a tunnel or something. He says he's about to watch a rocket launch.
That took that from me and saying, I can't hear you, why you sound like you're in a tunnel. That's hilarious. This AI shit's crazy, guys. I mean, like, I'm going to have to keep saying that. This shit's fucking insane. Analyzing certain words and fucking phrases and shit and just, like, reusing them. It's fucking nuts.
Which is why he can't talk very loud.
Oh, wow.
It's almost funny the timing, like Dave's all ready to go, ready to confront YR, and YR is busy with an actual rocket launch.
Yeah.
It's almost like a metaphor for how different they are.
I see that, yeah.
Dave is so focused on all this drama, and YR is just kind of doing his own thing.
Yeah.
So anyway, even with the echo and the rocket launch, Dave just goes right into it. He starts confronting YR about his behavior, and he brings up how YR Rage quit his own stream after getting some criticism.
Oh, really?
And then he showed up on another stream with Scott, basically seeming to defend him.
Interesting.
Dave's accusing YR of trying to play both sides, trying to stay friends with everyone, even if it means overlooking bad behavior. And this is where we see YR struggling, He keeps saying he's on his own side, like he's trying to find some middle ground.
Right.
He says he doesn't agree with what Scott's doing, but he doesn't want to completely cut him off either.
I see.
It seems like YR is really trying to figure out how to handle this whole thing. He wants to be a good guy, but he's caught between his conflicting loyalties, and it's just a tough spot to be in.
It's a tough one for sure.
And Dave's not really making it any easier for him, He keeps repeating that no more stupid thing and basically telling YR to pick a side.
Yeah.
Dave sees everything in black and white, right? Like it's a moral battle and there's no room for nuance. But life is rarely that simple.
It's crazy that it, has to be pegged that way,
Especially online. And YR seems much more comfortable with the gray areas than Dave is.
I see that, yeah.
It's like they're speaking completely different languages, honestly.
Right.
And then, just when you think it can't get any more...
By gray, they actually mean bi. And, we've got enough evidence to at least provide that to court to say that, yes, YR is bi. But we're not here to talk about YR. Let's continue.
Tense. They start talking about, of all things, joint...
Again, the AI even recognized, like, Dave Rose is the type of person to accumulate all information on potential enemies and, archive it for future use. This shit's a little too accurate with some things. Okay?
rolling techniques.
Oh, wow, really?
Dave's rolling a joint on camera, and YR is talking about his favorite papers and filters, and it's just this bizarre shift in the mood.
Huh, interesting.
It's almost like a reminder that these are real people,
That's the great thing. It's like, again, I forgot about rolling, a joint on air with YR. But the fucking AI is now fucking talking about it. Mars, how can you not think this is fucking hilarious? The AI just fucking analyzes a video and just goes. And it's just like, okay, it fucks up sometimes. And you'll see that if you watch some later episodes, certain names, I guess, weren't identified properly. So it doesn't, like, certain individuals, I'm not going to spoil it for you because you guys, I'm forcing you guys to go watch this stuff on your own. But certain people that are reviewed, their names aren't pronounced properly or said properly, and It's just hilarious because throughout the entire episode it's that way. Or like the one I told you is that the AI just decided to call Scott Scunty throughout the entire episode, and every time he was referenced, they called him Scunty. It's too funny. It's too fucking funny. So you got to check this shit out. But let's continue.
Oh, like they have their own interests and quirks.
Hold on, before we do, we have J.R. Ford III, who says in the chat, put that AI on Tales from the Morgue. He also says, I don't know what that reference is, but he also says, this shit is funny. Whoever is bringing this to us deserves some praise. Dave has... Sorry. Dave has now been immortalized by AI. Now this AI will remember Dave wherever he goes. And yeah, that might be possible. But yeah, again, you see the same thing I do. This shit is funny. This shit is funny in my opinion. And, you know, obviously more than one person agrees with me. But why not enjoy it? Why not enjoy it and be featured here? This person really doesn't have many people following them. And they now have 10 subscribers, up from whatever it was that I think it was 2 when I initially started featuring this. But yeah, great. They're producing something that's funny, and it's so different. That's the thing. It's refreshing, and it's also crazy. The whole technology thing blows my mind. The fact that it has basically proved me correct blows my mind. And the fact that this shit even exists and we can fucking do it, that blows my mind. So, yeah, whatever. Like, bring more. You know, like, keep doing it. This is hilarious. This is so fucking just, it's fresh. It's new. And this is why I was talking about this earlier. These individuals and the community, and you even had Mars come in. The community's dead. The community's dead. Like I tried to remind you. You got people like Ken. You got people like Joe. They continue to stream consistently on certain days. Boom. Done. You got fans like this motherfucker who will produce amazing, entertaining content that's not just sort of new, but it's also old because it's going back to old stuff. Come on. Like I said earlier, come on. Are you going to deny me with what I produced, with what I gave to this community, the entertainment? And there's other people that did too, but with what I did, that was special. Are you going to deny that? That stuff is all available to watch, but are you going to deny that? Because that was, like I said, something special. Could anybody else produce it? I doubt it. But enough on how awesome I am. Let's continue with this.
Works even when they're caught up in all this drama.
Yeah.
It kind of humanizes them in a way. And it also shifts the power dynamic a little bit.
How so?
Well, by talking about something so casual, YR is kind of pulling Dave away from that whole no more stupid thing.
I see.
It's like he's injecting some levity and normalcy back into the conversation.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He's kind of testing the waters, seeing if he can steer things in a different direction.
Right.
But then just as quickly as it started, the levity is gone.
Oh.
And Dave brings up that graphic threat that Scott supposedly made against YR. He describes how Scott said he would decapitate YR and make him watch his own body twitching as he died.
Oh, gosh.
It's just awful, and you can hear how disgusting.
So that's the thing, though, is like when I play that clip, so on that show, I play the clip of Scott saying that. And then I, sort of discuss, okay, this is what he's doing. This is what he's saying. He's stating that he's gonna decapitate this guy in front of a mirror and watch himself be, killed. And this AI is fucking analyzing all that shit. And it's saying this. Guys, this is fucking nuts. I did not imagine to be in this future. I thought we'd have moon bases. Meanwhile, we have fucking AI.
Just an angry Dave is as he's talking about it.
Yeah.
But YR's reaction is kind of surprising.
Really? How so?
He almost brushes it off like he's more worried about something else, the Shannon situation, whatever that is.
I see.
It's like he's trying to downplay the threat maybe as a way to protect himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He could be compartmentalizing.
Yeah.
Just trying to avoid dealing with the emotional weight of that kind of threat. Or maybe he sees what happened with Shannon as a more personal betrayal, and that's just taking priority over the threat from Scott.
Yeah, it's hard to say for sure. But then YR admits something really big.
Oh, what's
Before we hear that, again, I see this from Jericho the Third in the chat. This AI is nuts, dude. It is. Honestly, like, even listening back to this stuff, I'm catching a few other things that I missed, but it just also, I just remember watching, these videos and stuff and laughing so hard because it's just fucking nuts. This shit is fucking nuts. I cannot convey how crazy this shit is. And this is the future. The future is fucking now. And we got fucking AI analyzing drama shit from fucking 40 years ago and making this shit. This shit's crazy, dude. And dudettes, like, guys, ladies, insane. Come on. This is nuts. So that's why, again, I tell you, check this channel out because there's, like I said, I think 12, 13 videos, but let's continue.
What's that?
He says he's actually scared of Scott.
Wow.
He says Scott has been a jerk to him countless times, but he keeps going back. Mm-hmm. He even brings up the idea of Stockholm Syndrome, like maybe that's what's going on.
Yeah, interesting.
This is a big moment because YR is starting to recognize that this isn't a healthy dynamic.
Yeah.
He's questioning his own actions and trying to understand why he puts up.
Imagine the AI gets put into those Optimus robots that Tesla makes. Okay? That's the future, guys. You're going to have robot cops out there. And, they'll see humans as skin bags and they'll kill you in their interactions. Then you're going to get the ED-209s like you got in RoboCop, and they will literally gun you down. So that's the direction that things will go if this shit isn't controlled. Let's continue.
Up with this treatment.
Right.
And that Stockholm Syndrome thing is really interesting.
I think so too.
Because it points to how complicated abusive relationships can be.
Yeah.
It's basically where the victim starts developing positive feelings toward their abuser.
Right.
It's a way of coping with the trauma.
Exactly. And it can make it really hard to lead even when you know you should.
And Dave's reaction to all this is important too.
How so?
He doesn't dismiss YR's fears or anything, but he doesn't coddle him either.
Right.
He tells YR that Scott can't actually hurt him.
Yeah.
He reminds him that Scott's way up in Canada while YR is safe in Texas.
Nice.
It's like a tough love approach.
Yeah.
He's validating YR's feelings, but also pushing him to stand up for himself.
He's basically saying you don't need to be afraid anymore.
Exactly. And it seems to work, at least for a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
YR agrees to stop hanging out with Scott publicly.
Okay.
And that was years ago, and obviously that was a total lie. But again, guys, isn't this fucking crazy what we're listening to right now? This is all AI. AI decided to analyze the information and say this. It's blowing my fucking mind.
But then Dave shifts the focus back to the upcoming tribunal and starts giving more details about how it's going to work.
Interesting.
He's really emphasizing how carefully he's planned everything.
Right.
Like he's going to present the evidence in chronological order, building a case against Scott like it's a real trial.
Right.
He even says he's going to format everything so it could be submitted to the police.
Wow.
So this is more than just airing dirty laundry.
Yeah.
Dave wants to see real-world consequences for Scott's actions.
He wants to expose him, hold him accountable, maybe even see him get in trouble with the law.
Exactly. And he also reveals that the tribunal is going to be mostly on Nikki's channel.
Oh, okay.
This is interesting because it shows that other people are involved.
Yeah.
It's not just Dave on his own power trip anymore.
It seems like there's a whole movement building here to hold Scott accountable.
Exactly. And it's interesting how Dave is painting himself as the hero of this story.
Yeah.
The one who's going to bring justice to the community.
That's a compelling narrative for sure.
But it also makes you wonder if his motives are totally pure.
Right.
Like, is this really all?
It's hilarious. Like, there you go. The AI is just judging me. Oh, he painted himself as the hero. No. I did what was necessary, and, well, some people would call me heroic. But, see, there you go. I'm not going to say that's biased from the AI. The AI is just, analyzing what it sees. But it's still wrong. Let's continue.
About justice, or is there some personal vendetta going on too?
It's hard to know for sure.
And then, just when you think things can't get any more complicated, Dave drops another bombshell.
Oh, what now?
He says he thinks the doxing that's been happening to Scott and his friends is actually coming from a group called Malky's Crew.
What?
He says they're from Scott's hometown and that Scott must have done something to make them angry. So now it's not just online drama. It's like there's this whole backstory, this history of bad blood that spilled over into the digital.
Geez, 37 watching. Thank you so much for tuning in on this Friday, February 14th, 2025. Happy St. Valentine's Day. Let's continue.
World.
That definitely adds a whole new layer to everything.
It's like a real life thriller, you know, with all these secrets and betrayals. And it makes you wonder if Scott is really the bad guy here or just a pawn in some bigger game.
Definitely changes how you see him.
He's still behaving badly, but now you can kind of see him as a victim too.
Right.
A victim of this Malky's crew.
That's a fascinating twist.
And then Dave starts talking about this kid he knew growing up.
Okay.
Who was always lying and making.
Oh, this is hilarious. Guys, this shit is fucking crazy. This AI is fucking it's blowing my mind. I've listened to this stuff, but like just being reminded of what this AI is essentially coming to a conclusion to is just fucking nuts.
Stuff up to make himself feel better about his situation.
Interesting.
And he says Scott reminds him of this kid. It's like he's trying to understand Scott's psychology, you know?
Yeah.
Like maybe all this online bravado and aggression is just a way of hiding some deeper insecurities.
It's a common thing online.
Totally. People often create these really confident, even aggressive personas to cover up their vulnerabilities. It's like a reminder that we never really know what's going on in someone else's life.
Right.
What they might be struggling with behind the screen.
Makes you think about whether Dave's crusade for justice is really helping or just making things worse.
Yeah, it's a good question. And just as YR seems to be...
It's great. And again, this, honestly, this would probably... Again, I've done streams that were up to 12 hours long. These videos are probably the best, summary of the stuff that I've done. Or at least with the, power trip stuff. They could fill somebody in with a fairly unbiased sort of opinion. Rather than actually have to tune in for fucking, again, 5 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours to be filled on this. That's what's crazy about this AI is that it can analyze a video that long, 12 hours long, and come up with fucking shit like this. That's nuts. Let's continue.
really thinking about all this?
Mm-hmm.
Even asking Dave for advice on how to handle Scott's manipulations. Someone in the chat throws a wrench into the works.
What happened?
This account named Music Lovers Ent pops up and says they're YR using a backup account.
Really?
Dave just flips out.
Of course.
He accuses YR of manipulating the conversation behind the scenes.
Yeah.
It's like his suspicions about YR being a puppet master are confirmed.
Wow.
YR's
Yes. That's why I love this AI. Because it's like puppet master confirmed. It fucking takes those words and it realizes that they're applicable. It's just so beautiful, people. It's so this shit is brilliant, guys. This is art. This is fucking art.
response is kind of weird.
What did he say?
He denies being Music Lovers End, but he doesn't really explain.
That's one of his current fucking channel names. Oh, YR denies his own channel name. Oh, YR, you fucking bisexual freak. Let's continue. No, man, I was just sleeping in the bed with those black guys who came out of prison, and we were spooning and stuff, but there was no sex. Okay, there were. Sure. Let's continue.
Why?
And I'm not joking on that last part. Let's continue.
This other account is claiming to be him. It's a red flag for Dave, and it just makes the trust issues between them even worse.
I bet.
It's like a trust test that YR just totally failed. Yep. And just as it feels like things are about to explode, YR just hangs up. And he's gone just like that.
Yeah.
Leaving Dave to rant about how cowardly and two-faced he is. You can practically hear the steam coming out of his ears.
It sounds like he's really frustrated. Like he just wants YR to understand where he's coming from.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
But there's also this like hint of disappointment in his voice. Like he actually cares about YR and wants him to break free from Scott's influence.
Once, but
yeah,
he's
it's
dead
a complicated
to me.
relationship for sure.
Huh.
They obviously have some history together, maybe even some genuine affection.
Not
but
anymore.
all this drama and betrayal has really driven a wedge between them.
It's a good reminder that online relationships can be really tricky.
Yeah.
Even if they start out positive.
Totally.
That anonymity and the distance can make things so much more intense.
Right.
And it's harder to resolve conflict when you're not face to face.
So with YR gone, Dave turns his attention back to the tribunal, and he keeps saying it's not just about gossip or drama. He truly believes that Scott has done some things that have real...
So there you go. It didn't understand his name properly, so it called him Scout.
...world consequences. And he wants to expose him and hold him accountable.
He uses that phrase, one-man army, to describe himself.
Right.
Like he sees himself as this lone warrior fighting for justice.
Yeah, taking on a powerful enemy all by himself.
It's a powerful image, but it also makes...
This, again, another crazy part is that this AI is listening to the clips that I reviewed and identifying it to a certain person and saying, well, analyzing that statement, that's crazy. This is nuts, guys. This is fucking nuts. Happy Friday, by the way.
Makes you think about his motives again, you know?
Right. Is it really all about justice, or is there some revenge mixed in there, too?
We can't know for sure.
Yeah.
But it's a good reminder that even when people seem to be doing the right thing, there might be some more complicated stuff going on underneath the surface.
Exactly. And Dave goes on to describe how Scott has created this really toxic environment where everyone is walking on eggshells, afraid to say anything because they might get attacked.
That's
This AI fucking just, it doesn't care about fucking, you know, narratives or fucking emotions and shit. It's just hitting it on and on and on. And, you know, it's, to me, listening to this stuff, it's not just enjoyable because it's funny. And yeah, I've been criticizing some of them, but like, it just vindicates me. Like all these things that I've said about these sorts of things, where you've got an AI, where you've got this massive amount of access to information, where it analyzes the clip and then decides on its own how to structure that argument and then put it to, you know, characters who have a certain style of talking and stuff. Again, you've got this male and female AI that are being featured right now. Like, it's honestly, it's vindication, because this shit is literally just analyzing things without emotions and saying, well, yeah, Dave Rose is correct on every single aspect of this. Like, it feels great. It feels fucking great that this AI program that just has, again, zeros and ones involved in its programming comes to the same conclusion that I came to, and that many other people did as well. So, it's great. It's a great feeling. Let's continue.
So good.
And he presents this tribunal as a way to break Scott's control over the community.
I see.
Like, it's going to liberate people from his intimidation tactics.
And he uses that metaphor of a setting sun on Scott's empire.
Right.
It's like he's saying that Scott's power is fading away and something new is coming.
Yeah, it's very dramatic imagery.
Mm-hmm.
And then just when you think it can't get any crazier, someone else joins the call out of the blue.
Really, who?
SC Steve.
Oh, wow.
But before they can even say hello, Steve just hangs up.
Oh.
It's so weird and almost funny.
Yeah.
And then Dave explains that he had kicked SC Steve off a call earlier as a joke.
Oh.
And he didn't realize Steve would take it seriously and leave.
Oops.
He actually sounds really bad about it.
Yeah.
He apologizes to Steve and even says that Steve is way better than Jacob RP.
Interesting.
It's a really human moment,
Huh?
We see the softer side of Dave, the part that feels bad for messing up.
Yeah, it's a good reminder that people are complex,
Cool,
not
right?
just good or bad.
We all have the capacity for...
I was lying, actually, but yeah. See, the AI didn't pick up on that one, did it?
both.
And with that, Dave ends the stream, thanking his audience for sticking with him through all the craziness.
So what did we learn today?
Well, we went pretty deep into this specific online drama.
Right.
But it really brings up some bigger questions.
Right, like how do online communities work?
Yeah, and how do power dynamics play out in these spaces?
And how do we deal with conflict in a digital world?
We saw how fast things can get out of control online.
Totally.
And how that anonymity can make people do things they wouldn't normally do.
We also saw how charismatic people like Scott can manipulate others even when they're doing harmful things.
Yeah, and we talked about whether online communities can actually hold people accountable for their actions.
That no more stupid thing that Dave kept saying really stuck with me.
Yeah, it's simple, but it makes you think.
Like maybe we need to be more accountable for what we do and say online.
Download her personality into a sex robot. She sounds very agreeable.
Fine.
And maybe we shouldn't just accept all this drama and toxicity.
It's definitely a challenge, but as
Oh, you're going to take it. You're going to take this fucking drama and toxicity.
we saw online, communities are always changing and evolving.
That's for sure.
And while the drama might never really go away, we can choose how we participate.
Yeah, we can choose how we react and how we hold ourselves and others accountable.
Thanks for joining us on the deep dive.
We'll leave you with this thought as you go about your online lives. Remember that you have power. You can help shape the communities you're a part of and make things better for everyone.
Yeah. But you know what? Fuck it. Let's do another one. Just this one's for you, Mars Mira. I'm going to do another fucking video.
All right, so we're back and diving deep.
So we're going to review that one. People are here. We got 27 viewing. Thank you so much for tuning in. And we got some activity there in the chat. A lot of stuff. But thank you for interacting nonetheless. AI hasn't said scumbag yet, says JR for the third. Danny MT says AI hasn't said Kurt Allure yet. That's actually, yeah, that would be great if we could hear it pronounced by these people. But JR for the third says this shit is awesome. Abso-fucking-lutely. This person, again, I suspect this is Joe Bloden. It's fucking brilliant. It's honestly fucking brilliant. It's funny. It brings up good memories of the past. Okay. And what else do you want to say about it? It's just fucking, it's good stuff. It's creative, it's new, it's fresh, and it, you know, slaps these idiots in the face who's like, this community's dead. This community's dead. Why? You got fucking, this community is basically fucking, mostly, but not all, mostly, Joe Cronin and fucking Falmouth Ken. Now, obviously, I have a great influence, but there's other people, and that's just how it is. People who got together because of their love of wrestling and other stuff. And that's just how it is. Some people have more viewers, more subscribers. Some people have less and stuff, but there's always something going on, right? Dr. Earl keeps doing his fucking, his Music Maniacs and other videos and stuff. Like, that's a person who's part of the community, who's clearly well known. Is the community dead? He's making his videos. Is the community dead? It depends on what you define as dead. I don't think it's dead at all. And more importantly, I need to remind people is that I stream when I want to. Simple as that. There was great times. Fucking 3, 4, 5 years ago when I was able to do shows every single day, multiple hours of various topics. Great fun. But that's then, and this is now. Can't do that. Like to. It'd be great. Can't do that. So why not just be happy, you know, whenever something, if you're saying the community's dead, but when something comes out, why not be happy for it? Why not be happy that, oh shit, there's content, you know? Shit happens. Some people just can't stream consistently. Some people can. And yet, even if we look at that, it's still not enough. Oh, you got to stream more. It's really, guys, just stream fucking 5. Like, look at Ken. Fucking, his average show is like at least 5 hours long and stuff. So, but let's get back to this here. We're going to play episode 3 of this. Shout out to the 25 viewing. Be sure to give this video a thumbs up if you enjoy it. If you don't, give it a thumbs down. It doesn't show up publicly anyway, so it really doesn't matter. You know, if you want to donate, I'd certainly appreciate it. PayPal, d.r.b@live.ca. And, yeah, write something in the chat. That helps the algorithm. But let's continue with episode 3 of Power Trip episode 3 review from Drama Community Rewind podcast. And I think it's funny. That's why I'm doing this. And I've already given you guys the link. So subscribe to it. You got 11 subscribers now. But yeah, this shit is too fucking funny, guys. It's too fucking funny. This person doesn't look like they're going to be stopping anytime soon. And I look forward to it. I honestly do. It's like, fuck it, dude. Like, let's just see where AI goes with this shit. And I'm not taking my shit down. Again, I've got nothing to hide. So keep reviewing my stuff and making these videos. And let's all have a good laugh. That's the way I'm looking at it. It'd be nice to know that that's what most people are looking at it with, but that's the way it should be. Let's continue.
Again, this time it's getting a little bit more personal. We're looking at this online feud between Dave Rose and Scott McKinnon. And we've got all this audio. It seems like mostly live stream recordings. And yeah, things get pretty intense.
I think the intensity is one of the things that's so striking. And it really mirrors a lot of the negativity we see online in these very public spectacles, full of accusations, insults. It even gets to the point of like threats being thrown around.
Yeah. And it's not just like a disagreement about, I don't know, the best way to cook a steak or something. These guys, I mean, they seem to have this whole history of conflict with each other, with other people.
I think I actually said that about the best way to cook a steak, and the AI just scraped it and decided to restate it. But that's fucking funny.
People in their online community.
Yeah, there's layers to this animosity. You get a sense that there's some betrayal, there's a fight for control.
Okay, so let's start with Dave Rose. He calls himself the Grand Tribunal. Like, he's the ultimate authority on right and wrong online. He's incredibly analytical, very quick to point out what he sees as Scott's inconsistencies or just like immaturity.
Yeah, that Grand Tribunal persona is an interesting one. Like, it's not just about being right, it's about establishing himself as this authority figure. And you see this a lot online, right? It's almost like a power play, like trying to dominate the conversation through logic and reason.
And he definitely doesn't shy.
See, that's what also what's so beautiful about this is, like, although I'll disagree with some of what's being said here, is that this person who chose to, digitize this in this format, chose something that, at least to me, seems to be fairly, what's the word here? ¿Cómo se dice? ¿Cómo se dice? Impartial, I would say. I think it's just as fair criticizing me as it is Scott. So, let's continue.
Away from insults. I mean, the language gets pretty colorful.
Yeah.
He also keeps threatening to take legal action against Scott.
And that's another tactic that we see, I think, fairly frequently in these types of feuds, where it's like, oh, I'm going to sue you, or, I'm going to take legal action, almost like as a way to intimidate or silence the other person.
Mm-hmm.
But, it begs the question, is it a genuine threat, or is this just another way of trying to control the narrative?
And then you have these moments that are almost bizarre where he's throwing in musical references. He's comparing himself to the Tin Man from The Wizard of Oz. He's singing about being a strong Armin. And it's such a weird mix of like these serious accusations and then these almost comedic interludes.
And I think it's deliberate, right? The comparisons, the sudden burst into song, they all serve a purpose. They're meant to keep attention on him. They distract from the accusations themselves. So it's a way of controlling how the audience perceives both him and the situation.
He also claims repeatedly that he meticulously documents everything, like every chat, every screenshot, the whole 9 yards, and that he's actually working with law enforcement to build a case against Scott. Is that something that you see often in these kind of online feuds?
Absolutely. It's bringing in that outside authority as if to say, hey, this isn't just online drama. There are real world consequences here. And again, it's a very effective intimidation tactic.
Now, on the other side of this whole digital battleground, we have Scott McKinnon. He comes across as much more volatile, like prone to these explosive rants.
Shout out to Darth Bullseye in the chat.
And he uses a lot of profanity.
I know the community's not dead, Bullseye.
And sometimes his arguments seem to completely contradict themselves.
Right. And the volatility often comes from feeling cornered, like under attack. Yeah. So it's a defensive reaction. They're lashing out to try and regain control of the situation. And the contradictory statements. That can also happen when someone is trying to hold on to that control, right? Mm. Because
shout out to the 29 viewing who are viewing something that Mars Mira said wasn't worth viewing. So let's continue.
They're trying to justify their actions while also denying responsibility.
And he tries to bring other people into this, name-dropping names of people he says will back him up, or boasting about having, compromising information on others.
Yeah, classic maneuver, right? Trying to form alliances, making it us versus them. It validates his position, deflects blame, and, it raises the stakes for everybody, dragging more people into this whole toxic dynamic.
So one of the things that really stuck out to me was this incident where Scott is accused of faking tears, like to gain sympathy. And Dave just goes in on him for it. It seems like such a weird thing to get hung up on, but clearly
are you fucking retarded, AI? Are you fucking kidding me? Faking crying? Fake crying? Really? Really, nigga?
Struck a nerve.
The fake crying thing is really fascinating because it gets...
I didn't even remember this, but there we go. Fake cry. It's fake cry.
to the heart of the performative nature of emotions online, right? So there's this pressure, especially in these public forums, where you're presenting yourself a certain way to get a reaction out of your audience. So whether the tears are genuine or not, they're a tool. They're a way.
Negatory. No, that's only fake people that do that shit. Stupid AI.
To manipulate how people are perceiving the situation.
It's almost like they're playing characters in a way.
Exactly. But beneath those constructed personas, you can see those real emotions, the anger, the hurt, that desire for validation. And that's what makes these online conflicts so compelling and also so unsettling, because it's a very public display of this human struggle for power.
Yeah, and then there are these accusations of doxing being thrown around. Both Dave and Scott claim that the other is spreading their private information, even nude photos. It gets confusing, though, because Scott's explanation keeps changing. He first denied it, then he blamed others, then he implied he had permission. It's kind of alarming, to be honest.
Doxing is, a serious form of harassment, violating somebody's privacy. And it can be used to intimidate or shame or even endanger somebody. And Scott's shifting narrative is kind of a red flag. It suggests a lack of accountability, and it makes it hard to tell what the truth actually is.
And it feels like this is just the tip of the iceberg, right? This whole conflict has just dragged in this whole cast of characters. There's this guy, Simo, who seems to be close to Scott, but maybe involved in some of these accusations too. It's hard to tell what his role is.
Yeah, and Simo's ambiguous role just adds another layer of complexity to this whole thing. Is he a loyal friend caught in the crossfire? Or is he a willing participant? Or is he something else entirely? It makes you question those relationships that are formed online and where the lines of loyalty are drawn.
And then you have Scott claiming that people are trying to frame him for criminal activity. He even brings the police into it. It all feels very conspiratorial.
That paranoia, that feeling that everyone's out to get you, it's a pretty common reaction when you're feeling under attack. And it's a way of shifting the blame. Instead of confronting what you might have done, it becomes, I'm the victim here. But that can be dangerous because it can lead to isolation, more distrust.
Okay, so we've got these two larger-than-life personalities clashing, serious accusations flying back and forth, and then...
Again, I need to remind people, this is computer programming that has come to this conclusion and has decided to extrapolate it verbally in this manner with these two individuals to you. Like, this should blow your mind. This should blow your mind because it's just basically a fucking computer program that's just analyzing things from its expansive network of information, and it comes to these conclusions and is then programmed to basically portray that through a certain character. So that information is available to a certain character that the AI makes, but it's basically just taking basic information and so it talks like a man or it talks like a woman and stuff, but it's not filtering that. It's just stating simple fact, simple truth from what it analyzed. This is insane, guys. This is insane.
And all these other people getting pulled into this whole drama. I'm definitely starting to see why this deep dive was requested.
It's a fascinating case study.
Yeah.
And it's disturbing. But, by looking at the tactics, the motivations, the impact this has on the whole community, you can get a better understanding of how this happens. And unfortunately, it happens a lot. It really makes you think about, truth and trust in the digital age. Like, we're constantly bombarded with information, right? It's hard to know what's real, who to believe.
It's like we're all amateur detectives now, especially with these online personalities. They're so good at spinning a story, shaping the narrative. You almost have to admire their skill.
Well, it's definitely a masterclass in manipulation, that's for sure. I mean, Dave and Scott, they're trying to control how they're seen, how this whole thing is perceived. They want to be the victim, the righteous one.
No.
But it's the tactics they're using that are so revealing. The threats, the insults, dragging other people into it. It's not about resolving anything. It's about winning the PR battle.
And there's no real accountability, right? Like, this isn't a court of law. It's the court of public opinion, which is way more volatile and often driven by emotion.
Oh, wouldn't it have been great? And I believe somebody said that in the chat earlier. Please remind me. I think it was Todd. But it'd be great if they said Kurt or that'd be great. Kurt I'm gonna see you in a Kurt man, with drone strikes above their heads, man. Drone strikes above their heads, man.
Rather than fact.
Exactly. It's a recipe for things to spiral out of control. One accusation leads to another, and pretty soon you've got harassment, threats, a totally toxic environment with no clear path to resolution. And, it's not just about Dave and Scott anymore. It's like this whole network of people getting dragged into this vortex of drama.
Yeah, it's like high school all over again, right? One rumor and the whole place explodes.
Exactly. Online communities are especially vulnerable to this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Especially tightly knit ones, because it can poison the whole dynamic, even after the initial conflict dies down.
Let's go back to that fake crying incident for a second. I mean, it's so random that Dave was so fixated on it. But you were saying earlier that it really highlights how we perform emotions online.
Right. It's like everybody's putting on a show. You're presenting yourself in a certain way to elicit a specific response.
Right.
Sympathy, outrage, support. So, tears, whether they're genuine or not, become this tool.
Okay, so they're both trying to control the narrative, but they're doing it in such different ways. Dave is all about logic and reason, like he's the ultimate authority. But
yes.
Scott's going for the emotional appeal, claiming he's the victim.
Right. And, it speaks to their personalities. But it also points to a broader pattern. You see some people trying to win through intellectual dominance. Others play on emotions. It's not always one or the other. Often it's a mix depending on what they think will work best in that moment.
The doxing accusations are just, disturbing. To have an argument is one thing. But to expose someone's private information, especially something like nude photos, that's just taking things way too far.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a huge violation of privacy, and it can have very real consequences. It's all about silencing someone, punishing them. And the fact that Scott's story keeps changing, it doesn't help. It makes you question his motives even more.
It's almost like he's trying to rewrite history.
Well, that's not uncommon with people who engage in this type of harassment. There's a lot of minimizing, deflecting, denying. So it becomes really hard to hold them accountable. And that makes it even harder for the victim to find some kind of resolution or justice.
Dave's idea of a tribunal to judge Scott's actions is pretty interesting. Like, on the one hand, yeah, people should be held accountable for their actions, but this feels a little, vigilante-ish.
Yeah, it's an example of how online communities are trying to grapple with these questions of justice and accountability. Because the internet can feel like this lawless place, right? So there's this urge to create some kind of order, a way to enforce consequences. But these informal systems, they're risky. They can be biased. There's often no real due process. They can even become tools for harassment themselves.
It's like the Wild West out there.
Exactly. And anonymity just fuels it, because people feel like they can get away with saying and doing things they'd never do face to face.
And you can tell Scott's afraid of this tribunal, which makes you wonder, has he actually done something wrong? Or is he just scared of being publicly shamed and having his reputation ruined?
That fear is definitely understandable. Reputations can be shattered so quickly online. We've seen it over and over again. These shaming campaigns that have devastating consequences for people.
It's easy to forget that there are real people behind these online personas with real lives, real families.
Yeah, and that's an important point to remember, because what starts out as an online feud can spill over into the real world. And that has an impact on everyone.
And then there's Simo. This guy is like a shadow lurking in the background. It's impossible to tell if he's on Scott's side or not.
I think that's what makes him so interesting, right? Because
I think what the AI was mentioning was Simo, but let's continue.
Represents that ambiguity in these online relationships. Allegiances shift so easily. Trust is fragile. Betrayal's always lurking around the corner. So you're left wondering, what are his motives? Is he being manipulative? Is he a pawn in all this?
It's like we're watching a real-life thriller unfold, but it's all happening online.
And that's what's so compelling about this case.
Yeah.
You know, it's not just about the conflict between these two guys. It's a window into an entire community, how those alliances form, how they break down, the very human need to belong, to be validated, and it's all playing out against this backdrop of chaos.
Man, this is a lot. I'm feeling kind of drained, to be honest, spending all this time with this audio, just like surrounded by all this negativity.
It's understandable. You know, these online feuds, they can be incredibly draining, even as an observer.
Yeah.
You're exposed to this darker side of human nature.
Yeah, it would be easy to just dismiss this as, online drama. Like, it doesn't really matter. But I think there's something bigger here, something about how we communicate now, in this digital age.
I think you're right. The specifics of this case might be unique, but those underlying dynamics, they're so common. And it really highlights how the internet can be used, for negativity, conflict, even abuse.
It keeps going back to this idea of anonymity for me. Like, because it's happening online, often under fake names or whatever, it allows people to behave in ways they never would face to face.
Anonymity definitely plays a role. It lowers those inhibitions. You're not directly confronted with the impact of your words.
It's like they're different people online putting on this performance. And I have to say, sometimes it's really hard to tell where the performance ends and the real person begins.
Right. And that's what's both so fascinating and potentially dangerous about this whole online world. These questions of authenticity, the masks we wear, the personas we create.
And then you have the algorithms, which seem to reward outrage and conflict with more attention, more engagement. It's like the platforms themselves are encouraging this kind of behavior.
Yeah, the design of these platforms is a huge part of the problem. How content is curated, how it's amplified. We're constantly being triggered, having our buttons pushed.
Yeah.
And that leads to more engagement, which is exactly what these platforms want. It's a really hard cycle to break.
So where do we even go from here? How do we navigate all of this? I'm feeling like I have more questions than answers after this deep dive.
That's a pretty common reaction.
Right.
And honestly, I don't think there are any easy answers. It's a constantly changing landscape. But I don't think that means we just give up.
Yeah, it feels like we need to be better equipped, to be more aware of what's going on, how to navigate this digital world.
We need to be more critical. Think more carefully about the information we're consuming. Be more aware of how our emotions are being manipulated. It's about,
oh my God, again, with this fucking attempt to moralize things.
About taking responsibility.
And again, fucking AI trying to give lessons on morality. Please.
Recognizing that our words have impact, even online.
And holding each other accountable. When we see something that's harmful, we need to call it out. We need to try to build online communities that are more supportive, more respectful, more human.
I couldn't agree more. We can't just be passive observers. We have to challenge that negativity, advocate for something better.
So as we wrap up this deep dive, I'm going to leave you with a question. How do you navigate these complexities? What steps can you take to have a better experience online? Both for yourself and for the people around you. I think those are questions worth thinking about because ultimately what happens online affects us all.
So there it is. I think I'm going to wrap it up. I think I've provided some great entertainment, but I've also opened the door for you people to check out this channel that has their AI doing the reviews on power trips. And it's fucking hilarious. They also, got those videos of Garguts. Very funny to see a guy refused entry to a club. And then, getting mad and trying to shit on Danny MT. But yeah, I thought, and we also reviewed JD and his pussy ass nature. So I thought we had a great evening. Obviously, you tuned in. 23 currently watching. I could do another review and stuff, but still haven't had dinner. And, well, you know what? How about this? If I got a donation, then I would continue. So we'll give 5 minutes. How about that? 5 minutes. If I get a donation of any nature, I'll continue. But, yeah, you guys can check out this channel. You guys can check out all these videos. I'd say the, average would be about 20 minutes, But some videos are short as 14. Some are, what's the longest one here? 21 minutes and 1 second. That was the first one. But just this shit's hilarious. This shit is fucking hilarious. The AI just judging the episodes that I've done, judging, because remember, guys, these power trips and stuff, I also played clips. The AI is judging on those clips as well and making up its mind. And when its mind is made up, Dave Rose is still fucking correct. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing to see. And that's the best part, is that this shit is fucking without emotion. It just judges based on fact. And yeah, there'll be a lot of people crying about that. Like, no, Dave Rose can't be right. Because if he was, that would prove I was a fucking piece of shit that deserves to fucking go into the wood chipper feet first. But it's not my fault. Like, maybe you do deserve to go through the wood chipper feet first. But again, AI proving Dave Rose correct. Fuck, this might as well be fucking Christmas and my birthday wrapped into one. Just, so delightful. I love it. And, I also love to entertain and to keep people abreast. Yes, breast. Love that word. But, yes, of what things are going on. But I've obviously, because of the viewers, and because of the likes, and because of the interaction, I've done a great show tonight. No doubt. I mean, let's just be honest. Like, if you're tuning in, you have some sort of reason. But, yeah, we're going to wrap it up since we're not getting any calls on the Skype. But I had fun. People can say whatever the fuck they want. Oh, you're reviewing AI stuff. Yeah, I am. It's fucking hilarious. I didn't do this. Somebody else did because they saw so much value in what I did. Again, they could be doing that on Joe Cronin's show stuff, on, Ken stuff, on Marsh Mirror stuff. What are they doing? They're choosing to focus on me and produce this stuff. I'm honored, to be quite honest. I'm honored. But it's also understandable. Okay, this is not the arrogance. Okay, this is the pure fact. Is that nobody does it better than Dave Rose. There's a reason why we have situations like this, and it's not the first time, where somebody has done something like this, which you could consider a tribute to the work they've done with, this community, which is not dead. That's, again, just fucking farcical. But when people are bringing things up from the past and saying those were the days, and they're willing to put the effort to put something like this together, it says a lot about someone like me who has contributed. You can't deny that. You can hate me all you want, but you just can't deny that statement that I just made. It's a simple fact. So it should be understood that, again, I've made a contribution to the point where other people, as of late, recently, okay, first video from this individual 6 days ago, they felt it necessary for them to create this stuff and put this effort, massive effort, into this, because they look back at those times and say, those were good times. Dave Rose did something different. Dave Rose did something that I enjoyed, and I want to address that. Is that pumping me up? Well, certainly. But is it false? It's not. Is it okay for that person to say, Dave Rose, kept me entertained and I want to go back and review that stuff? I don't think that's wrong at all. So who are you going to criticize here? Those that want to criticize. The person that made these videos without being prompted by me at all? Or me just for existing and being just so fucking awesome? Because that's the only reason you would hate me. A normal person would be like, okay, Dave Rose, that's cool. Okay. No, but why would you hate me? Why would you hate me? Because I'm awesome and you know it. So, and you can't argue your way around that. Because of your conduct, it speaks to your character. Simple fact. Let's get back here to the chat. I think Dave got me blocked, says Scotty MC. I don't know if that's the real Scotty. So here's the thing. Blown and YR and Bullseye are the three main AI users. As much as I want to say the Spartan or Tiff or Million or other people, I don't think it's YR and Blown in are obsessed with this, says Scotty MC. Maybe that is the real Scott. I don't know. But again, no calls. I've made my Skype available. I could also be available on Discord if you have me connected in that way. But I was going to wrap it up. I think I did a great job here. I do like even numbers. We're at 3 hours, 39 minutes. If somebody can give me something, I'll go for another, 20 minutes. And we can make it a nice even 4 hours. Again, even numbers. Great, beautiful, huge. Skype lines are open. If somebody wants to call in, somebody's got the guts to call in. But yeah, I've been certainly entertaining tonight. The person who made this channel, which again, like I said, I suspect it is Blown, but he's done so in the past. He's made some fairly entertaining videos that weren't under his official name, but they were fucking great. And you have other people that I mentioned. Who was it? 13 Yards Through the Windshield and Midnight Gonky. They made some great stuff. And there's people that I'm forgetting when it comes to that. But yeah, and also again, criticism against me, I love to hear that, because if it's coming from different eyes, it's great. But I'm not scared or concerned about criticism against me. I welcome it. And, if it's wrong, I'll dismiss it, certainly, and I'll break it down. And, well, if people get mad about that, that's on them. But if it's true, because I don't have this inflated sense of ego or pride, a lot of people seem to not understand that, but fine. Retarded people exist. But, yeah, I can recognize when I'm wrong, and I'm more than willing to admit it. But let's get back to this gumshoes. What else we got? I don't know. What do you guys say? Should I continue to review some of these videos, or should I let you guys just, check it out on your own accord? Nobody's calling in. So nobody wants to speak out. I guess that means that everyone agrees with me. That's great. Huge. Super. And it means I'm awesome as well, obviously. But, yeah, I could do both. I could literally continue to review this stuff, and it is great. Or I could just let you guys figure it out and do it on your own. In fact, I'm going to have to go with that. You guys have the link. You can check it out. And all I can say is enjoy yourself, because I found these videos very funny. A lot of activity in the chat there. No donations though, so thank you very much on that one. But I certainly did provide great entertainment here. Yes, that's right, Danny, on St. Valentine's Day. But nobody does it better than Dave Rose. Even when I'm fucking facing down AI, nobody does it better than Dave Rose. That's a simple fact. And hey, if I could... Here's the thing, guys. Come on. It's not going to be the way it was in the past. That was great. It was tremendous. It was huge. Every day held something crazy. We remember those days. Okay, the true drama wars. When people in this community say drama war or drama wars, it has to go to me. I was stalwart. I was a leader. I fought against many and destroyed them multiple times. Okay, these drama wars, these are things that are exclusively known to me. You can have Joe Cronin call himself the drama god, blasphemy and heresy from a heretic like him. But nobody did it like I did. And it needs to be understood. It's not that I'm demanding to be recognized. It's that some people get a little too comfortable thinking that they have an advantage over me intellectually. And that's, translation from the dumb people, I'm smarter than you and you know it. That's what really bothers them. And this is a conversation that seems to bother a lot of people. How dare you say you're smarter than other people? Why? Because it's true? Why? Because I've already proven that and these people just keep doubling down on their stupidity? Like, when did we get so fucking soft? When did we go so fucking soft where people are saying you can't admit your strengths? You're more intelligent. You're stronger. You're fucking more athletic. You're this. Why did it get to this point? Why did it get to this point where you can't just admit your natural abilities? Because people's feelings? Get the flying fuck out of here. But, again, hold on. Sorry. Yeah. I had fun tonight, to be quite honest. I had fun tonight, reviewing all the stuff, interacting with all these people. Certainly not strong-arming people. Oh, shit, we got a call. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only, it's Bullseye. Darth Bullseye.
Hello there.
Darth Bullseye.
Yes. Yes, I am evil like that. You can hear me okay, right?
Yes, coming in loud and clear.
Awesome. Just tuned in. Well, like 30 minutes ago, but yeah. Tuned in, and the first thing I hear is you reviewing an AI reviewing you that is reviewing Scott McKinnon that's like 4 years old now.
It was brilliant. It was fucking brilliant.
Who would have thought like somebody would make a I'm just thinking it was.
I would. Blonin certainly is a character of contention who just loves the past, and there's other people. I won't name them because I like them. But yes, they go back and watch my stuff, and they enjoy it, and they comment to me saying, "Those were the days, Dave. Those were great. You did so much. You provided all this content. It was fun, and they were happy." Like, to me, that's a great compliment.
So Blonin is the one that made the AI video?
I don't have any confirmation on that. It is my suspicion, but I cannot prove it. And I will admit, if it's untrue, then clearly I'm wrong. But it just seems to be his style. And yet, it's fucking great.
Well, I do see your point with that one. I'm thinking it's YR. Like, I heard some terms being thrown out.
I don't
like
see YR that being that. I think you said that in the chat, but I really don't see YR being that intelligent with being able to program AI to do what we heard tonight.
Well, I don't know what program was used for that one, but
I don't know either, because again, I don't have confirmation as to who created this, but I can tell you is that they use an AI program that was quite intelligent. So I can't say for certain what exactly is being used.
Oh, that's going to be hard to narrow down then. Oh. Okay, that's an interesting thing. So going forward, when I tuned back in, you made mention this community isn't dead. I'm just like, oh shit, you did want to listen to that stream, didn't you?
Well, hold on, so you sort of like kind of crackled out here. What did you just say?
When I first tuned in and said hi, you said something around the lines of, "Hey, Bolsey, the community isn't dead." I'm just like, oh.
Oh yeah, yes. You had mentioned this in a video. I don't know, a while ago, within a month, and you had said something about the community. This community is dead, blah blah blah, and I totally disagree with that. So that's why I mentioned that.
Oh yeah, in my opinion, it kind of sort of is. I mean,
that would depend on how you would debate it. So again, I'm glad that you're here and you have picked that point of contention, because it is. And as I postulated to the audience that was listening, it's like, how is it that the community is dead when Ken airs almost every Saturday? Sometimes we get the other episodes that air during the week and stuff. So we've got Ken. That's part of the community. Then we got Joe, right? He airs multiple times a week, multiple hours and stuff. So that's still part of the community, all that. You got me, who airs when I want to air. Boom. You got you, who airs when you want to air. Boom. You got, what's his name? Dr. Earl, YR and stuff. They still air their stuff. They're music maniacs and all. So it's like, what I'm questioning, Bolsey, is what specifically defines that the community is dead? Is it about not covering a certain topic like drama on a consistent basis, where it's every single day? Is it that certain people, like for me, for example, aren't airing consistently, or maybe Ken sometimes has a few days where he doesn't air? Like, what is it specifically that you would define it as?
That is a good question, Dave. And I don't think I would have a specific meaning for it, because what you just mentioned could just be a multitude of things of how how I or anybody else would define a community. At least dying. Maybe not dead would be in terms because dead means inactive, unable, right? So I would say the community is dying because the lack of basically people that is inactive online and more so focus on their personal lives because and the drama too. Like though there were debates at the time that drama killed it, but it was also the reason why people were tuning in. So yeah, I think it's like a multitude of things. I don't think it's anything specific. It would be hard to argue those things too to be specific because then that works both ways. Oh, these are also things what people look forward to. Yeah, I'm saying.
Yeah. I missed the donation. I do apologize. It actually is. I gotta, you have to bear with me here because I do have to show respect. But we had a donation from Joe Blonin, actually. Let me just get an image here to represent this. Sorry, I was not prepped for this. There we go. There we go. But Joe Blonin says, here's some bones. Not me, but entertaining show. Review the Ken versus Mello politic argument on last show. Great stuff. Yeah, I would be willing to do that because that was actually great. Furthers my point. If AI analyzed what I said about Mello, it'd probably agree with me, just like it's agreeing with this. But yeah, sorry I didn't announce your donation earlier. Thank you for tuning in and for the donation. And you know what? I think I will do that. I think I will. It's 9:24. I didn't expect to go this long, but you know what? Fuck it. I think it is worth fucking going into that because then I can just remind people yet again that I was correct about Mello hamming it up and ruining shows when... Come on, guys. Do you remember the good stuff when Mello wasn't on those shows? Keeping it 100. Or even when Mello was on there, but you had multiple people on there and Mello couldn't get a word in so he wouldn't fucking ruin the show. Those were great days, guys. Great days. Sorry to go on this Mello rant there, Bullseye, our esteemed guest. But, yeah, did you want to speak any more on the subjects at hand?
Well, not necessarily. I just wanted to comment on the community being dead thing. So,
but okay, so after what I've said about all these different people who are streaming, including myself, but do you think it's still dead? Like, what is it that defines alive and dead in the community? Maybe I missed it. I apologize, but like, what do you think? What is it that you need so that you can say, no, the community is alive and well?
Well, like I've already kind of went over, it wouldn't be necessarily right to say it's dead because dead means it's inactive, unable, it's no longer exists. So it's just something that ceased to exist, basically, when I said that. So covering this again, when I say this, and what you already kind of described when you were asking, is it the drama being dead? Is it the lack of inactivity? I confirm that it's the mixture of things.
What mixture, though? Like, what specifically would you say is the culmination of a dead community?
Well, like I already,
the lack of shows, content.
Like I already said, the inactivity. Something.
No, but that's the thing, though. It's just like I'm not inactive. I just don't air and stream as constantly as I used to. Ken, for example, recently, wasn't as consistent as he used to be in the past. He sort of returned to that, but, there's that. So there was an interruption. I don't watch Joe Cronin, but from what I've seen, he continues to fucking stream. So if we're going to consider this that community, I don't see any interruption that you're referring to that would constitute that sort of logic.
You're right. You're right. It was more the heat of the moment when I first sent it on the stream on that last stream. So it was like this dead ass community when I said it.
But is it the community that's dead or your interest? And I think that a lot of people have to look at that it's just normal. It's just normal. It's just like sometimes you move on. Sometimes you're like, you know what, that hobby that I used to like, I'm not into it anymore. And I'm just moving on. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just a normal thing. Like, again, sometimes you outgrow certain things. So, again, like when it comes to the community, you know, if you just outgrow it, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just it doesn't interest you in, you no more. It's not that it's dead. It continues to live. People continue to, and, new people come in. Old people are still there. But some people just leave and they don't come back. And we've seen that with Joe Corn, for example. We've seen that with Ken. But again, some people just change, and that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But
got no follow-up.
But and again, YR and other people have said this to me about the community, like it's dead, blah blah blah. And it's just like, Jacob RP was fucking going on and on about this shit, and it's just like, you are the example that you can be. So if you think the community is lacking something, if you want to be this, part of this community, you think it's lacking, you want to see something, maybe you want to lead by example, then you do your own thing, right? I mean, I've done that, like doing wrestling shows, doing all these other shows and stuff. If you want to see that change, be that change. Very few people are willing to actually, again, set that example by doing shows and stuff.
Yeah.
But then they look at you. Go ahead. Yeah. Sorry.
Well, all it really takes is, trust me, sometimes, yeah, sure, you might, if you're wanting to create a stream, it just takes putting a few things together. It takes like 5 minutes to at least put something together and then go stream, dude. I've done it before. It's pretty easy. It's just a click of a button. There you go. So
hold on. This Bert guy in the chat says the community's been dead since Bullfrog left. Bullsy, what would you say about such ludicrousness in the chat there? Because it's ridiculous. Like, seriously.
The community was alive long before Bullfrog was there, so I don't know.
And it didn't die when he fucking left. So this sort of fucking, again, ridiculous nature. But thank you for dropping in. Again, my subscriber mode is set to 5 minutes, so you can get a lot of crazies here on a Friday night, February 14th, St. Valentine's Day. But at least
thanks for the low IQ take, though. It's worth the laugh.
And Bullsy can easily identify that. In fact, I would propose that Elon Musk hire you for Doge, because I think that you'd be able to pick out all that fucking corruption there.
Well, it's honestly, like, that's one of my favorite things to do, because I'm not into conspiracy theories, but it's fun. They're fun to think about.
It's not a conspiracy theory. The people in the government are stealing money. Use your autistic powers and fucking destroy them. That's what this guy's doing. Come on.
You know what? That is a fair point.
Weaponized autism. It is a fact. It is a real thing. You people can somehow focus in and just, see the math and, warp time. So have at her. Destroy the fucking American bureaucracy. Save America at least, $10 trillion.
Speaking of which, Dave, like I've been looking into this, and you heard of Darwin's theory, I'm sure of this. Humans, humans used to have tails, right? So you are aware of this?
No, that's a theory. It's not been proven. Those are apes and monkeys are two different things. And even apes don't have a direct connection to humans. They'll say there's a missing link. It doesn't look likely, but no, humans do not have. There's mutations. There's mutations. I'll admit that. You've probably seen it. It usually happens with a lot of inbreeding. You see it often in India, for example, Pakistan. But there are individuals who have a tail. You are correct there, if you want to discuss that.
Well, since we're heading down to it, apparently, according to Darwin's theory, not entirely. Humans used to have tails at some point in time, and we just evolved to not having tails. I don't know how that would even work in the first place. Our tails just disappear at that point. Like, what goes on there?
Again, you don't see tails prominent in primates. Great apes, for example, chimpanzees, gorillas, bonobos. You don't see that. You only see that in monkeys, where they're very small and they have a tail. But you do have human mutations where the tailbone does grow, basically a tail. If you really want to get esoteric, and this should be a different show conspiracy-wise, but there's been a lot of genetic interference in the human genome through the past by higher civilizations. So when you hear stories of, say, a sphinx or a griffin, how could it be possible that a lion has a human head, or a fucking a lion has a hawk has a lion body and wings and stuff? There apparently was there was genetic manipulation with beasts. But we're getting a little too deep here. This should be a conspiracy show if we're going to be talking about that. But no, it's a drama show. So let's continue.
Yeah, just thought to throw that out there. I just recently started looking into the Darwin's theory because, believe it or not, there is a interview done on Prime with a lady that was abducted by aliens, but I won't get too heavily into it. Basically, she talks about her experience. Now, outside of that, as for Joe Cronin, I'm just going to address this briefly. If anybody doesn't know, anybody that is still kind of confused about the whole Ballsy being manipulated to leave Joe Cronin part, that didn't happen. That doesn't even make sense. That doesn't compute. It's not possible. And I'm not joking when I say this. It's nobody that talks about manipulation knows how to define it. Dave, if you've seen the stream, I've said this.
But
I've asked. Go on.
Good.
I've asked people, even Joe at the time. Remember the World Killer stream? I've asked Joe, well, what's the manipulation?
Yep, I remember that.
Can't define it. Anybody that said
at this point, you don't need to justify yourself. Is that you've already, sort of exposed this stuff multiple times, and you've given other people the opportunity to address what it was that you were talking about, and silence. It's or responses were just, it proves your point. So Again, the fact that you were willing to offer people to respond and say, okay, well, what do you say about this? And yet you get proven right. Yeah, I think it speaks for itself.
Well, they make it easy. If they could really just, okay, say I'm just this retarded autistic person who doesn't know what he's talking about.
You got a dent in your head, Mon.
Yeah.
Dent
That
head,
in my
Mon.
head. The dent in my head, right? I'm all this. What does that make you? You can't even elaborate what you're talking about. I have a concise point that is made, laid out in front of you, or question. You can't answer it. So what does that make you? That's it. Like, I don't. Fine, think what you want of me. You can't say I'm wrong. You can't say I'm wrong. I'm sorry.
Yeah, though, that's the best part, is that you can identify somebody's inability to address your topic, because they can attack you in every way, but they can't say you're wrong. They can't say you're wrong. It's just like, well, your entire opinion is fucking void. So go fuck yourself, because clearly you can't disprove what I'm saying. So you can call me any word you want. You can try to fucking ridicule and shame me, but you just can't say that I'm factually incorrect. And that's where you lose. Simple fact.
But you're retarded. You're retarded. How about that?
Okay,
Yeah.
great, but I'm not wrong. That's the thing. It's like, yeah, I'm retarded, but I'm not wrong. So what do you got? It's that destroys any argument that can come against you. Because again, if you are factually correct, then nobody can fucking go against you. They can, again, cry and this, again, all this, like this emotion. Bullseye, this, like, have you looked at this world and realized how soft people are? And it's just like, dude, like, you're soft as fuck. Like, your emotions control you. You can't just be logical. No, these people can't, Bullseye. These people can't. They can't handle real life.
You know what's worse? White boys for Kamala. I've
that was a
psyop
from the first get-go. That was a fucking government operation. They paid just a bunch of... Actually, I think it was proven. But, yeah, it was a bunch of gay guys that were paid by the government to pretend that they were white guys for Kamala, but it turns out they were, like, flaming faggots, for real.
That's the thing, girl. Like, they're all flaming soy-based faggots. And they were all white boys for Kamala. I'm just like, I miss the old days where white men were conquerors, smart politicians, where they were actually, distributing resources to other countries. Like Britain, the British Empire was big at the time. The United States, hell, even the Nazi regime was big at the time. And even they went around trying to help fucking roll. Oh, bulls are the Nazis. Yeah, they all died long ago, so shut up. Communism still exists, though, but we ignore that. Either way, though, white men used to be the tough, strong, but now they want to weak soy boy the shit out of them, say it's okay to be gay and hate yourself. And now we got scrawny little white boys running around saying, I'd vote for Kamala because they were paid $100 to say it. But it's not enough to pay for their college fund. Yeah. That's weak. That's very weak. Hey, did you ever meet a man, a straight up man? Just it doesn't matter, black, white, anything, Latino, no, anything. Have you ever met a man say, "I'm a proud Kamala voter"?
Well, I live in Canada, so I would certainly not be hearing that. But we've got similar faggots up here in Canada, so, if there was a Kamala equivalent, I'm sure that we'd, there'd be people who'd vote for her. But
Well, let's consider this. Trudeau, like, is there some man that says I like Trudeau?
Yeah, and unfortunately, they're mostly boomers. They're yeah, they're fucking in their 60s, and they lived a comfortable life, allowing the country to be invaded by foreigners, and they got their pensions and all that sort of thing. So they're perfectly fine to allow the country to just burn, and allow for all these invaders to come in. But yeah, they they support Trudeau and the
That's weird
Liberal.
because that's weird because when I look at Canada, those people seem to be more concerned about U.S. politics than their own politics. Just like, what? Like, what do you like? Don't you want to like? Don't you see your shit's being burnt down? Shit's on the streets, dude. Like you're worried about Donald Trump, the most evil man. Yet meanwhile, Trudeau's fucking everything up. The Liberal Party that is literally running your country to the ground. Like, are you blind?
I'm thinking of doing a video during this weekend to address why Trump is really going hard on Canada. And it's probably not what most people know, but I'm going to be blowing the lid off this stuff. I'm going to keep it. Again, I'm not going to reveal it right now because you're going to have to tune in. Again, I stream when I want to, and I stream about things that I want to stream about. Politics, I fucking adore. And I also know a few things. So, because, let's be honest, most of the people in this community are American. They're, ignorant of what goes on in Canada. Perfectly acceptable, understandable. But it needs to be shared. And I need to explain to people the relevancy of why Trump continues to push that Canada be the 51st state. It's huge. It's not a conspiracy. This is big stuff. And it should be, because nobody else is doing this in this community. Oh, the community wrestling, blah, blah, blah. Who else talks about politics to the level that I do? Nobody does. You can whine and, chagrin all you want, but you're not getting it from nobody. Okay, you're certainly not getting it from Joe Cronin. You're not getting it, unfortunately, from Ken, because you got Mello interrupting all the time. Who else is willing to bring this up? And you've from time to time, sorry, I'm fucking not working there. Bullseye. From time to time, you've brought up some very good political points that should be addressed. But who else really does that on a somewhat consistent basis? Me. And I think, it's important to understand that I love this stuff. There's nothing wrong with discussing it. And I think, in fact, it should be discussed more. So I will be doing so.
Well, yeah. I've actually kind of just sort of discussed that aspect already on my channel, if you haven't caught it already, Dave.
No, I know. I do follow you. And again, like I said earlier, is like you're one of the few that does discuss this. But again, who else? Not
really. Not many people. Not many people, to be honest with you, because honestly, they don't really get knee deep into the politics. Either it's too complicated for them to really understand, or it's just shit they just don't want to do it, or they just don't have the discipline to. Who knows? It could be a multitude of things. But yeah, when it comes to politics, you do tend to like to get into. I like to consider you like the human encyclopedia. Somehow you have this infinite amount of knowledge, and I don't understand it, but that's a cool concept. But either way, though, yeah, you do get knee deep into it, far more than I do.
Yeah, but you know what? In the end, the fact that people like you or me, doesn't matter how deep we get into it, if we're open, and I wish this for more other people, but if you're open to expand your mind and to consider, all these possibilities, I think that we could be better, to be quite honest. Like, we could just move forward as a human species and just make life better for everyone. But, in this community, that's a little idealistic,
Honestly, like, that's kind of modern rule nowadays. People want to be comfortable. People just like being comfortable for what they know. They don't like to know the evilness.
Very good point. It's beyond their circle of comfort, their comfort level. Like, they don't want to go beyond that and say, you know what, and I'll be honest here. This is what I'm describing here is the same when I decided to analyze what I had heard about the moon landings, right? Okay. So, again, I've always been open to ideas, analyze things, and heard conspiracies about, the moon landing being fake, specifically Apollo. And as somebody who grew up loving space, I sort of dismissed it. But I got to a point in life where I said, I can't be a hypocrite. There's a conspiracy. There's something that is being presented to me that sounds odd, sounds weird. It doesn't fit with the narrative. But if I don't want to be a hypocrite, I'm going to investigate the information that's being presented and make up my own mind. And unfortunately, from that point forward, when I did that, the more I researched it, the more I realized that the Apollo moon program was basically fabricated and presented on film to convince the world that they had won the space race. Again, I approached it without emotion, and that's the conclusion I got. So I certainly didn't want to come out with that conclusion, because I always wanted to be on the moon. But, being honest, guys, it's not conspiracy. Being honest. If you have enough knowledge to be able to investigate this sort of things, you can realize when you're being told a hoax. And I think that applies to this community, Bullseye, is that when you're told something like, oh, well, Bullseye's got a deadhead and he's stupid, and we can see the pattern that's being put out. We can see that a lie is being projected, and again, they're hoping that it sticks. They're throwing shit, hoping it sticks, and it doesn't.
Well, just to talk about the moon landing, I like talking about this because a lot of people do not consider the variables. First off, they've had a lot of failed rocket launches, okay? So imagine how much money that would cost. Just several. So there was a video put out, I'm not sure, but they considered like it would have cost a lot more money to animate these things and to build rockets, which is not true because there were so many failed attempts with the rocket ships, especially if you consider the scientific parts and the mathematics going into it. So considering this, that's the first key, like knowing how much money they're putting into it. So it would make sense for them to go, okay, this is failing. Could we possibly fake it somehow? And especially if you consider the fact that a rocket going to the moon, traveling 240,000 miles to the moon, that length, and then back, not even running into any sort of industrial activity that would be
Bullseye, sorry to interrupt you, Bullseye. This is fascinating stuff, but if you want, we could do an exclusive video on the moon landing, because I've been holding back on this because there's just so much. And there's other people that have done documentaries that will clearly be better than mine. But if you would, like to discuss the anomalies of the moon landing, I can show the images and so forth, have it all prepped, do a separate episode where we can analyze this. Again, you've got Elon Musk level autistic genius. So when I present you with stuff, there's no fucking premonition of, a certain bias. It's just like you are analyzing things as you view them. And I think that we could do a good job. So I've got all the information, and again, I don't try to convince people. I present the information, but if I present it to you, you'll just literally just say, well, that's fake, because literally this shadow is going this way, and this shadow is going that way. Like, you've already proven yourself to be able to recognize things that, some people just can't, see. But we are in the, and I think, again, we should reserve that for a show, a conspiracy show, if we want to put that in quotations. But again, conspiracy is just a term that the CIA used to try to discredit those that understand reality. But how about we wrap up this show here on the drama that's been levied against you and myself. And, yeah. How about that?
Well, I'm down for the conspiracy talk of the moon landing. And by the way,
yeah, we'll do that for sure.
Is it really a theory if it's proven true?
No, it's a realist.
Exactly. Conspiracy theory, well, you can't call it a theory if it's true, so then at that point, that theory is no longer
It's
a
a
theory.
pejorative. People try to use that word, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. But if I keep getting proven correct, and it's just a topic that scares you, which is why you called me a conspiracy theorist, really, I'm not wrong, and you're just, scared of reality. So, but there's so many examples of this.
Well, yeah, you know what? I'm done for the moon landing talk. I'm just, and then if we're doing that, I'm going to do a lot more research than I already know. So.
No, absolutely. I'd love to. The moon. Okay. I've talked about this in the past. I'm gonna have to talk about it now. The moon is a beautiful thing. I look up to it in the sky, and it's beautiful. It's fucking beautiful. If you looked it up with a telescope, it's just amazing, all the features on it. And we have this situation where we're being told that people landed there, and things don't add up. And it breaks my heart, because that's it. I mean, it's our desire as humans to expand and to colonize and to continue. The logical exception the logical conclusion is that once humans conquer the world, they'll go off to space. That's my motivation in life. We should be living amongst the stars. We should be living in space, on planets and so forth. And the moon, obviously, is the first place to go. And we were sold on a story that America landed on the moon and beat the Soviets. But it's not necessarily that way. And there's so much to this, and it's something that I've been so interested in that I've researched a lot. So I've got a lot of information backed up and even in my memory that can address this. But that should be for another show. But yeah, so Bullseye, what? But community's dead, right? Community's dead. But like, what are you doing? You're part of the community. Like, are you streaming? You doing anything?
I did stream last time about like the helicopter and plane crash. Like that's something I did. So
And
we
what's
did.
okay?
Yeah.
Well, what's your motivation? What's your motivation in the community?
Well,
Just to do? Is it because you think that you are tasked to provide other people with content? Like what? Again, because you said the community's dead, but like, why are you still part of the community then? There's something there, right? Like you provide content. There's topics that you want to discuss. Is the community really dead? I don't think so.
okay. I see your point. When it comes to like community dead, it's not dead by definition.
It's not what people want, but the problem is I still am demanding this and nobody's telling me, what do you fucking want, people? What will make the community undead? What will make it alive? Like, what is it that you want to fucking see? Why is this so difficult that people just haven't provided the explanations? Like, okay, the community's dead. Okay, well, what's the opposite of that? What is it that you need to see, YR, or anybody else? What is it that you need to see for the community to not be dead?
Didn't I just agree with you though? Like, I'm not sure.
But I don't understand. Like, okay, I accept that people say the community is dead. So I look at the opposite. It's like, okay, so you think it's dead. What would make it not dead? What would make it alive? What would make it be the thing that you want to be? I haven't gotten a straight answer ever since I made that request. So again, that's why I'm so exasperated. Nobody's giving me a straight answer. What will make the community what you want it to? You know, like, please, somebody answer me.
Well, to put it best, maybe if they got the old people back, maybe that's what they mean. Oh, all the people are gone. I guess the community is dead. That's what they're thinking, I guess. Does that sum up the answer, though?
It'll do, but I mean, again, I'm just exasperated from the question being asked. It's just like, come on, guys.
Well,
like, what else can I do?
Well, what do you expect? Like, these dudes have like low-tech IQ shit. Like, they couldn't explain a box of quacks and shit. Like, if you put a duck in a box and you told them, describe this duck in the box, they'd be like, well, that's too hard. I can't do that. You have a damn head. Well, it's a duck in the box. Can you not describe a duck in the box?
That's actually a good point. Yeah, you do make a good point. But again, I guess this is just the community. This is just the community. You've got like low IQ fucks, and you got people with, high IQs or even average IQs. But again, the low IQs are the ones that really are overwhelming, and we're forced to deal with them. But that's just the community, I guess.
I have an idea to raise IQs.
Kill the stupid people.
I mean, euthanasia is one way, and just give them new brains, I suppose, in that regard. I was more like thinking, maybe if you slap them, if you punch them, or beat them and say, hey, read this book, and force them to read, and do nothing but read for the next year, they might be smarter.
Well, it'd be nice if they could, but I don't have that much faith in humanity.
I do. Hey, listen.
I used to.
Unretarded this.
It's great that you, as a young guy, have faith in humanity. I used to be like you. But, yeah, when you get old like me, you'll realize that, a lot of people could be genocided, and it would be a great thing. So.
Well, I mean, to put how I'm thinking of it is like, hey, bruh, I am shredded. I have a nice head of hair. Listen, I read every day.
You need to be going out in the community and being like, hashtag best abs in the community.
I would, you know, that
should
would
be. You should.
actually,
no, you got to run. No, you're too kind. You need to be reminding these people, just like I remind people that I am their intellectual savior and superior. You need to remind people, like, again, who has better abs than you do in this community? Please.
Absolutely.
I'm just being
Nobody.
honest. You know? Just
Nobody.
being honest. Nobody.
Listen,
nobody.
You're awakening my cocky side, Dave. Nobody has a better pair of abs than Bullseye. That's
nobody. Again, Bullseye fucking actually goes on camera, fucking shirtless, showing his abs. Okay? Simple fact. So you want to get all fucking angry and all that? Fine. You know, but look at Bullseye.
Also, I'm 10 times smarter than the people that claim I'm retarded and autistic, so yeah. So there's also that.
Some of those people can't even fucking write their name. So yeah, let's just ignore them.
They probably don't even know their social security number.
Dude, they probably don't even know what planet they're on. Like, let's be honest. There's a lot of stupid people in this community.
Oh yeah. Okay. You know what's worse? There's probably stupid people in this community that believe what the Democrats are telling them. Illegal aliens are working on a plantation.
Yeah, number one, Joe Cronin. Fucking commie scum.
You remember that lady saying these illegals are paying taxes and working jobs? You do realize the IRS, and the one way to pay taxes, and the main way to pay taxes is how the IRS keeps track of you, is your certification as a U.S. citizen. How are they going to pay taxes without a freaking social security number? Are you out of your mind? That doesn't work that way. And there's another one that was said, like, they're farmers. Literally, there were Democrats saying the illegals are farmers. So are you accusing farmers of harboring illegal aliens at their workplace in addition to having them forced labor work or something like that?
Hold on. Sorry to interrupt you, but sorry, Skunty. The AI, I think, made a very impartial judgment. So don't fucking get mad at me. Don't get mad at fucking what was presented. But it is what it is. Okay. You admitted this too. You even said, and I think this was big of you. This was big of you. You said it wasn't the alcohol, right? You sought help, all that stuff. Great stuff. Huge. But come on. Okay. Come on. Bullseye, please continue.
But like I said, Democrats, like, people actually believe illegal aliens are working American jobs. First of all, that is illegal in itself. They aren't eligible to have a job.
But there's a lot of corruption too, Bullseye. A lot of people who are illegal actually get fucking government jobs. It's fucking nuts. Happens up here in Canada.
Well, you know what? Government jobs they'll get. As far as private ownership jobs or something, you know what I'm talking about? Capitalists or people own private businesses, but they see a guy, but that guy doesn't have a social security number. He can't have the job. It's just the way it is.
But people pay under the table too, Bullseye. So
that's true too. But
again, if it's pay under the table, there's no registration of this, so there's no knowledge of this person being employed.
That's true too, which by definition is also illegal.
Yeah, absolutely, and yet some of these motherfuckers are going out online and making videos saying, "Oh, I don't have any employees anymore because they're all hiding from ICE." It's like, hold on, motherfucker, you're you own a company and you've been employing fucking illegals, and you knew this shit, and now you're getting mad. Like, you need to be fucking shut down.
More importantly, how the fuck are you running a business at home?
Well, because that's the way the system was set up before Trump decided to take control of things. But they were guys, you don't understand how much money America is fucking just blown on third world countries or bullshit fucking, endeavors. Like, you guys could be living in a house. Everyone could be living in a house in America right now if all this money wasn't just fucking sent to, like, drag queen story time in Bolivia, basket weaving in Egypt. Doge is fucking finding out so much corruption. It's in the trillions. Imagine if this money was just spent on fucking housing, like you tweeted about, Bosey, housing veterans. Like, first of all, why are there fucking homeless veterans? And why is the government not helping them? Meanwhile, fucking paying for, like, refugees and all this shit who are just fucking terrorists anyways. Like, why are there homeless veterans? That stuff would be fixed.
It's funny, but why is this even a question? And then I saw, like, why is this even a question? Should we house veterans or migrants? Okay, let's use our brain. People who don't like our country but coming in anyway just to shit talk it, or people who actually fought for it? I think let's put two together. I think the latter is a good option here. I mean, am I crazy to say veterans should be protected by the government or migrants? Is this not clicking with anybody? Is this not making sense? I don't. Maybe not. It doesn't make sense.
Not for some people, and that's the sad part. Is that to us it seems just so evident, but for some other people, you can't even fucking bash them in the face with it because they'll never understand, and it really is a sad thing. Some people are just so limited intellectually. But how dare you even mention that? Like, oh, that's just like how could you say that? No, some people are fucking stupid. Can't we just fucking get to that point where we're just honest? Some people are, capable of, running a company and doing all these things. Some people are only capable of fucking digging a fucking, ditch. Okay, why can't we just accept the fact that some people are capable of certain things and some people are capable of other things, but they're not equal? Like,
because they want to believe in a utopia. That's why they push socialism. No, you're equal. Equality talk is commie talk.
Yep.
Sorry to break it to you. But if you want to grow as an individual, well, first things first. You better fucking wisen up. Otherwise, you're not going to be as successful as you would be in the position you actually are good at. That's just the way it is.
It's a good point.
But no, we got to be inclusive. Oh, women can be cops. Women can be cops too. Meanwhile, they run away from the sight of danger. They don't know how to shoot a gun.
Have you ever seen that video where Sam Hyde talks about women police officers?
I've seen parts of it. But
it's great because he basically says that's the worst thing you could ever encounter because the statistics show that if you ever encounter a female police officer, I think it was like 80-90% chance that she'll shoot you. Like, just the craziest fucking statistics on how they handle, interactions with the public. And Sam Hyde did just an amazing job exposing that.
Yeah. But the way how I figured that was by, like, examination. Female cops, let's be honest here. females with power tend to be more entitled than men. It's just how it is. Like that's just how they are. You give them the slightest bit of power, they're more likely to go on a power trip. Like women with power is basically asking for what do you call it? Matriarchy in fucking anywhere. Total outbursts, total wars. They just fuck. They just fail. There's a reason for this. Evolution. I mean, that's one thing, but it's also genetics. And it's also like the practice of one gender being good in specific areas and the other being good in other specific areas. The reason why I think females are cops nowadays isn't actually because of equality, because I think it was a kink thing where a man, some liberal, had a fucking fantasy of a female cop arresting him. And that's where it came from. That's how a female became a cop. That's why I think females are cops, because it was somebody's kink. And now there you go. We got a kink as actual enforcement. Yay! I'm not sure if you agree with that.
Well, an interesting analysis, nonetheless. But
I think it's actually a true analysis. Like the purists probably started with equality shit, but honestly, I think it was just some dude's kink. I really do. Like female boss stuff, female power shit. Like, believe it or not, is the kink nowadays for men. At least weak soybean men.
Yeah. A lot of activity in the chat there.
Is Scott still going?
Yeah, and again, that shows my benevolence because again, I am the greatest person. Well, maybe not.
He was talking about how he moved on.
Not go that far, but I'm great. I'm awesome, and my benevolence shows my character. So, knowing that this is Scott McKinnon in the chat, who apparently just can't stay away, I allow him, with the fake name, there in the chat. And to interact with other people, because I am the better. Bullseye?
That's kind of weird, because he was talking about, I don't really care about this shit anymore, I'm done with it, but he's still in your chat talking about shit that is old.
And it goes to show also that, because I set my my subscription to... people in the chat, they had to be subscribers for 5 minutes. So, obviously subscribed, and now talking in the chat, certainly not being banned or anything. But clearly, they feel the need to sort of justify or explain themselves. And again, I could easily just go back to the usual, what made me so famous, and begin, some sort of problem. I could block you in the chat, but what am I doing? I'm not doing that. I'm allowing people to talk, and it seems odd, the statements that are being said, but that's up to the audience to decide on how they think about it. I've already made up my mind. But yeah, there you go, people. Full transparency here on this channel.
Yeah, I mean, like, brother, like, he doesn't really prove that he actually changed when he does shit like that. I don't know why he tries to do it. Like, if you really want to make believe that you actually change, why not just stick to your guns and not chat in the chat at all?
You know what? I would just actually ask, why not do it better and just go on your own channel and fucking prove that you're better than me with getting more viewers and actually communicating your point, stating you could do better, right?
Yeah, he's already tried that. And
why hook up your caboose to my train and try to do it here when you could just say, well, fuck Dave Rose. I'm just going to fucking go live right now over him. I'm going to fucking take away all his viewers and I'm going to talk about how shitty he is. Why be here when you could do that on your own channel? I think that's a fairly, fair question.
Maybe he has a good point. I don't know. Like maybe he can finally show that, yeah, I can make a concise statement and point that is irrefutable. And I'll be like, hey, Dave, Scott's right. And you'll hear that from me. Like, listen, I know some people like to call me biased. I understand. I do my best to take an objective stance and look at everything on an outside perspective. I detach myself from shit, so I don't really give a crap. You can call me any name you want. I just don't care. I'm gonna look at everything. I'm gonna take off the rose-colored glasses and just look at it for what I see it. So, if it's right, then it's right. What else is there to say?
This is just sad. It's just like, I thought you fucking moved on, Scott. But why don't you read what he's saying right now in the chat?
Okay, let me see. All right. What are you saying, Scott?
Go with the I don't have any points.
Did you actually say I don't have any points?
No, look at are you not looking at the fucking...
No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm seeing the chat, so... Okay. Bison, shockingly, is like elk. Clean and lean.
No, you gotta scroll down a bit.
Okay, so I'm down at the way bottom, so I don't have any points to make or anything to prove. It doesn't matter what you believe, Bulls. I don't have any reason to do that. I can leave, that's fine. I'm just talking with Spartan. Have a good night. Then what the fuck are you doing in the chat trying to say you're moving on? Like, if there was one point at all, like, why come in the chat and feel the need to say, I'm not focused on anything anymore, but I think but there's only 3 people that make the AI videos, and I think it's why I'm uploading and posting. It's one of them. And of course you have a point to prove. That's why you're here.
And again, I didn't block him. He's still online, obviously, watching stuff. He's here, chose a name, not blocked, subscribed, can talk, and he is attacking you and me. And I mean, why? Why do you continue with this? Like, I thought you had moved on, Scott. Like, I've not talked about you. I've moved on. I've done all my things and enjoyed myself, But you're here. You're here in my chat. You can't let go. I started by fucking just reviewing what somebody else did. Why not? Here's an idea. Why not, when this person that does this community review, whatever, when they do their fucking streams, why are you not there fucking talking to them, be like, why are you doing this shit, sort of thing? But meanwhile, coming here to talk to me about stuff that I'm reviewing that somebody else did doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, it's like I'm kind of going scrolling up and reading through it. Like, he's talking about AI shit, and he's talking about how AI can't really diagnose people. They can only go by definition.
I think it did a fucking brilliant job at that. And again, I leave it up to the audience, but like, I've heard enough people saying like, holy shit, this is kind of fucking crazy because it's so accurate. don't blame me. This is what the AI outputted from a person that decided to do it. I didn't do this, but they did, and I reviewed it. How's that a bad thing?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm learning through it, but I'm saying the AI is wrong, and I'm wrong too, I guess, and you're wrong.
Okay, find AI
So,
program that
fine.
will do it a different way. Like, I don't know. Like, at this point, it's like, why are we even talking about this stuff? Right? It's just like, you got an issue with it, take it up with the fucking programmers. Like, come on.
Okay, let me just say this. Him supposedly coming to the chat acting normal in quotations. Okay, I'm just saying this right now. Listen, it's the same old song and dance with him. Oh, I'm changed now. I found God. Remember that one? It's the same old song and dance.
I moved on. That's the thing, though. Is just like, I admitted that it's just like, enough's enough. Okay. I've played this, and even in the past was like, yeah, this is a dead, beaten dead horse. But, basically, was it December 2024? Or no, 2023. I was just like, I'm done with this shit. So I stopped even talking about it and all that stuff. And yet, we get this returning where I'm just reviewing stuff and I'm allowing for people like Scott to even be in my chat. I would expect that you have learned your lesson already at this point. Don't fuck with me. Okay, I got nothing to lose right now. Okay? My dad's dead. Okay, there's nothing anymore that's holding me back. So please
Sorry for your loss, by the way.
stop with that fucking shit. Leave me the fuck alone. And if I'm reviewing shit, understand that this is something that somebody else made. Okay? You got an issue with that? Take it up with them. Okay? Because at this point, I'm not in the mood anymore.
Look, and I'm just saying this, dude. Like, okay, going in a chat, acting normal. Listen, we've seen the same things over and over. It's the same old song and dance. Even I gave it a chance. I'm not expecting anything different. Okay, I'm sorry. A guy's being nice. That's the easiest thing to do. It's the consistency that matters. All he had to do is just keep away. Can he? I don't think he can.
And again, these videos, these shows weren't created by me. So why are we not seeing Scott, leave comments on these videos, saying how much he dislikes them for exposing them? Or why are we not seeing Scott streaming, talking about this person doing this? Is it because I'm reviewing it? Because again, I didn't fucking start this shit. This stuff is fucking airing on its own. And Scott could clearly fucking just attack that directly. Why is he going this route?
Well, theory, he doesn't know what the channel is on. Is it on Blonen's channel or like what's going on?
It's not a Malone's channel, but again, I suspect it's Blonen. But regardless, even if I'm wrong, I've listed that in the chat, given the link, and it's up to people to decide on their own. I think it's fucking hilarious. Like, all these videos are fucking just too funny. And, yeah, there's like, 13, 14 videos and stuff. And they're each about, approximately 20 minutes. You got a lot of good stuff there, and you got AI judging it without emotion. I gotta say, I think it actually comes to a good conclusion. So, But, you know,
Well, I don't
people are
know.
pissed off.
Maybe he's in the chat discussing it from there because he didn't see the link, or that it went, or the chat we just drove by to a point where he just can't see it. So he's just addressing it to where he can see it.
I don't know.
That's probably that's why he's, I guess, in your chat addressing it.
He's in my chat because somebody decided to let him know, or the other option is that he is obsessed with me and just watches my stuff. I would hope that's not the answer. I would like to think that it's other people telling him to watch me, but again, after the history that we've had. Why would he be watching me? I don't watch his stuff. People still send me videos of this guy fucking punching yeah, they do. They send videos of this guy punching a punching bag, and well, I'll be honest there, Scott. You look like a pansy when you hit that bag. Because, and in fact, I think it's on my Discord, but yeah, the way that you move your ankles and stuff, you'd be thrown to the ground. But hey, you keep doing that stuff. It's been brought to my attention. I'm not fucking reviewing it, but hey, if we're gonna, talk about the fact that you're still active on YouTube, you're coming into my chat and stuff, well, it's gotta be fair and gotta be honest. Is that you continue to make these boxing videos? I don't know who you're doing it for, but yeah, your form is terrible, and if you're getting out your aggression, okay, fine, great, huge, but don't say things about, confronting people in real life, because the way that you're showing yourself isn't going to stack up. Bullseye, your thoughts?
Okay, first things first. I'm surprised there are people that haven't let Scott go. So they just keep sending you freaking messages about, hey, look, this guy's making about.
You're crashing out there. You're going to have to repeat what you just said for the last 15 seconds because we did not get it.
So first thing, so you catch me saying people let Scott go. Like, come on, it's done already. Okay, you can hear me now, right?
Yeah.
Right. First thing, just let the Scott go, dude. Like, who cares? Let him make his punching dumb videos and stuff. Who cares? Like, that's that. As far as the punching, I've seen the videos. I remember that being one of the things that we did cover at that time. So let me just say this, dude, like, you can't fight. Scott, you can't fight. You're not doing anything extraordinary. You're not even exercising when you punch a bag, dude. You're not using proper form. Your hips are not going into that. You don't know how to keep a guard up. You are flat-footed. Terrible footwork, nonetheless. You're not even on guard when you punch. Like, you throw haymakers, you open yourself wide, you telegraph. There's the only oomph into your punches is a haymaker, and even that isn't a good punch. I'm sorry. And you at the time said, I was getting tips from professional fighters, man. Hey, remember? Yeah, I remember. You suck, dude. If you're going to do it properly. Okay? There's no excuse at that point.
There really isn't. I mean, if you're going to commit 100%, right?
Right. Okay, take it from me. Take this from me. I eat steak every day, right? I just incorporated eggs to my diet. Eggs are great. I drink milk, right? Right. Take it from me. I find the time to read. I find the time to write. I find time for things that at least can make me happy, or at least
hobbies. Like a normal person, you have hobbies. I like to paint.
So,
that's a hobby.
Right. So if punching a bag is your hobby, which I don't actually believe is your hobby because you're just posting yourself punching a bag and saying, "Look how cool I am." I don't actually think you're exercising at all. Otherwise, why do you still look like a fat sack of potatoes?
Oof.
I'm sorry, dude.
He's not wrong though.
You look like a fat sack of potatoes. You look like you're shrinking too. There's one moment where you accidentally punched yourself in the face at one point.
Oof.
Hey, dude.
You got to review that. In fact, because you are a champion wrestler, I would actually look forward to any videos that you make, Bullseye, of reviewing his videos, punching a bag, and deconstructing how open he is to attacks, how pitiful his attacks are. I would look very much forward to you, somebody who is a experienced combatant, breaking down his really pathetic attempts to fight.
Yeah. Believe it or not, though, he's not the only person I've seen with attempts to fight. Because Twitter has been sending me, for some odd reason, showing me fight clips of black people. It's just a bunch of black people fighting. It's one of their own, a white dude, a Mexican. It doesn't matter. They're just fighting somebody. And it's the first thing I'm just like, I met better black people, but these guys, I mean, they only got strength to their punches, and that's kind of it. Every time I see a fight video, a black person, I mean, for the most part, they're strong, but it's just rapid punches in no form. It's bad. It really is bad. But don't get me wrong. Some white dudes, some Hispanics, they fight too, can't fight either. It's just, all the fight videos are just shit. It's that bad. So as far as deconstructing a fight goes, I would be happy to. That'd be fun for me. But you know what's worse though? Because when I came across a video, and there's just this giant black dude, and there's two white women, two big black dudes. One of them though was obviously acting aggressive, and the other one's just kind of tagging along. I'm not sure what his role was exactly. This dude goes up to one of them. Now, there's no real context to it outside of the fact that I guess there was a heated argument. Or he probably believed she stole something. I don't know what goes on. Because black people have weird ways of justifying things they do in their heads. That's kind of things I notice, but that's just it. He punches her. And my first thought is, dude, are you done? Are you really done? You do realize that's a felony, right? Just striking somebody like that, right? Especially a woman, right? You do realize you could be charged, if not be criminalized.
No, they don't. That's the thing. No, they don't.
And then they're the same people that go to court. They arrest me because I'm black and put me in prison for nothing. It's just like...
How about this? I'm always very open to discussing reality with people. How about you and I discuss that on your show? And I can bring the facts. I can bring the statistics. So it would be presented in a very logical manner on your channel. But again, it's certainly a topic that people seem to shy away from, and I think that's cowardice. To be quite honest, when you're presented with information, if you don't want to talk about it, then you're a coward. But you were raising a good point, and I think it should be addressed. But I think you should save it for your channel.
Yeah, but I'll save the rest for later. But I'll just talk about the surface level.
I think it's a great, because you've seen hypocrisy and stuff, and you've called it out. And again, I think it would fit well with your channel, because that's what you've got a lot of on your channel is seeing something that you disagree with and you start to break it down. I don't think there's any problem with that. But the subject matter, I think, is very important. And I would look forward to seeing what you analyze from that.
Yeah. Believe it or not, there's several things I wanted to talk about. But the reason why I brought that up was because, it was talk about fighting, and that reminded me of that specific moment of just some big black dude punching women. And I'm just like, dude, you complain about stereotypes, yet you give in to stereotypes.
Yeah.
I sometimes, listen, I've met black people that I'm good friends with, okay? Civil, never hostile, except for one, which I guess this should be a no-brainer. But most of the time, when I meet a black person, it's a good experience. But every time you look into LA, it's just a bunch of freak shows who only know how to act tough, but don't actually know how to throw hands, or just jump in when their boy is losing a fight, which is very ironic. And then there's statistics showing that Black Americans tend to be very violent, not with just themselves, but with white, Hispanic, Asians, you name it. They have an impulse to be violent.
Well, statistically, you are not factually incorrect. But again, I would love for you to to discuss this, because this also sort of, relates to how I demanded that I have a race debate with Joe Cronin, because you're talking about things that I've talked about in the past, which should be addressed, but people are too scared to address. And when it comes to Joe Cronin, it's these are the sorts of questions that he would be too scared to even, talk about. But you're saying them blatantly and bluntly, and as I've done in the past, is these are questions that need to be answered. And, you can't just be like, oh, it's racist. No, these are questions that need to be answered. Answer them. So we have the guts, you and I, we have the guts to actually discuss these sorts of things and expect a proper response, rather than sort of outcry of fucking social, justice and all. No, we're posing a simple question. Answer the fucking question.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I do agree with that. By the way, it doesn't take a racist to bring statistics.
It's not.
It's not. I've seen you interact with black people before. Who cares? I've seen black libertarians bring up crime statistics about blacks. So let me just say this. A lot of it is genetic. Okay, that's the first thing people just have to accept. There's a genetical factor playing to every
Ballsy. I'm not disagreeing with you, and I would love to fucking delve deep into this topic, but you deserve this topic on your own channel. Okay.
Okay.
This is a topic that I think that, again, you're already breaking it down great, but it shouldn't be on my channel. You owe this to yourself to show people that you don't need to be on David Rose's show and all that to fucking break this shit down and just be honest. You're not fucking scared about like what people think. You're just literally bringing the information to them. And honestly, like, I want to see this on your channel because I already agree with you for what you've already said so far, but you deserve the credit for this one.
Yeah. Then I'll end it off with this one. There is a cultural issue, but you cannot solve a problem by ignoring it. Okay? I'm sorry.
Yep. And I've said this in the past, and this is, another reason why I've been hating so much is like, we need to, address these topics. No, we can't, blah, 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 this and that. You're fucking, you're preaching to the choir there, Bullsy, and I can't wait for you to discuss this. But, yeah, you've added great stuff to the show tonight, and I certainly appreciate you calling in and sharing your opinion.
Oh, it's nice to catch up with the smartest man in the community. But believe it or not, Dave, I've been thinking about doing other streams like Janelle Grant and Vince Case. That's one of them because honestly, that needs a bit of a breakdown. There's another one. It was the Jeffrey Dahmer thing about the panels and shit. I'm still kind of thinking about that theory, so that's a work in progress. It requires a lot more research than I already know.
Well, you've proved yourself wrong. The community is not dead. You have people that are providing different things.
Well, to be fair, you sort of proved me wrong, but I'll take that too. I was able to
No,
prove
it should be inspiration.
Wrong.
It's inspiration to remind people we're still here. We're still watching each other. We're still enjoying each other. And you know what? Sometimes you get inspired. It's like, I do want to do a new show. I do want to fucking add something to this. And if people tune in, great. Like, this community is not dead, and I believe in it. I believe in Joe Henry, and I believe in this community.
You believe in Joe Henry? That was so random.
That's how I do it, man. I just fucking randomly throw things in. But again, it's about enjoyment here, okay? Some people just get way too sour, including Scott. It's like, dude, I'm living the best life. You said this shit, but it's obviously false. It's projection. But I'm living the best life I can right now. And I'm just enjoying my life. Like, nobody can fucking bring me down. And again, when I go online, that's one thing. But when I turn off the computer, life returns to normal. So I just live my life and I enjoy it.
Yeah, that's what we all do. So it's kind of saying
normal people do that. Other people just get obsessed about your life and like, what are you doing? Where are you working right now? How much are you making? Like, dude, like
that is so accurate, dude. Like,
yeah,
you don't know. Like back then, people would be concerned, like, you've been doing it a lot. Like, how much money? Where do you work? I'm like,
yep.
How do you care? Like, listen. Like, why do you feel
because my life sucks. My life sucks, so I gotta figure out how your life is so much better than mine. That's the simple, the simple explanation. That they get so angry that you can just live your life, do your own thing, and maybe once in a while donate to somebody. How dare you donate to them? Like, how dare you? Like, you make me feel bad about my life. Well, that's your fucking problem, dude. Like, it's not mine.
Well, if you weren't so intent on criticizing other people for their lives and what they do, maybe you should have spent that time looking at yours and see how you could have improved it. Oh, wait,
Yeah,
that's too logical. Sorry.
Too difficult for some of these people, but it's just...
Sorry, man. Maybe I should like sound. Should I sound more empathetic? Wait, wasn't that empathetic enough anyway?
You think?
Oh, never mind. Yeah, but maybe if I sound more empathetic and sympathetic, maybe what if I try this? Oh, I'm sorry, Scott, that that you're hurt by something. Okay. Or I'm sorry, Wire, that you're hurt by something. Why don't you criticize? Why don't you try to make it better? Like I can't do that for you. Like,
Shout out
sorry.
to Joe Bloden, who donated again, saying, glad Trump is making America great again. At least he's trying, unlike any past president. Ken schooled Mello last week. The start of his show was fire. Ken spoke facts. That was something that was recommended to me to cover. So I think I might. Actually, no, maybe I'm going to have to wrap it up. But yeah, thank you for the donation, good sir. And as such, I'm showing America in Hulk form.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like, there's some things I don't agree with what Trump is doing right now, but as far as the executive orders he's signing, oh boy, thank God things are getting better. Hell, even he's getting rid of the income tax. That's a win for me.
Yep, he's moving that direction. He's auditing the IRS and the Federal Reserve, and there shall be some changes coming.
And that is the greatest thing he's doing, auditing the IRS. You know how evil the IRS is.
I certainly do, and I'm Canadian. So,
I kid you not. Like, they'll fucking hold your feet to the fucking fire over 36 not being paid. That's how bad they are. Yet, meanwhile, they can just fucking seize your bank accounts just like that, just because you didn't meet certain expectations you didn't even agree upon in the first place. That's how bad they are. They don't give a shit. They do what they want, and that's a bad thing. They have power. It's freaky and it's scary, and you know what? They also are part of the JFK assassination, but no one wants to talk about it. And anyway. Also, Trump's assassination attempt. But anyway, outside of that, Joe Biden and I thought about doing another video about Joe Biden and his executive orders. Did you know that he had a law signed as quote unquote having fluffy pillows? That was a law.
No, but
Joe Biden actually made a law about having fluffy pillows, making sure your pillows are fluffy. That was an actual law. He signed in. That was a thing.
Well, like I said, these sorts of things that you're bringing up right now should be raised on your show. Again, the community is not dead because you have people like me who air when I choose to and provide great content. You have people like Bullseye who just decide, hey, I'm going to air because I want to address something. You've got fucking Dr. Earl. You've got fucking Joe. You've got fucking Ken. You've got all these other people. Community's not dead. There's still stuff going on. If you're not happy of what you're seeing and you wish to see more, then the only option is that you produce the change that you wish to see. Until then, you're going to watch what's provided and you're going to fucking like it.
Yeah, well, funny enough, I still watch my own shit, so.
I watch my own shit too. It's fucking great. Yeah, huge replay value.
Yeah, man, like sometimes it's like, I actually made a good point here.
And I talked about that in my video today, is that I've produced so much that people can go back and just relive that whole experience. And it's hilarious. There's so much stuff that will provide entertainment. So, and I don't hide my videos or delete channels, make new ones. So it's all there for people to view.
Yeah. And, you know, yeah. Like, there's a lot of good replay value. Like, there is some good information. And I already said this. David is like the human encyclopedia. You can learn a lot from it. Like, dude, it's pretty easy. I still don't know how he has all that information in his head. I think he just put a tube into his head and just typed in something in the computer. Make me know everything about politics in the future, and there you go. I think that's what he did.
Watch the movie Johnny Mnemonic from the 90s with Keanu Reeves. That should explain things for you. It's actually not a bad movie, to be quite honest. Kind of kitschy, but, you know, check it out. Actually, if you want to watch something fun, popcorn, you know, style, check it out. Johnny Mnemonic.
Johnny Mnemonic.
It starts with an M. M-N-E...
Oh, Johnny Mnemonic. I see.
But it's pronounced mnemonic, even though it starts with an M. So, but it's got Keanu Reeves. So you can always go to IMDb, type in Keanu Reeves, look at his work in the 90s. You'll see Johnny Mnemonic. But he's a hacker. He inserts information into his brain. He's got to transport that to another, you know, person.
Are you saying I'm actually accurate in my description?
Yes, you are quite.
See, dude, I was kind of joking. Holy shit.
No, but that's the best part is that you saw it, and you know you joked about it, but you were spot on. So.
Well, it's my autistic powers.
That is again those are powers. Those are apparently superpowers. You are the X-Men. So you're part of the X-Men.
I wish. Yeah, I wish. I'm like one of those people that you look towards who beat up illegals. Because I actually wish an illegal tested me. But I could okay, this is a funny story today. Because I went to a hair salon I got twin braids, by the way. So I got braided my hair today, just so you know. Went to the salon. It's a curly mess, okay? So this is what happened. Now, outside of the chick asking me, hey, do you paint your nails? And me looking at her like, are you freaking kidding me? Are you literally asking me that? But then she went on to talk about, I feel safe around you. I'm like, okay, this is an interesting shift in conversation. And she talked about how I'd wish somebody walk in and test me. And I'm just like, well, at least somebody thinks I'm tough.
Wow. This woman sounds like a psycho.
She was a little overly friendly.
Wow.
Yeah, but either way, though, she did my hair just fine. She was nice. She gave me a little too much tips about my hair. Was a little too playful with it, too. A little too close for comfort as well, but yeah, she didn't kill me.
Well, that's a good thing.
Although I think she wanted me to kill somebody because I think she has several fantasies playing out in her head because she was talking about how her brother is a tough, and I remind her of her brother, and he's a nice guy until he's mean and he's reckless and violent.
Well, you should have asked her for a number.
I wanted to, but then I was like, I'm good.
Okay. Well, there you go. You're good.
Yeah, I'm good.
No need for a psycho. There you go. Because she sounds like a psycho.
She was happy about everything, too. That's the crazy part. She was really happy about everything. bear in mind, yes, my hair's a wet dream for any barista. Well, not barista, but any barber that was working on hair. But I have never seen somebody go from asking me, "Hey, do you paint your nails?" You should, like, I had that look on my face, like, did you just seriously ask me something like that? Like, are you kidding me? Is this your way of just making sure I wasn't gay? Like, okay, like, why would you ask me that? Like, I don't understand why that was a question. Then it shifts into, like, I'm the tough guy in here. It's like, okay, thanks. Have you ever had an interaction like that before? Because that was happening at a hair salon.
Yeah. There's been a continual amount of females that have how can I say this politically correctly? Misinterpreted their statements. But yes, I know what you're saying, Bullseye.
Yeah. Oh boy, but that was just an interaction I had with that chick, and to be quite frank with you, she was nice for the most part. I mean, she didn't seem like a bad chick. I think she came off a certain way she was trying to be playful, but also kind of having a fantasy.
Well, if you wish to partake, bag 'em all.
Well, you know the deal. Sometimes you have no other choice but to conquer.
Yes, it is required of us men. Sometimes that is the necessity to conquer. Absolutely. I cannot endorse that statement anymore.
Yeah, that's it. Conquer Coochie. And that will be the nickname for the empire that will be built.
And it's not difficult at all to get women to do whatever you want. I think it's so funny where some people think that it's a struggle. It's like, dude, you have no game. Like,
yes.
Sometimes, and on top of that, sometimes they just gravitate towards you. But those that don't know wouldn't know.
Well, okay, so for those that may feel like I'm never gonna get a woman, just know your vibe will attract your tribe. If you just look confident, if you just have the confidence, trust me, you'll get eyes looking towards you. All it would take is just take an interest in how their day is. Trust me. Just asking them how their day was, and just kind of take an interest into their day, or to them in person. Women love talking about themselves. I kid you not. It is nonstop. There's one moment where, like, okay, this is funny because, like, the first time this chick and I saw each other, right? So a friend of mine, we're standing in the White House. We were at work, right? A friend butted me in the shoulder. Hey, she's looking at you. And I look towards my right, and there's this girl looking back at me. I'm like, oh, well, okay, I'll just approach her. The moment I did, she told me about her Instagram, her gym routine, her exercise routine, where she comes from, where she lives, her date of birth, everything. Showed me her photos. Because she had no problem. Like, all it takes is a subtle interest in her day and life. That's it. And a bit of confidence. Wear a hat, maybe, because women are just like that. They just like something that looks cool too. Be funny. Women are simple like that. They like to laugh. especially if they giggle. That's a good sign.
I'm gonna have to cut you off there, Bullsy. We just got a donation, so here we have a beautiful little gif, and it is from Joe Blornan himself. He says, "Bullsy, you've been on the call and not dropping any donos? I'm donating because that's the problem in this community. People love to watch but don't support anymore. I pretty much watch all community streams afterwards. Hard to keep up live, at least for me, but they are enjoyable to watch incomplete the next day." Gotta agree with fucking Joe Blower on that one, because I can't always keep up with shit, but it is nice on a leisurely pace the next day when there's no pressure to catch up on some of these streams. Absolutely, Joe Blower. Love you. So, what do you have to say about his comment, Bullsy?
It's my money. If I choose to donate, as to please, then I will. Okay? But besides, I've done it plenty in the past before. Is that not enough?
No, it never is, actually. I got bills to pay, motherfucker. And I'm providing entertainment for all the people, for truly I am the greatest drama podcaster ever, as the drama emperor, yes. Nobody does it better, yeah. Come on, Bullsy. Nobody's ever fucking pulled the shit that I've pulled. Dude.
Okay.
Dude.
Well, let me put it...
Come on, man. You got to be honest, man. Like the Drama Emperor, the shit that I've pulled, the shit that I've succeeded in, like what I've accomplished. Dude, come on. Be honest. Nobody has done it better. Nobody.
Well, okay. Let me say this then. Nobody else has really done it outside of Blonin. So maybe it's not as good as it used to be, if that's the case.
Okay, fine. Cool.
Hey, Dave, I don't really define entertainment by I'm going to donate to this. I usually just donate because I like
donations. I'm talking about the fact that, like how many videos I've done, how long they've been, what they've covered, what they've exposed. Like, come on, man. Like, who else has done to the extent that I've done? Nobody.
Well, okay. Let's give a reason why Bullseye donates. It's not actually because of what you do. It's more like I like sharing.
I'm not even talking about. I didn't realize we were talking about donations. I was just talking about fucking, streaming and fucking exposing shit. But
in that case, yes, you definitely provided entertainment in that aspect, very much so. Like everybody loved this shit. One of my favorite impressions you ever did was bullfrog impression. I remember at the time when you did a bullfrog impression, where like you mocked him like, I don't care. I'll sleep on a toilet. I laughed my ass off. Yes. And all I did in the picture in my head is just bullfrog sitting on the toilet. I was taking a shit, taking a nap as well. It's like,
I would love to hear the AI analyze that fucking clip. That would be hilarious. Me going against bullfrog and stuff, being on a toilet, like that'd be hilarious.
You know, one of the things is that, like, I've dealt with bullfrog too. Don't get me wrong. I think I've done good at handling bullfrog myself as well. Okay, not try to toot my own horn, but bullfrog had his moments. Though. Like he had his moments when he was actually just funny, but then there was other moments where he took he took it to where he didn't need to take it.
When he threw the boombox into the couch, I can't remember what it was, but like I wanted this one, not that one. And
well, he was pissed off he didn't get he got a boombox, but it was what he actually got. I don't remember what the gift was either, but he thought it was a boombox, but it wasn't.
No,
Said
no, no. He wanted a CD player and he got a boombox instead, and that's the one that he threw onto his couch and it bounced off and all that sort of thing. But I remember watching Ken and Shannon stream that and live, and when they see that when he throws it in the couch, they're like, oh, like as in it hurt their heart. They hurt their heart because they paid all that money to give him such a great unit, and he just freaked out and got mad.
Actually, when I first saw him like back up the boombox, and he just goes, "When the front aces," I just lost my shit, dude. Like he just says it like he just it was like a foreign object to him. He just never saw it before. Like when the Frank is that, I'm just like, you know what? I'd imagine that he actually doesn't know what it is. That's why he was so mad.
This
so
community's not dead, guys. There's so much. Again, people can say whatever the fuck they want, but it's only as dead as you think it is. You could be doing whatever you fuck you want. Like, oh, you're just a viewer? How about you fucking do a show? Oh, I'm too embarrassed. Well, you're a faggot. How about that? There's shows that fucking go on every week, multiple times a week. You got Joe Cronin, okay? I don't watch him, don't like him, but he's there. He's doing stuff. People apparently like him. I used to, but he's there. Fucking Ken does his fucking show. You got fucking other people that do their shows. This community's not dead. It's only as bad as you want to make it, I guess. But again, if you're not seeing something, seriously, people, if you're not seeing something in this community that you want to see, then do it yourself. And then you become the stalwart. Then you become the leader, and you're doing things. I like to play Kerbals and stuff. Yeah, sometimes I only get 2 viewers. But that's not dictating to me as to whether or not I'm going to do Kerbals. I'm going to keep doing Kerbals, whether it's fucking negative 500 people watching me. I don't know how that's possible, but still, negative 500 people. I'll still fucking do it. Why? Because I enjoy that. Simple fact. What's stopping you? All you listening right now, what is stopping you? Oh, you don't have the fucking computer? Well, you got a phone, right? You want to, do it that way? You don't? Okay, fine. Don't criticize those that do it, though. Simple fact. But the fact is, it's out there for you. You want to fucking be part of this? You want to, express yourself? Nothing's stopping you in this community. And there's people that are willing to watch you, even hate watchers.
You're being manipulated by Dave Rose.
As always. And we just got a donation from Joe Blonin. He says, best Dave Rose stream is when he killed his voice rocking out to AC/DC on karaoke. That was a good one. He says, this community, not all about drama. The best times are the out of nowhere fun moments. I totally agree with that. And that's what I would prefer. Again, we don't need to delve into the drama. And I don't think I've been doing so in quite some time. But there is fun in all these other things, and people can have fun in their own ways. And hey, if some people don't want to tune in because it's not what it used to be, okay, fine. But multiple people are willing to do what they enjoy. And if people don't tune in, that's perfectly fine.
But hey, listen, okay, just to add on to that, I stream from my phone for most of the time. Sometimes I use my computer to keep track of it, but streaming from a phone can be... It's awesome, Dave. Get with the times.
No, you fucking Zoomer, millennial, I don't know what the fuck you are, but regardless, you young whippersnapper, using your phone is just It's disgusting.
It's awesome. Mobile gaming.
I can't comprehend this. My old age just doesn't understand how phones do this.
Assumers like taking selfies. We can't do that with computers.
If you had a laptop, you got the, camera. But regardless, how dare you imagine? How dare you put a show together on your fucking phone?
Hey, can you imagine somebody just lifting up the computer while in the bathroom, and it's a chick, and she's freaking doing a pose with the computer, and she just snaps a photo? Can you imagine that?
I can.
That would be.
I can imagine a lot of freaky things with people with their computers on a toilet. So.
Oh, well, you're thinking of search history. I'm thinking of why people are so obsessed with themselves nowadays.
Narcissism is some sort of drug that is worse than fentanyl right now. So a lot of people are a little psycho. But at least you recognize it.
But like you spoke you just took the words out of my head. Like, dude. Okay.
You get it.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me just say this. People, it's not just narcissism, it's also the internet. So people, let's just make the example here. I've said this on Ken's show. I'm going to make the example again. Someone like JD is, well, not JD, but Grimm's Toy Show is addicted to the internet. So, since if he loses all his viewers and he needs to do something big to just even maintain relevancy, of course he's going to turn to Pornhub and just have sex with some fat bitch. So there's that. And there's other people like who's a good example of a narcissist person who's addicted to themselves, who has this high sense of self-worth. Oh, remember Phil Brooks?
Yeah, CM Punk.
Oh yeah, that's my favorite example of one. A lip-hearted bitch who comes out with trans rights first, fucking bigot, and supports LGBTQ for kids. Yay! Yay, remember that one? That's my favorite one. That guy's a straight up narcissist. You couldn't convince me otherwise. You know what makes it even worse?
What's that?
Is that he still gets that major amount of support, regardless of what the shit he pulled in.
Because they're tribalists. That's the thing, though. That's what people need to understand. It doesn't matter what Vince McMahon did. He shit on a prostitute. People are going to support him. So it's just the way it is. But I would suggest that you review this on your channel, and you have a lot to discuss. Not just the Vince McMahon issue, but also the other drama issues that popped up here on this channel. But I do have to draw the line because I'm wrapping up the show, obviously. But you have the ability. I mean, we just talked about it. You could easily talk about what we discussed and really bring a lot of good attention to it. So keep that in mind in that respect.
Yeah. Let's say this then. I do look forward to that Mel and Ken debate, which, by the way, boy, I'm getting along with Mello, but the problem is, it's so hard to freaking take him seriously.
You're not getting along with Mello. You're tolerating him. But the fact is that the way that he responds, if you try to have and we've seen this in the past, you try to have a proper conversation with him, he'll just talk over you and try to, destroy your possibility to respond. And he does it time and time again. And I do want to review. But this is the thing, though. This is not the first time where Ken has just gotten mad at Mello and said, shut the fuck up. I'm fucking talking here. and you're just like, really trying to control this conversation here disingenuously. So I look forward to be able to discuss this further.
Yeah. Yeah, I do look forward to it too. And just to say this,
and you should do it too. Why not? Like, why? Again, Mello's not my ultimate enemy, but everyone should be focusing on Mello, as I've been saying for years. It's like this guy he destroys Ken's show, and Ken, just being the big-hearted guy he is, just tolerates this stuff. But we get what we saw, where at one point it breaks him. And he's like, enough. Mello, shut the fuck up. I'm putting you in your place. That says a lot, I think.
Yeah. But the thing is, I generally do think Mello actually likes Ken as a friend. So there's that part. So I don't see him as a person actually trying to hurt the show. But
No?
Yeah.
I would argue against that. I would think that actually that Mello is he is aware that his manner and his conduct is detrimental to the show and harms it, but he continues. I would argue that for sure.
Well, to put it this way,
he hams it up, dude. He knows it. Shannon knows it. Ken knows it. They've admitted it. It's like, yeah, he's hamming it up. But I pointed this out. He's ruining things. And then we got the outburst that we saw with Ken, where he's like, enough is enough, Mello. You're fucking wrong. Let me fucking explain. And that's not the way it went down. He was mad. He was mad at fucking Mello.
Seriously?
And I think I should review it, but it's not going to be tonight.
Well, tomorrow, because I'm actually looking forward to it now.
Well, why don't you review it? How about that? Why don't you? Why do we need Dave Rose? We got a fucking Elon Musk level IQ autist here with Bullseye. Why don't you fucking review this shit, man? You can break it down.
I'd be able to.
Of course.
The thing is, though, like, I don't want to be mean, but at the same time, I can't be. Then again, I'm mean in real. Believe it or not, Dave, I'm mean in real life.
Sorry, dude. Really... You got to decide on one. You either be mean or you fucking you be a puss. That's unfortunately those are the only two options. And then the proper response is be mean, because I ain't no puss.
Yeah. Well, okay, then the obvious answer is be blunted with it. At that point, if I'm reviewing it and I'm analyzing it from an objective point of view, there's certainly a reason why Ken reacted the way he did. And it wasn't because Mello was being a cordial. And I've noticed this with Mello too. He tends to, and trust me, he does this. I've experienced this too. He tends to try to shift the conversation to something else. He tries to do that, kind of change the meaning of it.
Yep.
And make a straw man to something that is irrelevant and not even the point that is original. That's what I noticed. Whether it's intentional or not, Dave says it's intentional. I've noticed people do it unintentionally and subconsciously because it's more of a defense mechanism for a lot of people. For example, Joe Cronin.
It's purposeful with Mello. Mello knows. He's so fake, guys. He's so fucking fake. I can't explain it any better. It's so obvious.
Okay, I'll do a review on it too. Later down the line. But
for
first,
sure, people should be checking it out.
Yeah. Anyway,
but we got to wrap up here, man. I need to eat dinner. I have not eaten anything. But thank you so much for calling in. You certainly provided some great insight and some opposition to my statements, and that provided some great conversation. But again, check out Bullseye and his breakdown of what's to come.
All right. See you later, guys. See ya, Dave.
Thanks, man. You have a good night. There goes It's Bullseye. And we've been going on for shit, 5 hours, 51 minutes. And I appreciate all the donations that I've received so far tonight. And I appreciate people just tuning in. Just a random stream that went this way. And we discussed a lot of things that I think that were quite important. And, well, people can get angry and mad and argue and all that sort of thing. But it is what it is. This video is going to stay up. And you can judge me accordingly. But I do appreciate everyone that tuned in, that donated, that hate watched. But yeah, the diner will continue to serve you, the people. And on that note, I'm Devious Dave Rose, and we shall certainly see you next time.